different energies from nature, achieving different effects. But why is the writing here still in ancient pictographic script? After reading the books, Lin Ao gained a basic understanding of this world. The martial arts were indeed much higher than those in his own world, and there were more mysterious spells, but the writing was relatively backward. Lin Ao and the others were able to understand and know the writing and language of this world through destiny. Lin Ao, I found information about the owner's identity. Xiaoju turned on a switch on the wall next to her. There was a secret compartment inside. She took out a black box with exquisite patterns. Lin Ao and Lu Nian walked over together. How did you find it? Lin Ao picked up the box. It was sealed very well and there was a curse seal engraved on it, probably used for protection. There was also a groove in the front that was the same as the jade pendant. Girl's sixth sense. Then I discovered there was a small secret compartment right there. Xiaoju said this lightly and continued to check other places because the room was too big. Lin Ao then circulated his life energy, injected it into the jade pendant and embedded it into the box again. The jade pendant and the curse seal began to glow faintly, and with a click, the box opened. There was a token and some letters inside. Lin Ao took out the token and looked at it. There was a word, Hong, on the front and Ji Chengming on the back. This should be the owner's name. Ji Wuming Nian Nian, bring me the record book of the Hong Kingdom's royal family. Upon hearing this, Lu Nian took a book from the table. Lin Ao opened it and soon opened to the page he had accidentally seen before. Emperor Ji Chengxian of Hong Kingdom, Crown Prince Ji Chengyun, Second Prince Ji Chenggong, Third Prince Ji Chengshou, First Princess Ji Yuyao, Second Princess Ji Jianing etc. It recorded the relationship diagram of the royal family of Hong Kingdom. Lin Ao kept searching and finally found the name Ji Chengming in the 14th position. So it's the 14th prince of Hong Kingdom. So the plan Ziyu mentioned is nothing more than a rebellion, right? Lin Ao put down the book and picked up the letters to read. It was a secret letter to the state of Chu. The 14th prince was actually in cahoots with the state of Chu. This time he was also setting off to the state of Chu to meet an important person, but the letter did not explain it. No wonder this thing was dug out in the vast forest on the border between Chu and Hong. He must have died there. Lu Nian pinched his chin and picked up one of the secret letters and started opening it. Yuchen Garden was built 5 years ago, funded by the Chu state. Ji Chengming was responsible for passing on the information he gathered from Yuchen Garden to the Chu state, and the Chu state promised him to help him destroy the Hong state and support him to ascend the throne. Is this man sane? How could he believe this? Lu Nian complained as he watched, and he also brainwashed his subordinates about how corrupt Hong Kingdom was and how it needed a new leader. But from what I've read in books about Hong Kingdom, it seems like the emperor is a good one. Why is Ji Chengming now thinking of rebelling? Lu Nian was full of doubts, while Lin Ao smiled faintly. Power is like poison. Once you're infected, it corrodes your soul, sinking you deeper and deeper into the abyss of desire until you lose yourself. He was so close to the center of power, but his brain wasn't quite up to par. He trusted the enemy and lost his life. Lin Ao noticed the Chu people who had connections with him, and the word, Chu, was the focus of Lin Ao's attention. If there's a chance, I'll collect a lot of information about the Chu state and see if Chu Tian stayed there. Or it's not impossible that this country belongs to him. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes. The information in the secret letter was mainly a record of the handover between Ji Chengming and the state of Chu. In addition, there were some self-imagined essays and many insults against Emperor Ji Chengxian and Crown Prince Ji Chengyun. He was a prince who was not valued and was worried and depressed all day long. I roughly understand. Let's stay here for a while and wait for Tianming to awaken. Then, we can create a turning point and let Wanqing and the others come over. With Li Jing's advanced technology, I believe they will be able to reach the Junwu realm soon. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he continued to look through some records of Yuchen Garden written by Ji Chengming himself. It includes personnel lists, monthly income, and after verification, the evidence of some Hongguo officials. Leng Ziyu is the only daughter of Leng Lingyu, the great general of the Hong Kingdom. 4 years ago, Leng Lingyu was attacked by a group of masters, including a Xuanwu realm expert. The Leng family was wiped out overnight, and Leng Ziyu was secretly sent away by Leng Lingyu. On the way, she was afraid that she would be defiled by the evildoers, so she disfigured herself with a dagger. When Lin Aonian said this, Lu Nian took a breath. It was too cruel and too fierce. She was rescued by Ji Chengming on the way, and then she made up a story saying that it was Ji Chengyun who did it. This made Leng Ziyu completely hate Ji Chengyun, and she has been staying in Yuchen Garden ever since, taking charge of all matters big and small. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. It seems like a melodramatic story no matter how you look at it. Her family was murdered, she was rescued and brainwashed, then she hated the Crown Prince of Hong and then went to assassinate him. Will it develop into discovering a misunderstanding, apologizing and the Crown Prince of Hong missing her day and night? He vowed to find the real murderer for her. And the real murderer turned out to be Ji Chengming. The more Lin Ao spoke, the more it seemed to be the case. It's very likely, you see. Xiaoju, who was standing by, found another switch on the table. When she turned it on, there was another small compartment. She was holding a letter in her hand. Indeed, he planned it, because Leng Lingyu was supporting Taiji Chengyun, and he was engaged to Leng Ziyu. The Shuangwu realm expert was a mysterious person from the Chu state, who came to help him kill Leng Lingyu, so that the Hong state would lose a great general. Xiaoju looked at the contents of the letter and made a summary. Tisk tisk tisk, I really guessed it. Lin Ao took the document from Xiaoju and started reading it. It was not just about Leng Ziyu. There are many more, some of the more famous figures in Hongguo have been schemed by Ji Chengming. This guy is a complete villain. Lin Ao smacked his lips. Could this be destiny's intention? You created another identity for Lin Ao. Are you trying to stimulate the memories of my death? After reading it, Lin Ao stretched. He had been traveling non-stop all the way and felt a little tired. I'm going to take a shower and then rest. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he looked around the room and found that the facilities here were really complete. There was a bathtub and a big bed, just one. Lin Ao was stunned, Lun Yan's eyes flashed, and Xiaoju covered her mouth and chuckled. Chapter 305. Open card play. Who knew that Lin Ao took a mask in the room and walked out directly? This room is for you to use. I'll ask Leng Ziyu to arrange another room. After saying this, Lin Ao left with a smile. Lun Yan stomped her feet in anger, and Xiaoju walked over and hugged her gently. Don't be discouraged. It's actually very easy to take down Lin Ao. Xiaoju smiled and pinched Lun Yan's angry face. Humph. He will never escape from my grasp in this lifetime. Lun Yan wrinkled his nose and looked angrily in the direction where Liao left. Okay, let's go take a shower and rest. Xiaoju was also a little mentally exhausted, mainly because when he was traveling through the time channel, there were too many complex energies inside that affected his spirit. At this time, Lin Ao, wearing a mask, stood outside the door, holding the jade pendant in his hand. After injecting energy into it, he could also contact some specific people who remained in the jade pendant. This is also a unique communication device in this world. Soon, the elevator door opened and Leng Ziyu walked in wearing a veil. Owner. Leng Ziyu was also a little confused as to why Lin Ao would look for her at this time. Shouldn't he be talking to the two people inside at this time? But looking at Lin Ao now, his clothes were neat, his hair was not messy, and most importantly, he did not have those smells on him. Are we really discussing business? Please prepare an extra room for me. This room will be used by my family. Leng Ziyu was shocked. Family. The master's family. His wife. Yes, master, please follow me. However, Leng Ziyu did not ask. She turned around and took Lin Ao into the elevator and went to the next floor. Leng Ziyu brought Lin Ao to a very luxurious room, which was also fully equipped. Well, thank you, Ziyu. Lin Ao thanked him as usual, but Leng Ziyu was slightly stunned. Did the master encounter something happy? Why did his temper become relatively mild this time? Or did Ziyu do something wrong? Usually, the master is very polite to the person when he kills someone. Master, Ziyu is terrified. Have I done anything to annoy you? Leng Ziyu immediately knelt on the ground. Lin Ao was completely stunned. Why did she kneel down just like that? Ziyu, get up first, you did a great job. Lin Ao wanted to help her up directly, but Leng Ziyu became more frightened. Lin Ao rolled his eyes. Fuck, how on earth did the original owner get along with her heaven's fate? Get out there and get a soul mark. Stand up. Lin Ao shouted coldly, but Leng Ziyu's trembling body stopped and she slowly stood up. Yes, master. She lowered her head and didn't look at Lin Ao, but her tone was obviously much more relaxed. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, he seemed to have realized. Get out. He continued in a cold, commanding tone. Leng Ziyu bowed to Lin Ao and retreated to the door of the room. Master, if you have any instructions, you can always come to my room, which is right next door. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes and looked at Leng Ziyu. Don't I know where your room is? Get out. Lin Ziyu nodded slightly and closed the door. Are you trying to test me? Lin Ao gave a meaningful smile and looked at the closed door. After Leng Ziyu left Lin Ao's room, there was still some doubt in her eyes. Maybe the previous owner was too mysterious, so I'm overly sensitive. Leng Ziyu took a deep look at Lin Ao's door and returned to her own room. The next morning, after a night's rest, Lin Ao woke up full of energy. The mental fatigue caused by traveling through the tunnel was relieved at once. After Lin Ao finished washing up comfortably and opened the door, he saw Leng Ziyu standing outside. Master, I will prepare breakfast for you. Would you like to eat here or go back to the top floor? Leng Ziyu bent over with her head down. Lin Ao wondered if she had been guarding for the entire morning. Send it to the top floor. Upon hearing this, Leng Ziyu helped Lin Ao press the elevator button, sent him upstairs and then took his leave again. Lin Ao opened the door and walked in. He came to the big bed and was dumbfounded. Cough 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 cough. He coughed a few times and turned his back. Lun Yen has really grown up. The scene in his mind made his blood boil early in the morning. The two women on the bed woke up immediately after hearing the sound. Lun Yen and Xiao Zhu rubbed their eyes and saw Lin Ao standing not far away. Lun Yen looked at himself, then looked at Lin Ao, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. This was specially prepared for him and it seems to have worked. Good morning Lin Ao. Lun Yen spoke softly. Xiao Zhu, who was standing beside her, also saw Lin Ao. She smiled slightly and walked aside to put on her clothes. Morning morning. Hurry and get dressed. I asked Leng Ziyu to bring up breakfast. After saying that, Lin Ao walked to the lobby of the room. Lun Yen pursed her lips and smiled. It seems to be working. Let's see if you still treat me as a child in the future. Not long after, the two finished washing up and there was a knock on the door. When Lin Ao opened the door, it was Leng Ziyu who came pushing a cart. Then the meal was served to Lin Ao and the others. Lin Ao looked at the food on the table and it seemed to be similar to what they had. Let's sit down and eat together. Lin Ao said something to Leng Ziyu. Leng Ziyu paused and sat down according to Lin Ao's instructions. She took off the veil again. Does it hurt? Lun Yen couldn't help but ask when he saw the horrible scar on Leng Ziyu's face. Leng Ziyu was slightly stunned. Looking at Lun Yen's distressed eyes, she came to her senses and understood what Lun Yen was saying. It doesn't hurt anymore. There was a hint of emotion in Leng Ziyu's eyes, and she smiled at Lun Yen, but that hint of emotion could not escape the eyes of Lin Ao and others. Will this affect the master and the ladies? Leng Ziyu lowered her head. She didn't understand why Lin Ao asked her to sit down and eat with him. This had never happened before. She began to feel hesitant, and her speculations about Lin Ao last night lingered in her mind again. No, I kept you here because I have something to tell you. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he gave Xiao Zhu a wink. Xiao Zhu waved his hand, and a burst of energy blocked the entire room. Leng Ziyu also saw Xiao Zhu's actions, but she was completely unaware of the power of fate. Let's eat and talk. Lin Ao began to taste the food in this world. To be honest, it tasted pretty good. Xiao Zhu and Lun Yen also started eating slowly. Leng Ziyu frowned slightly and picked up the chopsticks. Your original owner is dead. Leng Ziyu saw that the chopsticks she had just picked up immediately fell to the ground. Are you still going to let people eat? Lun Yen rolled his eyes at Lin Ao and looked at Leng Ziyu who had disappeared from her seat and appeared at the door. We have no ill intentions, let's sit down and have a good chat. Lun Yen spoke softly. Leng Ziyu kept trying to open the door, but found that there was no movement at all. Lin Ao raised his hand, sucked Leng Ziyu back through the air, and then pressed her back to her original position. Eat and talk. Leng Ziyu's face was filled with horror. She was completely unprepared for this showdown. She had just started to doubt again, and you gave me a brand name. How do you want me to play? Chapter 306 Go in. Leng Ziyu sat on the chair with a wrinkled face and trembling. Lin Ao, Xiao Zhu and Lun Yen were eating the breakfast of this world. Us. Suddenly, Lin Ao spoke and Leng Ziyu's body trembled. You can relax. We mean no harm, really. Lin Ao put down his chopsticks, looked at the nervous Leng Ziyu, and tried to comfort her. Leng Ziyu also noticed that Lin Ao's tone was gentle, as if it was really as he said. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Ao with her big eyes. We've just arrived in Hong Country and don't know much about this place. We found this property deed and identity jade token on the way here, and the original owner is probably dead. Lin Ao spoke calmly and briefly recounted what had happened. After hearing this, Leng Ziyu's eyes became somewhat empty, as if all her energy and spirit had been drained away in an instant. She seemed to have lost her purpose in survival. She used to rely on Ji Chengming because she needed Ji Chengming to help her avenge her family's hatred, and that enemy was the current Hongguo Crown Prince Ji Chengyun. Without Ji Chengming, how can she take revenge in her life? All of a sudden the pillar that kept her alive collapsed. Lin Ao and the others also noticed Leng Ziyu's abnormality and had some guesses in their minds. You want revenge, don't you? Lin Ao's words caused a slight fluctuation in Leng Ziyu's eyes. She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Ao, as if asking, how do you know? What's coming next may overturn everything you've known before, so I feel I must tell you. Lin Ao looked at Leng Ziyu seriously, not knowing if she could bear it. However, one should always live wisely. A temporary blow is better than being trapped by other people's lies for a lifetime. Leng Ziyu looked at Lin Ao's serious tone, not knowing what he wanted to say, but she still wanted to know how Lin Ao knew that she wanted revenge. Actually, your revenge has already been taken, because one of your enemies is dead. Lin Ao spoke calmly, but Leng Ziyu became increasingly confused about what he was saying. Ji Chengming, your so-called master, is the man behind everything that happened in your family. Lin Ao spoke again, and took out Ji Chengming's secret letters related to Leng Ziyu's family affairs and placed them in front of her. Leng Ziyu widened her eyes, looked at the secret letters in front of her, and picked them up with trembling hands. Impossible, this is impossible. Her voice was filled with despair and disbelief. Lin Ao looked at her silently, a trace of pity welling up in his heart. This woman was indeed quite pitiful. Lin Ao had only stayed here for one night, but he could feel how much Leng Ziyu trusted Ji Chengming. This is the truth, Leng Ziyu. Ji Chengming has been using you. He is one of the real murderers, but he should be dead in the vast forest now. Listening to Lin Ao's words, Leng Ziyu's tears burst out and her world collapsed in an instant. Why did he do this to me? Lun Yan walked over slowly and patted her shoulder gently. Now that you know the truth, you can actually choose a completely new life. Forget all the pain you've experienced in the past and choose a new way to live. However, Leng Ziyu seemed to have not heard Lun Yan's words. Her breathing became extremely rapid, as if the air around her had disappeared in an instant. Her face was full of pain, and big tears burst out uncontrollably. She opened her mouth and tried desperately to breathe in air. Lin Ao. When Lun Yan saw Leng Ziyu like this, he hurriedly shouted out. He thought that the blow she suffered at that moment was too great, causing her to have an extremely strong stress reaction. A beam of energy shot out from Lin Ao's hand, and Leng Ziyu immediately fell into a coma. What a pitiful man. Lin Ao couldn't help but sigh, and then Lun Yan carried Leng Ziyu to the bed, looking at the shocking scars. Perhaps the number of scars on her body now could not compare to the pain she suffered in her heart. Nianian, you stay here and look after her. In case something unexpected happens after she wakes up, Xiaoju and I will go out and investigate. Lun Yan nodded gently. Ever since she first saw Leng Ziyu take off her veil and reveal her face full of horrifying scars, she knew that this girl's past must have been filled with endless pain. Afterwards, Lin Ao took Xiaoju away. Instead of going towards the stairs, they jumped out of the window directly. They arrived high above the capital of Hong Kingdom. The city below was extremely prosperous, with a huge population. Below the two of them, there were several flying boats flying across the sky above the city. In this world, we have already embarked on a completely new direction of development. Lin Ao stared at the scenes, feeling as if he was watching a movie, as if it were unreal and illusory. However, humanity has never changed. Love and hate, affection and hatred, greed, anger, and obsession have always been the eternal themes of humanity. Xiaoju paused slightly as he spoke. Perhaps without these elements, the whole world would become dull. Lin Ao listened to Xiaoju's sigh and smiled faintly. Humanity is like this. Everything has its pros and cons. Where there is greed, anger, and ignorance, there are also precepts, concentration, and wisdom. Without these collisions, humanity will not progress. Without these, we will always remain where we are. Lin Ao put his arm around Xiaoju and flew in the air around Hongguo Kyoto. Xiaoju, try to feel it and see if there is any familiar aura in this capital. After hearing this, Xiaoju slowly closed his eyes and began to feel carefully and attentively. Lin Ao finally turned his attention to the tallest and largest area located in the center of Kyoto. That is the royal palace of Han Kingdom. Xiaoju, can you sense anything there? Lin Ao stood in the air, overlooking the magnificent palace below. He did not rush in, as he was unsure whether there were any people above the Xuanwu realm inside. Having just arrived here, his purpose was not to create conflict with the people of this world. He came here to eradicate destiny to prevent it from launching a counterattack against the world he lives in. No, instead, I sensed some unfamiliar aura of destiny. Xiaoju opened his eyes. This must be the original destiny that Tianming mentioned, the one that has disappeared from this world, right? Lin Ao circulated his life energy and observed carefully, and found that it was indeed as Xiaoju said, a majestic aura of destiny permeated the palace. From this, it seems that in this world, people respect the concept of being given a mandate by heaven, so the vast majority of the energy of heaven is concentrated in the royal family. Looking at the majestic aura of destiny, there was a powerful temptation that attracted Lin Ao. Go inside. Chapter 307. The Emperor of Hongguo has a large grassland on his head. Destiny. Are you awake? Lin Ao was quite surprised to hear Tianming's voice. You know, didn't he say before that he would rest for a few days? There is the energy I need inside. Come closer, I need to absorb it to speed up my recovery. Lin Ao suddenly realized that it seemed that because Tianming was close to this place, he was attracted by the aura of Tianming in the palace and woke up. Lin Ao nodded, thinking that since Tianming had awakened, there was no need to worry too much even if he encountered someone at a level above Xuanwu. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ao explained the current situation to Xiaoju, and then the two flew towards the palace together. A powerful energy emanated from Lin Ao, tightly wrapping him and Xiaoju. Go in with peace of mind. Tianming's voice sounded again in Lin Ao's mind. It was obvious that she was extremely exhausted this time. Not only was her speech extremely concise, but she also revealed a deep sense of fatigue. Lin Ao nodded and without hesitation, he descended from the sky and landed above the palace. The many people below were all servants of the palace. Lin Ao went directly to the roof of the largest palace and sat down cross-legged. What do you need me to do? Lin Ao called out for destiny in his mind. You can stay inside. If you get bored, you can wander around. Just stay within the palace grounds. I'll need a few days. Lin Ao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It actually takes a few days. Xiaoju, go back to Yuchen Garden first. I'll find a place to stay so that Tianming can absorb enough energy. I'm worried that something might happen if we're not with Lun Yan. Lin Ao made proper arrangements and Xiaoju nodded. Be careful. She left as soon as she finished speaking, and Lin Ao sat cross-legged on the roof of the palace. Indeed, no one noticed his presence. Below was obviously the hall where the current Han Kingdom Emperor Ji Chengxian worked. Gradually, the destiny energy in the imperial city began to flow towards Lin Ao, continuously merging into Lin Ao's forehead, and then slowly began to be absorbed by Lin Ao's whole body. It's like a very dry sponge thrown into the vast ocean. This energy was not only absorbed by Tianming, but Lin Ao was also slowly absorbing it. Under the baptism of this rich energy of destiny, his body is quietly changing. Gradually, Lin Ao was completely immersed in it, his eyes slowly closed, and he completely entered a state of meditation. As the sun rose and set, Lin Ao opened his eyes and exhaled. Is this Shenwu? Lin Ao gently clenched his palms, feeling as if he could tear the space apart. At that moment, Lin Ao disappeared from the roof of the hall. As soon as he left, several people in black armor appeared at Lin Ao's location. Is it an illusion? One of the older men pinched his chin and looked at the place where Lin Ao disappeared in confusion. Our perception should be correct. An energy fluctuation has occurred. Notify the other city defense guards and begin alert. Activate the Imperial City's formation immediately. An old man with snow-white hair held a sword and gently slashed it towards that position, and a ripple like water began to unfold. Can't rewind the scene. The old man's expression turned serious. Highest level alert, eliminate all hidden dangers in the palace. Act immediately. At this moment, Lin Ao was above them. He was very confident in Tianming's shielding method. He had just accidentally leaked a trace of energy. It seems that there are many experts in the Imperial City and they are very vigilant. The old man should have a strength above Xuanwu and below Shenwu. Is this the ceiling for humans in this dimension? Lin Ao looked at them with interest, and then disappeared again. His body could no longer absorb any more destiny energy, and had reached a bottleneck. Since Tianming had not woken up yet, he had no choice but to walk around to pass the time. He found that the structure of the imperial city inside was similar to the ones he had watched in TV dramas before, with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 concubines, which should be similar. Just walking casually, he heard a few words that caught Lin Ao's interest. Lin Ao flew over. I found a beautiful woman sitting in a palace. Chang'er hasn't returned to the palace for a month. Could something have happened? The beautiful woman frowned slightly and talked to a man next to her. Your Majesty, don't worry. I think His Highness just wanted to have fun, so he stayed away for a few more days. As the man spoke, he began to massage the beautiful woman's shoulders, and then gradually moved down. Oh, you look so dead, aren't you afraid of being seen here? The beautiful woman gave the man a coquettish look, and the man gave him a wicked smile. Then shall we go back to the room? Lin Ao stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. How green is the Chengxian grassland this season? You said that nothing unexpected will happen to our child, right? The beautiful woman's voice came from the room, and Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Ah, their child. Isn't that man a eunuch? Wait, someone who could have secretly been in the palace for so many years without being discovered, and whose child is already that big, could not possibly have such an opportunity. Lin Aoyun used his life force to penetrate the door and looked inside, and found that the 2 people inside had quickly stripped naked. The beautiful woman was good-looking, but the man was a bit eye-catching. Lin Ao didn't come here to watch some live porn, he just wanted to confirm what he was thinking. Sure enough, Lin Ao saw the familiar energy of destiny on that man. Could this be the child of destiny? Tianming, are your selection criteria all based on this kind of stealing? Tianming did not answer Lin Ao's question. Lin Ao became somewhat interested in this person. He decided to see what other secrets this man had in the palace. He was bored anyway. Originally, Lin Ao thought he would have to wait for a long time, but in the blink of an eye, the door was opened. The middle-aged man walked out refreshed, while the beautiful woman inside looked at the man with some resentment. Lin Ao's eyelids twitched. That's it. My lady, I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave first to avoid suspicion from others. The man left the yard after he finished speaking. How cruel he was. Lin Ao suddenly became curious and followed him. The man walked smoothly all the way to the gate of an equally luxurious courtyard and knocked on the door rhythmically. After a while, another beautiful woman came out to greet them. Xiao manager. The beautiful woman looked at the steward Xiao with surprise and joy. She looked left and right, hurriedly pulled the man in, and then closed the gate. The maids turned around immediately, as if they knew what was going to happen next. Lin Ao probably guessed what would happen next. Oh no, you can't come in batches. Different people give different times. What a great time management master. Lin Ao followed him until night for nothing, and found out that he was involved with a total of 8 concubines in the harem. Among them, she gave birth to Ji Chengming with the first one, and the one with the highest status was actually the queen. This queen is already over 60 years old, my god. Lin Ao was completely shocked. Lin Ao also discovered that as he strolled around like this, more of the destiny energy in the palace would be absorbed into his body. Tisk, could this be the change in the Hong family's empire? Lin Ao smacked his lips and followed manager Xiao into the room. This room was quite luxurious. At night, he went to the wall at the back of the room and pressed a switch. There was actually a secret room hidden inside. Lin Ao suddenly became alert and followed him in. As footsteps were taken, the lights inside began to light up, and inside was a stone engraved with a curse seal. The man took out a jade pendant from his body and inlaid it into the groove of the stone. The seal on the stone glowed faintly. Master Chu. The man saw the stone glimmering and shouted. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. It was the Chu state again. Chapter 308 Xiao Fan. A very hoarse voice came out from the stone. Lin Ao listened carefully and guessed that the voice must have been specially processed. Xiao Fan, have you absorbed all of Ji Chengming's energy? The information revealed by Lord Chu shocked Lin Ao. The name of this steward Xiao was actually Xiao Fan. And this Xiao Fan is killing his son to prove his truth. I wonder if this person named Xiao Fan is the Xiao Fan that Lin Ao is familiar with. Yes, it has been completely absorbed. When I killed him, I followed your method and should have taken it all away. However, I haven't found the life jade he hid. Life Jade. The one in the box. It seems that his good fortune has made him aware of something. The judgment of Lord Chu came from the stone. Xiao Fan lowered his head, but his eyes were gloomy and seemed to be unwilling. But it doesn't matter. This time, you must not fail again. Now that you have seized your son's destiny, speed up as much as possible. Assimilate the destiny of the Hong Kingdom royal family as soon as possible. Yes. Xiao Fan ended the call and looked at the stone with gloomy eyes. I've been here for years, why should I obey you in everything you do as soon as you arrive? Damn it, I haven't even found the life jade. This is how I treat you since I gave birth to you. Xiao Fan was madly breaking down in the secret room, and after venting his anger, he started laughing neurotically. After tidying himself up, he walked out with a smile on his face. Lin Ao saw it all and had some guesses in his mind. Xiao Fan returned to the bed and began to rest. Lin Ao looked at him with cold eyes. He was considering whether to take action now, but finally he endured it. Wait until the destiny is absorbed before taking action to avoid any accidents. Xiao Fan, who was sleeping, had no idea that he had just walked back and forth from the gates of hell. However, Lin Ao absorbed all of the destiny energy in his body, which he called his fate. Then Lin Ao walked out and visited other places. As long as Lin Ao does not use his strength, the entire palace is like a deserted place. He's probably going to seduce all the harem, right? This is quite Xiao Fan's style, but is he really that way? Lin Ao wandered around the palace in confusion, thinking as he walked. He looked up at the sky. The energy there was much thinner. Could it be that the energy here was directly drained by destiny? Just when Lin Ao was bored, the seals all over the palace lit up, and Lin Ao frowned slightly. Lin Ao immediately rose into the air and looked down, where a large number of armored soldiers emerged from everywhere. What happened? Was it discovered? Several old men slowly rose into the air in different directions around the imperial city, each holding a strange magical weapon in their hands. A group of soldiers surrounded the two men and walked to the square of the palace. Lin Ao focused his attention on them. These two people are Ji Chengxian and Ji Chengyun, father and son. Father, is there someone stealing the country's destiny? Ji Chengyun's face was serious, but Ji Chengxian did not answer Ji Chengyun's question. He stared at the dragon-shaped topaz in his hand with a gloomy face. Today, the priest noticed something unusual and sealed off the palace. At night, he discovered that the fortune of Hong Kingdom had been stolen. This made Ji Chengxian feel furious. Lin Ao immediately understood that it was probably the sponge-like absorption of destiny that caused the rapid loss of destiny energy, and the jade pendants of those old men and Ji Chengxian should have the function of monitoring Hong Kingdom's destiny in real time. Lin Ao had an idea in his mind. He was not afraid that they would find him. Even if they were found, he could leave easily. It's a rare opportunity to encounter such a good thing, so I must bring Xiao Fan along. Then, Lin Ao quickly came to Xiao Fan's yard. He immediately used all his strength to activate his life energy. In an instant, a brilliant golden energy shot up into the sky. Then, an energy ball containing powerful force quickly condensed in his hand and hit Xiao Fan's body in the room without hesitation. He clapped his hands lightly, and then his figure flashed and flew away. Sure enough, in the next second, the priests who were originally floating in the air immediately arrived in front of Xiao Fan's yard. They chanted mysterious spells in low voices, and an extremely solid barrier instantly surrounded Xiao Fan's yard. The next second, Ji Chengxian and Ji Chengyun also hurried to Xiao Fan's yard. Xiao Fan in the room keenly felt the energy fluctuations and woke up instantly. His face was gloomy and his eyes were looking straight out the door. He changed his clothes quickly, opened the door cautiously and walked out slowly. His gloomy expression instantly changed, and he walked quickly out of the yard in fear and trepidation. Your Majesty, what has happened? Why mobilize such a large army? Xiao Fan immediately knelt on the ground with his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. Lin Ao showed a playful smile in the air. He thought to himself, I don't care whether you are the real Xiao Fan or the fake Xiao Fan. Anyway, as long as you are associated with these two words, you are definitely not a good person. These two words are enough to kill you dozens of times. Xiao Fan, lying on the ground, had a heavy haze in his eyes and was thinking to himself, could it be that the affair in the harem for many years has been discovered? Thank you for the trouble, priests. Ji Chengxian did not respond to Xiao Fan. The priests took out their magical instruments without hesitation and flew straight towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan wanted to fight back, but after taking a look at the situation around him, he finally chose to endure. Because Ji Chengxian is a strong man with Xuanwu-level strength, and those priests and many guards also have such strength. If Xiao Fan acted rashly, he would be immediately surrounded and attacked by many people. The magic weapon was inserted into Xiao Fan's 4 positions precisely. A line of energy flowed out from the magic weapon, connecting with each other to form a regular square that tightly circled Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan immediately felt a strange wave pulling the energy in his body. A loud dragon roar rang out from Xiao Fan's body. Ji Chengxian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved his hand. Everyone looked serious and rushed towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's expression also changed drastically. He knew very well that no matter what was discovered now, the dragon roar just now had already doomed him to die here tonight. Xiao Fan grasped the ground tightly with both hands, and a burst of energy burst out from his body. The 4 magic weapons were directly squeezed and twisted by his energy until they were completely broken. At this time, the priests and the servants from the palace had already come to Xiao Fan. I never thought you'd been hiding your strength, Chief Steward Xiao. For all these years, I treated you like a brother, and you dared to steal the fate of our nation. Ji Chengxian said coldly while standing not far away, while Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was the murder of Ji Chengming exposed? Huh, you think you're my brother? Why wouldn't you have sealed off the courtyard without even asking me to explain? Xiao Fan was able to respond with ease in the face of those people's attacks. It seems that he should have some confidence to save his life. But then again, he is a child of destiny, after all. Lin Ao sat cross-legged in the air. Now he was just short of fruits and snacks. He didn't know how the drama below would end. Chapter 309 Long time no see. Xiao Fan's yard was completely turned into ruins in a short period of time. This small courtyard is not enough for this group of people in the Xuanwu realm to mess around. Smoke and dust billowed out below. Many soldiers were unable to participate in the battle inside for various reasons, and all of them became guards outside the courtyard. Lin Ao's vision was not affected by the diffuse smoke and dust. He observed the battle situation inside through the smoke and dust. The more he observed, the more he felt something was wrong. He actually saw something familiar appear. That is the red thread of fate. It emanated from Xiao Fan's body and tightly wrapped around the bodies of those Xuanwu realm powerhouses. And those people were completely unaware. Xiao Fan was able to narrowly dodge every fierce killing move and every closely coordinated encirclement of those people in extremely dangerous situations. However, facing so many people besieging him alone, Xiao Fan did not have a single wound on his body. Instead, the priests and worshippers began to get injured one after another. Xiao Fan, it's you. The moment he saw the red thread of fate, Lin Ao was completely certain. The person below was undoubtedly Xiao Fan. The Xiao Fan of his world. As for why he appeared here, Lin Ao was not clear about the specific circumstances, but he knew very well that it must be related to fate. Lin Ao's expression was completely cold. He didn't expect that even the last shot wouldn't work, and even his soul would have to be destroyed. Lin Ao's expression instantly turned completely cold. He never expected that the previous shots were useless. It seemed that even the soul had to be destroyed. This feeling made Lin Ao feel extremely nauseous, as if there was a piece of dog skin plaster stuck on his body that he couldn't get rid of. Lin Ao could no longer bear it, and an extremely vast momentum suddenly burst out from his body and rushed straight into the sky. The clouds above the imperial city disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the moon was fully revealed and became exceptionally bright. The imperial city was covered in the bright moonlight, as if it was stained with a layer of silver frost. At this moment, everyone was shocked by this sudden change and looked up at the sky. I saw a pair of golden red eyes flashing in the night sky, like a demon. Ji Chengxian and Ji Chengyun, father and son, looked at Lin Ao nervously, and all the priests and worshippers surrounded Ji Chengxian and son. Xiao Fan felt Lin Ao's vast aura in the air. He also looked up in surprise. Could it be that the man named Chu had come? The more Xiao Fan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In this world, no one else could appear like this except that person. Furthermore, the power of that figure gave Xiao Fan the same feeling as that of the man surnamed Chu. It should have made some progress and is much stronger than when he first encountered it. Sir, I didn't expect you to come in person. Without saying a word, Xiao Fan knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Ao who was in the sky. Ji Chengxian, Ji Chengyun, as well as the priests and worshippers, were all shocked when they heard Xiao Fan's words. That person turned out to be Xiao Fan's accomplice. Could it be that Xiao Fan stole the country's destiny under his instructions? The person who could feel the terrifying power of Lin Ao the most in the field was Ji Chengxian. He was stronger than anyone else. The stronger he was, the more he could feel how powerful Lin Ao was. He had a very intuitive feeling of being invincible. That person has probably reached the level of divine martial. Ji Chengxian muttered weakly to himself. When the others heard what Ji Chengxian said, their bodies trembled slightly. Shen Wu. Under the divine might, we are all ants. However, once one reaches the state of Shen Wu, he will be checked and balanced by the invisible force of time. Everything he does after reaching the state of Shen Wu will be affected by cause and effect, and in serious cases, he will suffer backlash. Although his power is extremely strong, it is also limited. Therefore, gods and immortals who have reached this level generally do not get overly involved in human affairs. Sir, has our Hong Kingdom offended you in any way? We are willing to offer our utmost kindness to appease your anger. Ji Chengxian gave indirectly. If he could use something to calm the man's anger, he wouldn't have to use Hongguo's last trump card. It can't be calmed down. Lin Ao looked down. Even a very casual movement or word he said could bring extremely heavy pressure to the people below. On the other hand, Xiao Fan burst into laughter uncontrollably. Ji Chengxian, kneel down quickly. You green-haired turtle, ha 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 ha. Xiao Fan laughed wildly and uncontrollably. On the other hand, Ji Chengxian clenched his fists tightly, and he paid special attention to the words, green-haired turtle, that Xiao Fan said. He looked at Xiao Fan with a sinister expression, thinking to himself, could it be? Ha ha ha, Ji Chengxian, what are you looking at? Let me tell you. You're right, I'm a normal man. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Fan seemed extremely arrogant and domineering at this time. After seeing Ji Chengxian's expression, he felt very happy. Wasn't he just asked to kneel down? He has been kneeling for so many years. Now he has an extreme pleasure of finally being released after enduring for a long time. When Ji Chengxian heard this, his eyes widened and his eye sockets were about to burst. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and his face was as gloomy and dark as ink. If Lin Ao was not in the air, he would immediately rush forward and fight Xiao Fan to the death. The two knew each other when they were young. Xiao Fan became a eunuch in an accident. At that time, the young and innocent Ji Chengxian, with the friendship of brotherhood, gradually let Xiao Fan follow him. I never thought that this was actually a lie of his. It was obvious at that time that the careful examination by the imperial physicians could prove that Xiao Fan had indeed lost his male functions. The more he thought about it, the angrier Ji Chengxian became. He felt that there was not only anger in his chest, but also lava flowing continuously. I like this expression, ha 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 ha, Ji Chengxian, keep going. The Hong family's world will undergo earth-shaking changes starting today. Xiao Fan's ugly face became more and more ferocious. Ji Chengxian had already taken out a piece of black jade in his hand, ready to crush it. And at this moment, your face always makes me angry. A cold voice sounded. Lin Ao moved, and he disappeared in midair in an instant. Ji Chengxian also crushed the black jade at this time. Then, boom! A loud bang. The protective shield of the yard was completely shattered, and a huge impact airflow was generated in the yard. Ji Chengxian looked at the black jade in his hand, then looked at the yard in front of him. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Some people even rubbed their eyes to confirm whether it was an illusion. Chu Lord Chu. Why? A deep pit appeared in the courtyard that had been raised to the ground, and Lin Ao was in the center of the pit. At this time, Lin Ao pressed Xiao Fan to the ground with one hand, and Xiao Fan also looked incredible. Master Chu. Xiao Fan, don't you remember my voice? How about you take a look at what I look like? Lin Ao pinched Xiao Fan's head and lifted him up. At this time, Xiao Fan was like a dead dog. From the moment he heard the voice, his expression changed drastically. Lin Ao pinched his head and slowly turned him around. Long time no see. Chapter 310. You are no longer worthless. Xiao Fan stared at the face of the man in front of him, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a thick and deep fear suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart like a surging tide. Lin Ao. How could this happen? This is absolutely impossible. Xiao Fan's face became extremely ferocious. He tried his best to struggle, but all his efforts were in vain and had no effect at all. Lin Ao had also traveled through time. Why did he still look the same as before? At this moment, Xiao Fan's mind was in a mess, like a tangled knot. Lin Ao's sudden appearance shocked him greatly. Are you particularly happy to see me, Xiao Fan? Seeing Xiao Fan's strong reaction, all the doubts in Lin Ao's mind disappeared in an instant. He was very sure that the person in front of him was the Xiao Fan he knew. Are you traveling through time? Or are you being reborn? As Lin Ao spoke, he threw Xiao Fan to the ground without mercy, and then a powerful force tightly restrained him. Xiao Fan's expression completely collapsed, tears flowed uncontrollably, and snot also slid down. Lin Ao, please let me go. What happened in my previous life is all in the past. The grudge between us is written off. Please let me go. Xiao Fan completely collapsed and shouted loudly, directly using Chinese. Because of this, none of Ji Chengxian's men could understand what he was saying, and they didn't dare to get close to him easily. Tell me more clearly, how did you get here? Is the Mr. Chu you contacted Chu Tian? Lin Ao looked down at him with a condescending attitude, but Xiao Fan did not dare to delay at all. He quickly replied and tried to cooperate with Lin Ao with all his strength, thinking that maybe in this way he could spare his life. At this moment, Lin Ao's strength was already extraordinary, while he was just like a humble ant on the ground. He was extremely afraid that if he was a step slower, Lin Ao would take his life without mercy. After you killed me, I felt like I came to a dark world. I seemed to have been wandering for a long time, and suddenly I woke up and was born in this world. Xiao Fan spoke as fast as the wind, talking incessantly, while at the same time carefully paying attention to the changes in Lin Ao's expression. And that Lord Chu is indeed Chu Tian. It was he who found me more than 10 years ago. Now he has become the Emperor of Chu. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, Lin Ao narrowed his eyes. More than 10 years ago. However, when Tianming returned, she mentioned that she had been chasing destiny for nearly 600 years, while Xiao Fan had only been here for a dozen years. The only way to deal with this matter is to wait until Tianming wakes up before asking her. Xiao Fan, there seems to be something you haven't explained. Could it be that you still know nothing about fate? When Lin Ao said the word, destiny, Xiao Fan's face was full of astonishment and he looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. How did he know about the matters related to that, God? Besides, you said you came here after you died. Was it him who led you here? What do you mean you were here the moment you opened your eyes? Who are you kidding? Lin Ao's cold voice continued to be heard, and Xiao Fan secretly felt that the situation was not good. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, and an extremely powerful red energy suddenly burst out from his body, attacking Lin Ao at a rapid speed. Lin Ao just smiled faintly. The power of destiny is easy to replenish, but the energy of your fate is hard to find. I want to see how much you have hidden within you. Lin Ao's pupils were shining with golden red light. The destiny energy that emerged from Xiao Fan was spinning wildly into a vortex and turned into pure red light, which was absorbed into Lin Ao's eyes. Xiao Fan was sweating profusely as he watched this. He had even used up his last trump card, but it was of no use to him against Lin Ao. After a long time, Lin Ao smiled contentedly and turned his gaze to Xiao Fan. You are already worthless. After Lin Ao finished speaking, Xiao Fan's limbs were instantly severed, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the cuts. Xiao Fan let out a shrill scream that shook the entire palace. Lin Ao took the opportunity to take back all the destiny energy that he had previously injected into Xiao Fan's body. Lin Ao cannot kill him now. He needs to wait for Tianming to wake up and let Tianming completely wipe out his soul. Otherwise, if he was killed now, his soul would travel to another place and become the new child of destiny. Lin Ao felt particularly disgusted when he thought about this. Then, one restraint after another was struck into Xiao Fan's body, and the bleeding from his broken arm was stopped to prevent him from dying soon. Then, Lin Ao turned around without hesitation and cast his gaze towards Ji Chengxian and the others. Now that everything has been exposed, I might as well reveal my cards completely. Lin Ao was about to open his mouth to speak, but his eyes suddenly became stern. He quickly grabbed Xiao Fan from the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and the already deep pit exploded again with great violence. Along with the roar of the explosion, an extremely powerful impact also suddenly hit. The priests and worshippers hurriedly used their magic weapons to protect Ji Chengxian and others behind them, and tried their best to resist the attack. Shameless little thief! How dare you come to the Hong Kingdom's palace and cause trouble? A loud and majestic voice of an old man came from a distance. Ji Chengxian and others immediately knelt down respectfully towards the figure. Greetings, ancestor. The old man has gray hair, but his body is full of strong muscles and he does not look old or weak at all. He was wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind, giving him a somewhat immortal air. Tian'er, what exactly happened? The old man's aura was as fierce as a tiger, which gave Ji Chengxian and others great confidence. Old man, can I have a word? Before Ji Chengxian could speak, Lin Ao's voice came from the sky. The pupils of the Ji family's ancestor shrank slightly. He felt the aura of a powerful divine martial realm expert from Lin Ao. And Lin Ao's pair of golden red pupils are even more captivating. Who are you? Are you also in the divine martial realm? The Ji family ancestor's face instantly became extremely solemn. He never expected that the visitor would be a powerful divine martial realm expert, and such a young one at that level. This situation must be handled with caution. If two powerful warriors in the divine martial realm really engage in a war, then this Kyoto will probably no longer exist. Lin Ao, a stranger, I came here to settle a personal grudge. Lin Ao spoke lightly. Although the ancestor of the Ji family in front of him was also in the divine martial realm, Lin Ao was fully confident that he could defeat him. So he wasn't nervous at all. After he finished speaking, he pointed at Xiao Fan, who had been cut into a human stick. Xiao Fan, the ancestor of the Ji family, was shocked when he saw Xiao Fan's miserable condition. It was obvious that he also knew Xiao Fan. He took a deep breath. He nodded politely at Lin Ao. Young friend, will you allow me to understand what happened? Lin Ao also nodded politely. The ancestor of the Ji family then turned to look at Ji Chengxian again and began to understand the whole story. Chapter 311 1 Queen, 4 concubines, and 9 imperial concubines. Well done. After hearing the whole story, the ancestor of the Ji family clapped his hands excitedly. My friend, you have really helped our Ji family get rid of a huge disaster. The ancestor of the Ji family laughed heartily, but Ji Chengxian on the side couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. Ancestor, that person is the culprit who stole the national destiny. The priest saw that he has a majestic aura of national destiny. Although Ji Chengxian spoke in a very low voice, how could it escape Lin Ao's sharp ears? He just raised his eyebrows slightly and cast his gaze towards Ji Chengxian. When the Ji family's ancestor noticed the change in Lin Ao's expression, he scolded Ji Chengxian in his heart for not understanding the ways of the world. Even if our national fortune is lost, we can still find a way to make it up. But if that person takes action, our Ji family and even the entire Han Kingdom will be in danger of destruction. How can you be so stupid? As the ruler of a country, you must distinguish between the important and the urgent, and be more generous. It's just a small amount of national fortune. Young friend Lin must have an urgent need to do this. The Ji family ancestor's words were obviously meant for Lin Ao to hear. He didn't want to fight with Lin Ao at all, because he felt that although they were both in the divine martial realm, he was no match for Lin Ao. If he unfortunately died in this battle, the Ji family and the Han Kingdom would immediately fall into a terrible situation from which there would be no recovery. He did not dare to take the risk. Ji Chengxian quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake, secretly complaining in his heart, "Didn't I see you coming? You showed such a powerful performance when you first appeared, which gave me a lot of confidence. But the result is like this. That's it. Haha, little friend Lin, I'm Ji Wucheng, the ancestor of the Ji family of Hongguo. Why don't we find a suitable place and have a good chat?" Ji Wucheng showed great kindness towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao smiled and nodded gently. Seeing this, Ji Wucheng felt relieved and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Idiot, why don't you quickly arrange a banquet for him? Ji Wucheng still had a smile on his face, and spoke to Ji Chengxian with a gentle look. However, the content of these words made Ji Chengxian's mouth twitch. Ji Chengxian nodded quickly and told Ji Chengyun to make preparations, because he himself had an important matter to deal with. Ji Chengxian suddenly bowed deeply 90 degrees to Lin Ao. Lin Ao and Ji Wucheng were both slightly stunned, completely unaware of why Ji Chengxian suddenly did this. Sir, I have a question for you. Is it convenient for you? When Ji Chengxian said this, his tone was filled with grief and indignation. Lin Ao immediately understood what he wanted to ask and nodded in agreement. Ji Chengxian asked the people around him to step back. After everyone left, only 3.5 people were left in the venue. Sir, I want to ask about Xiao Fan's experience in the harem over the years. Lin Ao thought to himself, as expected, he was going to ask this. Ji Wucheng's eyelids couldn't help but twitched a few times. This matter was indeed. He looked at this already green descendant with sympathy. Good. Lin Ao responded, reached out and pulled the half-dead Xiaofan over. He also saw it today and knew who it was, but he didn't know if he had any other experience. After working in the harem for so many years, it was really hard to imagine. Xiaofan, who in the harem are you having an affair with? Ji Chengxian's face was extremely gloomy, and his tone was filled with suppressed murderous intent. When Xiaofan heard the voice, he opened his eyes slightly. He glanced at Ji Chengxian, smiled disdainfully, and did not answer. The veins on Ji Chengxian's forehead bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could eat Xiaofan alive. He didn't dare to act rashly because Lin Ao was right next to him, and Xiaofan seemed to be of some use to Lin Ao, otherwise Lin Ao would not have spared his life. So Ji Chengxian is now in a dilemma. Lin Ao is a good person to the end. He doesn't want to hear gossip, he just thinks Ji Chengxian is too pitiful. Lin Ao raised his hand and a stream of energy shot into Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan's face, which had originally been full of disdain, became distorted and painful. Ah! The screams that rang out were particularly terrifying in the night sky of the palace. Speak, otherwise this pain will continue. You must stay awake and think for yourself. Listening to Lin Ao's words, Xiaofan burst into tears and nodded quickly. Lin Ao then dispelled the power, and Xiaofan stopped. Ji Chengxian bowed to Lin Ao again with gratitude. The weak Xiaofan spoke slowly. Empress, the first sentence is a king bomb. Ji Wucheng's face darkened when he heard this. Noble consort Rong, consort Chen Shu, consort Nuda, consort Liao Xian. All those decent maids around the concubines. What a pity, I don't have time to take care of your daughters. If you give me a little more time, I will try the empress, 4 concubines, 9 concubines, and 6 princesses. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ah. Xiaofan became more and more crazy as he spoke, so Lin Ao had no choice but to tell him to shut up again. It was really rare for him to be able to smile evilly in such a situation. Ji Chengxian seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The queen and 4 concubines all had affairs with Xiaofan. They are all involved after so many years, wouldn't those children be involved? Ji Chengxian spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and Ji Wucheng immediately injected a gentle force into Ji Chengxian's body. Come someone. Ji Chengxian raised his hand tremblingly. After a while, a figure flashed in front of Ji Chengxian from a distance and knelt on the ground. Secretly seal off the entire harem. Only entry is allowed. No exit is allowed. The man nodded and disappeared immediately. Thank you, sir. I will take you to the banquet and entertain you properly. Ji Chengxian showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Lin Ao waved his hand. Go and handle your own affairs. Xiaofan cannot be killed now. Wait 2 days and I will let you handle it personally. Lin Ao spoke lightly. Ji Chengxian looked at Lin Ao gratefully and bowed again. Then I'll withdraw first. Thank you, sir. Ji Chengxian was very respectful and left in a hurry after he finished speaking. Brother, let's talk. Lin Ao looked at Ji Wucheng. Ji Wucheng laughed and led the way directly in front. Lin Ao brought Xiaofan and followed behind him. I'm telling you, you're not doing anything useful. Is this your tradition? You're the one who brings trouble upon yourself. Lin Ao looked at Xiaofan, who looked like a dead dog. In 2 days, I will show my great mercy and give you complete liberation. Lin Ao accompanied Ji Wucheng in a luxurious hall, drinking and chatting. At this moment, the Hong Kingdom Palace was shrouded in dark clouds, which tightly enveloped the entire harem. It leaves everyone breathless. Yuchen Garden. At the same time, a big drama was also staged. When Xiao Zhu returned, he found Lun Yan and Leng Ziyu hugging each other tightly and crying bitterly. Xiao Zhou's mouth twitched. What was this for? Chapter 312 Tianwu. What are you guys doing? Xiao Zhu walked in speechlessly, and Lun Yan and Leng Ziyu looked at Xiao Zhu with red eyes. They both sniffed at the same time. Leng Ziyu woke up, and I saw that her eyes were lifeless, so I played a TV series for her. Lun Yan sniffed his nose and raised the tablet in his hand. Xiao Zhu's mouth twitched. What did you show her? Xiao Zhu sat down and looked at the 2 crying babies. The Legend of Sword and Fairy. It actually worked. Lun Yan pointed at Leng Ziyu, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Xiao Zhou's mouth twitched. Shouldn't you be showing some comedies at this time? Why are you showing these B-dramas? Do you think her thoughts of suicide are not serious enough? Lang Ziyu pulled Lun Yan, and Lun Yan came back to his senses. Oh, I almost forgot, that's the ending. Lun Yan quickly turned around and clicked on the tablet, and the images inside continued to play. Then the tears of the two continued to flow. Xiaoju shook his head helplessly. After more than an hour, both of them leaned on the bed, extremely tired. Lang Ziyu, I shouldn't have watched TV with you. It's too draining and too cruel. Lun Yan stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. It seemed that the ending could not leave his mind for a long time. Lun Yan, are the stories of the little people in this painting true? Lang Ziyu was even more decadent than Lun Yan, and she felt like she was about to break apart. The blow last night and the magical story that Lun Yan just played made Lang Ziyu feel like she was on the verge of death, but it turned out to be a positive outcome. Is it true? Lun Yan was too lazy to explain the science, so he just did it for real. There's a next one, are you still going to watch it? Lun Yan continued to speak, and suddenly said something. Lang Ziyu's eyes lit up when he heard it. Look, Lun Yan took a deep breath and searched for the next one on his tablet. I'm risking everything this time. Don't take life and death lightly. Lun Yan spoke as he searched. Lang Ziyu nodded gently. How many people in the play wanted to live, but died regretfully? She also wanted to try her best to live, and she wanted revenge. Even if Ji Chengming was dead, the person who killed his family was still there. Xiaoju looked at the two of them from the side and smiled faintly. Just when they were about to immerse themselves in watching the drama, the curse seal on the jade pendant that Lang Ziyu placed aside began to flash and vibrate. Lang Ziyu made an apologetic gesture to Lun Yan, then took the jade pendant. A voice rang out. Butler Lang, something has happened in the palace. Lang Ziyu raised her eyebrows in confusion after hearing this, and Xiaoju beside her also focused her attention because she had just returned from the palace. What happened? The sound of the jade pendant continued to ring. The entire palace has been sealed off. All the palace's priests and elders have been dispatched. Now, only entry is allowed but not exit. News has also been blocked. What preparations do we need to make? Xiaoju walked over and waved his hand, and Lang Ziyu nodded. It's okay, just keep going and carry on with business as usual. Yes. Lang Ziyu ended the call, and Xiaoju spoke slowly. It's Lin Ao. He's in the palace right now. He's the one who caused all this noise. Lun Yan and Lang Ziyu both looked at Xiaoju in surprise. I didn't expect that they would cause trouble in the palace as soon as they went out. Lang Ziyu felt Lin Ao's power more intuitively. I guess Xiaoju is not that simple either. Don't worry, you know Lin Ao. Even if the palace is blown up, he will be fine. Xiaoju was bored, so he lay down on the bed next to them. Lun Yan nodded. She was not worried at all. In her heart, Lin Ao had long been invincible. Go. Lun Yan pointed his finger and it officially began. But other places in Hongguo were not as relaxed as they were, and there were turmoil everywhere. The parents of the empress and all the concubines were summoned to the palace, and some were invited personally by the attendants. For example, the queen's family, the two elderly people are both almost 80 years old. Along the way, they asked what was going on, but the offering ignored them. Logically speaking, no matter how high the status of the worshippers in the past, they would not have such an attitude. After all, they were the queen's parents. Then, their mood became heavier. Uncle Ji, don't worry. I am not your enemy, but your most loyal partner. Lin Ao was drinking with Ji Wucheng in a palace. After drinking, the way they addressed each other changed. After all, Lin Ao didn't want to be enemies with their Ji family. Explain what needs to be explained. Haha, little friend Lin, I believe what you said. After all, with your current strength, you are more than capable of entering and leaving the palace freely. What Ji Wucheng said was true. With Lin Ao's strength, how many people in Hong Kingdom could be his enemy? Even Ji Wucheng himself didn't dare to confront Lin Ao head-on, and he really died if he wasn't careful. This destiny energy, is what you call national destiny. It is being used by someone in a higher position. Lin Ao pointed to the sky. Ji Wucheng was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Tenmu. Lin Ao raised an eyebrow. Above Shenwu is Tianwu. Is there such a realm? Control the rules, have an infinite lifespan, and have the power to create the world. This is a legend, is what you said true, my friend? Ji Wucheng was so excited that his face turned a little red. Real. Lin Ao nodded. Indeed, Destiny was about controlling the rules and having an infinite lifespan. As for the creation of the world, he didn't know. It is probably just the imagination of the people in this world about the Tianwu realm. Ouch! Ji Wucheng jumped up. Then he immediately sat down again carefully. My friend, will that adult hear it? Ji Wucheng looked at Lin Ao and whispered softly, everything must be done very cautiously now. She should be able to hear it, if she pays attention to this side. Lin Ao nodded. Indeed, if Tianming paid attention to him, he would have heard it. Lord Tianwu, I, Ji Wucheng, will not ask the reason. If you need it, just take this national destiny. After Ji Wucheng finished speaking, he knelt on the ground and bowed towards the void. Lin Ao didn't stop him, so that he would feel more at ease. And why did Ji Wucheng trust Lin Ao so much? Because he knew that there was no need for Lin Ao to lie at all. Tell him that he can rest assured about the fate of the Hong family. Uncle Ji, that gentleman has replied. He said that you can rest assured about the fate of your Hong family. Lin Ao's words stunned Ji Wucheng, and he became even more excited. The head bangs loudly. Destiny, how long will it take? Soon. Tianming disappeared again after he finished speaking. Uncle Ji, that's enough. Tianming, cough, Lady Tianwu has gone back to practice. She said it will be over soon. After Lin Ao finished speaking, Ji Wucheng slowly stood up. He was foresighted and did not forcefully confront Lin Ao, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 313, Death and Failure. At this time, the night had become extremely dark, but the palace was still brightly lit, as bright as day. Miserable screams were heard everywhere, one after another, and heads fell to the ground one after another. The scene was horrific. Ji Chengxian had completely fallen into a killing frenzy, his eyes bloodshot. The princes and princesses were trembling and kneeling on the ground in terror. Blood was drawn from each of them, and the priest used mysterious magic to verify their blood relationship with Ji Chengxian. Fortunately, after rigorous examination by the priests, it was confirmed that they were all descendants of Ji Chengxian. In this regard, Ji Chengxian finally got some comfort. However, whenever he thought of Xiao Fan indulging in pleasure, singing and laughing in his harem every night, the surging hatred involuntarily filled his whole body. He looked at his former wives who were kneeling on the ground with faces as pale as paper. Suddenly, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. Xiao Fan. At the same time, Xiao Fan's situation was actually extremely bad. Although the bleeding of his broken limbs had stopped, the piercing pain still existed and did not ease at all. Lin Ao, kill me if you dare. He kept roaring, his voice almost hoarse, but this sound was only audible to him, because Lin Ao used a powerful energy shield to completely isolate him, and people outside could only see his distorted and hideous expression. Lin Ao completely ignored Xiao Fan and Ji Wucheng and drank with them all night long. However, staying up all night is not a big deal for strong people like them, it is just a piece of cake. Little friend Lin, I have carefully prepared a room for you to stay and rest. Ji Wucheng and Lin Ao looked at the rising sun together, both with expressions of great satisfaction on their faces. As for Xiao Fan, he stared at Lin Ao's back with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to kill Lin Ao with just his eyes. Haha, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Ji. Lin Ao was not polite at all. Since he planned to stay here for a few days, having a comfortable environment would naturally make people feel more at ease. At this time, Ji Chengxian had already gone to the morning court. A group of ministers stood trembling in the hall, completely unaware of what had happened in the palace last night. Ji Chengxian's face was as gloomy as if carrying thunderous rage. Oral orders came out of his mouth one after another. Everyone in the court of the entire Hong Kingdom was shocked. Except for Ji Chengyun, the queen's family was almost wiped out. At the same time, many royal relatives were dealt with by Ji Chengxian's order. On this day, countless heads fell in the Hong Kingdom. During this period, he also found out about Ji Chengming's disappearance. Ji Chengming's mother could not bear the huge pressure and revealed Ji Chengming's life experience. She was then sentenced to death by Ji Chengxian on the spot. Not long after Lin Ao entered the room, a notification came from outside. Senior Lin. Junior requests an audience. Ji Chengxian hurried over after the court meeting. The priests and guards who came with Ji Chengxian all knelt on the ground with Ji Chengxian. Just last night, they witnessed with their own eyes the terrifying power of Lin Ao. This made them feel like insignificant ants. Come in. Lin Ao's calm voice sounded, and Ji Chengxian stood up and walked into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Fan with all 4 limbs broken hanging on a tree. At this moment, Ji Chengxian could no longer suppress the surging anger in his heart. He drew his sword, and terrifying power was instantly concentrated on the sword. Ji Chengxian was like thunder, stabbing towards Xiao Fan at lightning speed. When Xiao Fan saw Ji Chengxian stabbing at him, a wanton smile appeared on his face. He thought that he could finally be free. His eyes were dark and deep. He firmly believed that if he died this time, he would definitely have a chance to be resurrected as long as that adult was still alive. He showed a sarcastic smile, and when he was resurrected next time, he would definitely return as a king. He wanted to make sure that Lin Ao and everyone in the Hong Kingdom died without a burial place. Their bones would be crushed to dust and their ashes would be scattered. As the tip of the sword got closer and closer, Xiao Fan's smile became more and more arrogant and wanton. However, his smile soon froze on his face. The tip of the sword stopped about 1 millimeter away from Xiao Fan's eyes. A transparent wall of air prevented the sword tip from moving forward. The tip of the sword in front of Xiao Fan suddenly burst out with extremely violent sparks. Ji Chengxian's face turned red as blood, and his veins were exposed. He used all his strength, but he couldn't move the tip of the sword forward even a little bit. Lin Ao, it's you again, damn it, Lin Ao, damn it. Xiao Fan looked like a madman at this moment. His scarlet eyes were fixed on the tightly closed door, and he kept cursing angrily in that direction. Shut up. An extremely cold voice suddenly sounded. Ji Chengxian's sword broke into pieces in an instant, and a red slap mark appeared on Xiao Fan's face. Then, more than a dozen broken teeth came out of his mouth. The severe pain once again mercilessly attacked Xiao Fan's body. A powerful force surged over and enveloped Xiao Fan again. He screamed silently again, his face becoming extremely hideous with pain. Senior Lin, I lost my mind for a moment, please forgive me. At this moment, Ji Chengxian also woke up. He knelt down on the ground in front of the door in panic. The door slowly opened, Lin Ao walked out, and a gentle force instantly lifted Ji Chengxian up. As the ruler of a country, don't kneel down so easily in the future. Lin Ao spoke in a calm tone with an indifferent expression, while Ji Chengxian nodded gratefully. Kneeling before the divine martial god was actually not a big deal. What could a king of a country do? In their eyes, they were all like ants. I understand your feelings, but Xiao Fan possesses the ability to resurrect. If we let him die now, he might be resurrected somewhere else one day. Ji Chengxian was extremely shocked by what Lin Ao said. This was the first time he heard of the resurrection technique. Isn't this a method possessed by immortals? Does Xiao Fan actually have such ability? After a few days, I am absolutely sure that I can completely destroy his soul. Then I will hand him over to you so that you can vent your anger. Lin Ao then began to explain in detail, and Ji Chengxian now respected Lin Ao even more. Thank you, senior. In this way, Lin Ao stayed in the palace for a few days, and was served with good wine and delicious food every day. Finally one morning, Lin Ao opened his eyes and saw a beautiful figure standing outside the yard. Chapter 314, Body Destruction and Soul Annihilation. Have you recovered? As soon as Lin Ao saw the graceful figure from behind, he immediately recognized that this person was Tianming, whom he had not seen for many days. Today, she actually walked straight outside, which really surprised Lin Ao. Well, that's enough. I can replenish it again after it recovers for a while. Tianming turned around, and her stunningly beautiful face would always shock Lin Ao every time it came into his eyes. Unfortunately, his face was cold and expressionless, giving people the feeling of being kept at a distance. I still like the way you looked when you were a child. Not as cold as you are now. Lin Ao stared at Tianming's cold face and muttered to himself in his heart. Suddenly, 2 familiar golden palms flew out from behind Tianming, and Lin Ao closed his eyes instantly. The slap that he had expected did not seem to fall. Lin Ao carefully opened his eyes and saw a little girl standing beside him. Lin Ao stared at the little girl in front of him with his mouth wide open. This. What are you looking at? Go and deal with Xiao Fan. Tianming gave Lin Ao a fierce look, then jumped lightly and sat on Lin Ao's shoulder. Lin Ao hurriedly supported her firmly. At this time, Lin Ao didn't dare to say a word. He was afraid that if he provoked Tianming, she would hide in his mind forever and never come out again. Lin Ao smiled faintly and woke Xiao Fan up with a handsome slap. Xiao Fan opened his eyes weakly and saw Lin Ao looking at him with a smile on his face. A delicate little girl was sitting on his shoulder. Lin Ao, and you brought your and Ji Wanqing's offspring here. Xiao Fan cursed profusely, mistakenly thinking that Tianming was the child of Lin Ao and Ji Wanqing. Lin Ao looked at Xiao Fan in shock. As the ancients said, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Damn, once you say that, you're really doomed to die. Lin Ao glanced at Tianming on his shoulder, only to see her looking at Xiao Fan with a cold face. She lightly tapped her finger, and Xiao Fan's whole body suddenly convulsed, his face distorted with extreme pain. Lin Ao, take action. His soul cannot escape and will be shattered along with his body. Tianming said coldly. No hurry, I promised someone to hand it over to him. It's just right, so I don't have to dirty my hands. Lin Ao smiled faintly, and with a grasp of the air, Xiao Fan was lifted up by him. Tianming frowned slightly, and his pretty face puffed up a little. He dared to slander you like that. We can't let him die so easily, right? Lin Ao looked at the cute Tianming and felt a little funny. It turned out that the little girl's destiny was more real. Tianming did not reply, which was considered as his agreement with Lin Ao's statement. Lin Ao, with Tianming and Xiao Fan, sensed Ji Chengxian's location and flew over. At this time, Ji Chengxian was attending the morning court. He had seen so many people, and the subsequent processing work was extremely complicated. He suddenly raised his head and hurriedly left the hall. The ministers were all very surprised. However, no one dared to ask too many questions and stayed in the hall obediently. Senior Lin. Ji Chengxian saw Lin Ao in the air and was about to kneel down, but was held up by Lin Ao. No need for formalities. I'll leave Xiao Fan to you. His soul is sealed, his body is destroyed, and his spirit is annihilated. You can proceed without worries. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he threw Xiao Fan in the air in front of Ji Chengxian. Xiao Fan groaned in pain. He was really panicked at this moment. He remembered what Lin Ao said. He moved his broken limbs and wanted to escape. At this time, his face was covered with tears and snot, and he no longer had the arrogant look he had before. No, you can't do this, Lin Ao, no. Xiao Fan stumbled and crawled, his face full of despair. Bang! Xiao Fan was stomped hard to the ground by someone. Now it's time to settle things between us, Xiao Fan. Ji Chengxian's face was fierce and he had a sinister smile on his face. No damn it, Lin Ao ah. Xiao Fan let out a terrible scream. Lin Ao glanced at him indifferently and then left the palace. Uncle Ji, I'm leaving first. I'm going out with that master. Lin Ao looked at a corner, shouted something, and then disappeared without a trace. Ji Wucheng walked out from a corner with an excited look on his face. He saw the little girl on Lin Ao's shoulder. That immense power must be Lord Tianwu. He knelt down in the direction where Lin Aofei was going. Tian Ming, you said you chased destiny for 600 years last time, and Xiao Fan has been here for nearly 60 years. What about destiny? And what about Chu Tian? How many years have they spent here? Lin Ao flew towards Yuchen Garden with Tianming and raised the questions in his heart. The time tunnel distorted time. I struggled with fate for a long time inside. The time here should be about 30 years since I last left. It's supposed that fate has already arrived in this world for 30 years. And what about Chu Tian? He wasn't here when I arrived. I guess fate brought him here after I left. Tianming sensed the passage of time in this world and gave an explanation. So what about the time in our original world now? Is there a difference? Lin Ao was currently concerned about this question. If 100 years on one side equaled 1 year there, wouldn't it take 100 years to bring Wanqing and the others over? Even though Li Jing was using black technology to quickly improve their strength, it would still take time. If it's the other way around, it would be even worse. If they only remembered to build the turning space after being here for a year, wouldn't they have been waiting for Lin Ao for 100 years? He would have a great-grandson by then. Wait for me a moment. Tianming did not answer Lin Ao's question. She suddenly turned into a point of light and returned to Lin Ao's body. Lin Ao looked at the disappearing Tianming in astonishment, but he did not rush to ask. Trust that fate will work it out. After a while, Lin returned to Yuchen Garden. Lin Ao pushed the door open and walked in. He saw 3 women with different roles leaning neatly against the bed, crying bitterly. He was stunned for a moment. What are you guys doing? Lin Ao walked over hurriedly without knowing why. Only then did they realize that the tablet computer that Lu Nian brought was placed in front of the 3 of them. Woo woo woo, Lin Ao, you're back. Lun Yen sniffed and looked at Lin Ao. Xiaoju and Leng Ziyu also looked at Lin Ao with red eyes. You guys are watching a drama. Lin Ao rolled his eyes speechlessly. Just now, he thought something had happened to them. Is everything done? Xiaoju picked up a handkerchief, wiped her tears and got off the bed. Well, Tianming has also awakened, but she still has some things to deal with. Then Lun Yen and Leng Ziyu also came over, and they sat at the table. Lin Ao began to explain what had happened to him in the palace during these days. Xiao Fan is here too. Then Yi Chen and Lin Feng shouldn't be here too, right? After all, when we killed him, we never considered destroying their souls as well. This is too unreal. Lun Yen looked at Lin Ao in amazement, while Xiaoju was thinking about something. Leng Ziyu had no idea what they were talking about the whole time. Because they are speaking Chinese. Chapter 315. We'll be reunited soon. Lin Ao, I have arranged everything. Tianming's voice sounded in his mind, and Lin Ao stopped talking. Is it a turning point? As soon as Lin Ao opened his mouth, a light appeared on his forehead and a little girl appeared in front of everyone. Holding a golden ball in his hand. Sister Tianming. Lun Yen looked at Tianming in surprise. She didn't expect that she would appear. She walked to Tianming excitedly and wanted to pick her up, but finally withdrew her hands in disappointment. Tianming smiled at Lun Yen. Let's connect to the original world. By observing the passage of time there, we can clearly understand the corresponding time ratio. Lin Ao, Lun Yen and Xiaoju all showed excitement in their eyes. Can they meet Jiyu Wanqing and the others? I've started to miss them since I came out these few days, and I really want them all to come over. Leng Ziyu's face was still full of confusion. Tianming also saw Leng Ziyu, and a dazzling golden energy suddenly hit her face. Leng Ziyu's heart started beating wildly because of the power unleashed by the little girl who suddenly appeared. Do you think this is to silence you? Fix it, so it looks better. Tianming spoke calmly, but Lin Ao keenly noticed Tianming's subtle expression. There was no doubt that she wanted to help Leng Ziyu return to her former appearance, but she was a little arrogant. At this moment, Leng Ziyu felt a warmth on her face, and even a slight itchy sensation. She quickly reached out to touch her face. Could it be that something had happened to her already scarred face? However, when her fingers touched her face, the usual bumpy and uneven feeling of the wounds disappeared completely, replaced by an incomparable smoothness. Could this be an illusion? This is. Leng Ziyu anxiously touched her entire face carefully, and she found that it was indeed not her illusion. Those hideous scars disappeared. The scar that had accompanied him for more than 10 years actually disappeared. Is that the little girl who suddenly appeared? Lun Yen took out a mirror from the side and handed it over, giving Leng Ziyu a reassuring smile. Lin Ao also stared at Leng Ziyu intently. He had thought that Leng Ziyu would be quite beautiful after her appearance recovered. However, the huge contrast was too great, far beyond Lin Ao's imagination, and made him feel extremely shocked. Leng Ziyu took the mirror from Lun Yen and looked into it. She stared at herself in the mirror infatuatedly. Many years had passed, and she had long been accustomed to her ugly appearance. It was also because of this appearance that she successfully avoided many things. Now it has disappeared without a trace. The scars that had accompanied me for so long were finally gone. She gently stroked her smooth and delicate skin, gazed at the stunning face in the mirror, and couldn't help but shed a line of tears. What happened in the past few days gave her too many strong shocks, one after another. It was overwhelming for her, but overall it seemed that all that happened were good things. First of all, the appearance of Lin Ao awakened her, who had been blinded by lies for many years. One of her enemies was also dead. Then, Lun Yen's care and concern in the past few days made her feel a little warmth. The TV series was interesting and novel, and now her appearance has been restored. Leng Ziyu looked at the mirror and showed a happy and sweet smile. Everything seems so unreal, as if I am living in a dream. Lin Ao, let's get started. Tianming's words successfully drew their attention here again. Lin Ao looked at Tianming with excitement. Tianming slowly suspended the golden sphere in his hand into the air, and then the golden ball of light produced a strong energy fluctuation. It slowly grew larger, and with it as the center, a giant circular golden screen gradually formed in front of the sphere. Gradually, the originally blurry picture began to become clear. What is shown in the picture is Lin Ao's manner. The camera gradually approaches and arrives at the door of the house. You can talk and let them come out. Lin Ao nodded after hearing this. Wanqing, Eunuch, you bastards! Lin Ao shouted loudly, and then the door of the house was opened instantly. The person who opened the door was Lin Yi. He looked at the huge circular screen in front of him with great surprise and saw Lin Ao on the screen. When Lin Ao saw Lin Yi, he also showed a gentle smile. Mom, it's Dad, there's another beautiful woman by his side. After being surprised, Lin Yi turned around and shouted loudly towards the house. Lin Ao's originally gentle smile froze on his face in an instant. Fine, fine, you little bastard. If I wait for you to come over here, you'll be dead. As a result, Jiyu Wanqing did not come out, but all of Lin Ao's children ran over. Dad, is that beautiful sister our new mother? Lin Yuan also threw a punch, but Lin Ao maintained his smile. Xiaoju and Lu Nian narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ao. This was very consistent with Lin Ao's character. However, Leng Ziyu did not really do anything. Yuaner, am I that kind of person? Lin Ao spoke gently, while Lin Yi, Lin Yuan, Lin Zan, Lin Qian and the others all looked at each other. It seemed to be telling Lin Ao, Dad, you are not that kind of person, then how did you get so many brothers and sisters? Okay, stop being weird. Where's your mom? And how long has it been since we left? Lin Ao couldn't stand their suspicious looks. 2 days. Lin Yi answered Lin Ao's question, and Lin Ao lowered his head to calculate. It took him about 6 days to get here, and 2 days to get there, so the time difference should be about 3. Not long after, Lin Ao saw Jiyu Wanqing and the others coming out. It felt like a long time had passed in just these few days. How have you been these past 2 days? Did you miss me? Lin Ao looked at Jiyu Wanqing, Qin Yun, Lu Mengan and others and felt a little moved. Puff. Jiyu Wanqing couldn't help laughing when she saw Lin Ao. What do you think? Looking at your clothes, it seems like you were in ancient times. Everyone began to notice that the clothes worn by Lin Ao and the others were really similar to Hanfu. Then Lin Ao slowly explained what happened here to them. Tisk, that bastard Xiao Fan is actually over there too. Jiyu Wanqing, Qin Yun, Sha Qianj and other women all showed disgust and contempt on their faces. Yeah, but he has no chance. If destiny takes action, can he still survive? Tianming, who was standing by, saw that Lin Ao actually cue her, and she raised her head slightly. Master Tianming, have the spatial nodes been arranged? Jiyu Wanqing looked at Tianming respectfully, and Tianming nodded. After the communication ends, this golden ball will be the trigger for transporting you to the turning point. You can use it at any time after you reach Zhengwu. I will sense it when you activate it. Tianming spoke lightly. Jiyu Wanqing and the others, as well as Lin Ao, all showed expressions of surprise. Lin Ao, Li Jing has built a space training room with a time flow ratio of 1:100. We will all go in there tomorrow to start special training. I believe we will be able to reunite with you soon. This news from Jiyu Wanqing was what made Lin Ao most excited. Wait for us. Well, I'll wait for you. After the two sides ended the call, Lin Ao looked at Tianming with gratitude. He didn't expect that the first thing she would do after her strength recovered was to help him. I did these things quietly. Tianming seemed to be unable to bear Lin Ao's gaze and turned his head away. Leng Ziyu was still confused because she really couldn't understand Chinese. Chapter 316 Destiny's Hobby. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ao immediately turned around and cast his gaze at Leng Ziyu. Leng Ziyu, you are free now, you can leave at any time. Lin Ao switched to the language of this world, but what he said made Leng Ziyu's heart suddenly tighten. Leave. Leng Ziyu spoke with a bewildered look on her face. Was she really free? In fact, not at all. Even now, she could not be considered free. She harbored hatred in her heart. It was hatred from her family, and she still had an enemy that had not yet been dealt with. Master, can I stay? Leng Ziyu suddenly knelt on her knees, tears already streaming down her cheeks. Ziyu wants revenge. I want revenge with all my heart. Leng Ziyu lowered her head. She knew very well in her heart that people like Lin Ao were not ordinary people. They were thousands of times stronger than Ji Chengming. She must rely on their strength to successfully take revenge. Lu Nian tried to help her up, but Leng Ziyu refused to get up and remained kneeling. Lin Ao closed his eyes and fell into deep thought for a moment. Master, I am willing to pay any price. As long as it allows me to have revenge. Leng Ziyu's tone was extremely firm. She raised her head with red eyes. She directly called Lin Ao, Master. Her eyes showed both fear of Lin Ao and deep hatred for the person who hurt her. You don't need to call me master. It's okay for you to stay. Lin Ao spoke calmly, saying that it would not be a bad idea to keep Lang Ziyu and ask her to help collect some information about the state of Chu. He couldn't just rush to the state of Chu to find Chu Tian like a reckless man without any strategy. You must have been in charge of intelligence work at Yuchen Garden in the past, right? Lin Ao still asked in that calm tone, and Lang Ziyu nodded hurriedly. She looked quite excited at the moment. As long as Lin Ao could agree to let her stay, it would be enough for her. In the past, you were supposed to be gathering intelligence on the Han Kingdom, but right now, what I urgently need is information about the Chu Kingdom, specifically the Chu Emperor. Do you have the ability to accomplish this? Lin Ao was currently eager for a large amount of information about the state of Chu. He wanted to find out what Chu Tian had done in the past 30 years, and whether Mingwu and others around him were still there. Of course, we already had spies in Chu, but our focus has always been on Hong. I've deployed all our personnel to Hong, and I believe we'll have news soon. Lang Ziyu spoke with great excitement. Just as she was about to kowtow, a gentle force instantly lifted her up gently. Lin Ao waved his hand and said, "Don't be so polite next time. I'm really not used to others kneeling to me. There's no need for such etiquette in my place. Of course, enemies are a different matter." Lin Ao looked at Lang Ziyu with a smile. Lang Ziyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled as well. "Then I will go down and make arrangements. Master, please wait for my news." Lang Ziyu found the veil and put it back on her face, then left. "Xiao Ju, can you try to contact Mingwu and the others now? Use the communication method between you in this world." Lin Ao turned his gaze to Xiao Ju. Although Xiao Ju had been blocked by the orders sent by the scavenger in the original world, Lin Ao still had the idea of giving it a try. "Let me try." Xiao Ju nodded in response, and then a red energy appeared in his hand, flying straight through the roof and into the sky. After a long time, Xiao Ju shook his head and Lin Ao sighed. "Is this the result? Do you want to contact fate?" Tianming looked at Lin Ao and Xiao Ju. "Can you connect with fate?" Lin Ao looked at Tianming in surprise. "But are you mentally prepared?" Tianming did not directly answer Lin Ao, but the content of her words already showed that she could indeed connect with fate. "He doesn't know I'm back yet, but a fight with him shouldn't be a big problem right now. I'm just worried he'll run away mid-fight." Lin Ao's heart was initially moved, but after hearing Tianming's words, he finally decided to give up. What if he ran away again? Wouldn't that mean he would have to spend more time chasing after him? Let's wait and see what information Lang Ziyu has. Then I'll go get rid of his agents, and you go get him. Clear division of labor. Lin Ao smiled and believed that it wouldn't take long. Tianming nodded, then put his hand on Lin Ao's shoulder. Lun Yan looked at the little kid Tianming sitting on Lin Ao's shoulder, then looked at his own shoulder, feeling a little discouraged. He looked at Lin Ao with longing eyes. "Lin Ao, seize the destiny of this world." Tianming sat on Lin Ao's shoulder, and that soft voice sounded slowly. "What do you mean? You want to absorb all that destiny energy, right?" Lin Ao looked at Tianming, who was as small as a bean, and couldn't help wondering, is this asking him to go to another country and kill the emperor? "Well, you and I both absorbed them. Fate is also plundering this energy, otherwise he wouldn't have established a nation. Now, you actually have the initial qualifications to challenge him." Tianming looked at Lin Ao with a very serious expression. "I told you that you will surpass our existence. Your foundation has already been laid in your original world. The remaining destiny energy here will be your nourishment and will greatly accelerate your growth." As Tianming spoke, her pupils slowly lit up with golden light. She slowly and gently placed her soft fingers on Lin Ao's forehead. Lin Ao suddenly felt an extremely warm and vast power continuously flowing into his body. The bottleneck encountered during the previous absorption seemed to be directly broken through under the guidance of the power of destiny. Now you can absorb it without any scruples, and slowly you will understand the profound meaning within. Tianming returned to its normal state, but Lin Ao was still in that mysterious and indescribable state. Lin Ao estimated that it would take a very long time. "Can I watch the show together?" Suddenly, Tianming looked at Lun Yan and Xiao Ju. Lun Yan was stunned for a moment, then immediately came to his senses. "Sure, I'm welcome too." Lun Yan jumped up with excitement. In the past, she was always needed by others, but now when she saw such a small Tianming, an inexplicable impulse always surged in her heart. Now that Lin Yi and the others have grown up, there is no one she can manipulate. And Xiaoju has already prepared the position. What do you want to see? Lun Yan took the tablet and looked at Tianming excitedly. Animation. Tianming's neck was a little red. She hadn't looked at it properly for many years. In the past, she would hide in Lin Ao's body and entertain herself. There was a gleam in Lun Yan's eyes. Whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally, she actually picked up Tianming and put him on her lap. Then he placed the tablet in front of Tianming and asked her to choose. Xiaoju was sweating profusely as he watched from the side. Fortunately, Tianming didn't seem to be disgusted. Instead, she started to choose with a focused expression. Chapter 317 Cat Girl. The next morning, Lin Ao slowly woke up from his deep sleep. He clearly felt that there was an extremely powerful and shocking force contained in his body at this moment. His mind moved slightly, and he saw a trace of golden energy quietly emerging in his palm. Gradually, the golden energy turned into the shape of a cat. Then, a stream of red energy slowly emerged from his left hand and gradually injected into the body of the kitten. Its body gradually became clear from transparent, and a pure black kitten appeared in front of Lin Ao. The power in Lin Ao's body continued to flow into it until he was exhausted. Wait until all the energy around it has been absorbed. The black kitten slowly opened its eyes, then slowly fell from the air, rubbing around Lin Ao affectionately. Is this creating life? This is one of the skills that Lin Ao comprehended after breaking through the bottleneck and combining destiny and fate. Meow. Lin Ao stared at the cat, his inner shock reaching an indescribable level. He had only been trying it out, never having imagined it would actually work. This is really too outrageous. Lin Ao reached out and stroked it gently. The feeling was very good. Moreover, this cat did not shed hair, had a gentle personality, and would not bite at all. No. These are not the main points. The most important thing is that it is indeed alive, a living being. You can also give it language and corresponding abilities, but the power consumed is not what you can provide at the moment. Tianming's clear and pleasant voice sounded at the right time, and she was seen floating leisurely beside Lin Ao with a tablet in her arms. For example, Tianming stretched out his finger and lightly tapped it, and a brilliant golden energy containing mysterious power instantly flew into the kitten's body. Lin Ao watched Tianming's actions intently, and saw that the kitten's eyes suddenly lit up with a deep green light. After a while, the light in the kitten's eyes slowly faded, and then it turned its gaze to Lin Ao. Master Meow. Shockingly, the little black cat actually spoke. Could this be what Destiny had just said? Granting it the corresponding special abilities. Fuck, this charcoal thing actually spoke. Destiny. Lin Ao was so shocked that his mouth opened wide and his jaw seemed to drop to the ground. Can I not call you Haydn, Master Meow? The little black cat instantly looked a little aggrieved, and its expression looked extremely aggrieved, it was so human. Xiaoju and Lun Yan, who were originally sleepy in bed, were also woken up by the noise made by Lin Ao. Last night they watched cartoons with Tianming. It was not until that moment that they realized that Tianming was actually a big cartoon fan. As they watched, they both fell asleep without realizing it. The two of them hurriedly got out of bed and walked over. When they saw a little black cat sitting upright in front of Lin Ao, all their sleepiness disappeared instantly. What do you want to be called? Are you a boy or a girl? Lin Ao asked, saying that when he created it, he didn't pay attention to whether he had set the key factor of gender for it. I'm a girl, master. Meow. After the little black cat finished speaking, it actually rolled its eyes at Lin Ao. Such a human expression made Lun Yan and Xiaoju so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Did I watch too many cartoons last night, causing hallucinations so early in the morning? Creating life is extremely energy intensive and not something that can be accomplished easily. You were simply lucky this time. Tianming looked at Lin Ao calmly. This was one of the important reasons why she believed that Lin Ao could surpass her in fate. Even after Destiny absorbed all the energy of Heaven's fate, he could not achieve such a perfect fusion as Lin Ao. She verified it herself. It can only be said that even Tianming finds it difficult to understand the composition of Lin Ao's body. Moreover, Lin Ao actually succeeded in creating a living kitten on the first try. In fact, she was extremely shocked in her heart. She pretended to be calm and said those words just to prevent Lin Ao from being too proud and complacent. Ah! Lun Yan rushed over and hugged the little black cat tightly. How about you call me Haimaru from now on? Lun Yen rubbed the little black cat with all his might and changed its name without permission. For a moment, the little black cat was dizzy and at a loss as to what to do. Don't call me Xiao He Wan, it doesn't sound nice, meow. Even though he was dizzy at the moment, the little black cat still protested firmly. After all, this is related to its future name. That's called Mo Ling. How is it? The hair color is like black, full of spirituality. Lun Yen then took another deep breath. Unexpectedly, the little black cat actually thought about it seriously and then nodded in agreement. Lin Ao, Mo Ling will follow me from now on. Lun Yen hugged Mo Ling tightly and refused to let go. Mo Ling was sucked so hard by Lun Yen that she was almost unable to resist. She could only collapse in Lun Yen's arms, feeling like she was suffocating. Meow. Lin Ao just came back to his senses at this moment, however, he was still deeply immersed in the state of extreme shock that he had just created a life. Can destiny still grant me the abilities I imagine in my mind? Lin Ao completely ignored Lun Yen, and instead turned his anxious gaze to Tianming. At this time, Tianming looked at Lin Ao with suspicion. Lin Ao, I like catgirls myself, but the energy consumption is quite huge. Tianming's words made Lin Ao stunned. What on earth had he just heard? He actually heard the word, cat food, from Tianming's mouth. However, Lun Yen and Xiao Ju were not surprised at all. Since they knew that Tianming was a serious cartoon fan, no matter what she said, it seemed extremely reasonable. I mean to give it the ability to fight, to be able to grow to be smaller and so on. Of course, as you said, cat girls are not absolutely impossible. Lin Ao had never thought about this aspect before. If she really became a cat girl, wouldn't it be introducing a whole new species into reality? Suddenly, Lin Ao looked at Mo Ling in Lun Yen's arms with excitement. Mo Ling noticed Lin Ao's gaze, which made her shudder involuntarily, so she snuggled even harder into Lun Yen's arms. Just when everyone was still in heated discussion, there was a knock on Lin Ao's door. I think it should be Leng Ziyu. After opening the door, Leng Ziyu was standing respectfully in front of the door, and then pushed a food cart in. Master the Emperor of Hong, Ji Chengxian requests an audience. Chapter 318, Plundering National Destiny. Lin Ao did not show much surprise when he heard Leng Ziyu's report. He nodded slightly and followed Leng Ziyu all the way, finally arriving at an extremely luxurious conference hall. When the door was slowly opened, Lin Ao saw Ji Chengxian and Ji Wucheng inside. Senior Lin, little friend Lin, there were no other guards around the two of them, they were the only two in the room. Lin Ao smiled and nodded slightly, as he happened to have something he needed to find them for. Their arrival this time saved Lin Ao the trouble of making another trip to the palace. Ji Chengxian's complexion is now obviously better than before. He must have vented his anger towards Xiao Fan in various ways. Moreover, all related news has been blocked, and the families that were dealt with were all charged with treason and collaborating with the enemy. In fact, what Xiao Fan was engaged in was indeed such an activity, but the method he used was to cuckold Ji Chengxian. No need to be so polite. Your visit today shouldn't just be to report to me that Xiao Fan is dead, right? Lin Ao sat down safely. Ji Chengxian and Ji Wucheng looked at each other and nodded in unison. Senior Lin, I sincerely wish to invite you to serve as the protector of our Hong nation. Of course, this isn't about you officially joining our royal family, it's just a title. If the Hong nation were to encounter a formidable enemy, I hope Senior Lin would lend a hand. Our Hong nation is willing to pay any price. In order to die as soon as possible, Xiao Fan revealed a lot of information to Ji Chengxian. Now he doesn't care whether his soul will be annihilated or not, he just doesn't want to endure the torture anymore. Ji Chengxian learned from him that the strength of Chu Tian, the emperor of Chu state, had reached the peak of Xuanwu, and might even be at the same level as Lin Ao, so he came here to ask Lin Ao to protect Hong state once. Haha, you don't have to pay anything for this, because we have already obtained what we need. Lin Ao's eyes suddenly lit up, and the color of his pupils became even deeper. When the two saw the color of Lin Ao's pupils, they suddenly felt an urge to worship him. Then a golden power flashed through their bodies, which gradually weakened the urge. Ji Chengxian, tell me about the specific situation of the countries surrounding Hongguo. Lin Ao withdrew his strength. His words made Ji Wucheng look thoughtful, which made him think of the word, national destiny. Senior Lin, the Hong nation has been in dire straits in recent years, surrounded by enemies. Neighboring nations have been attempting to encroach upon our territory. According to spies, they have secretly colluded with the Chu state. Those foolish people. Once our Han nation is destroyed, the Chu state will no longer have any defenses, and they will surely suffer the consequences. The more Ji Chengxian spoke, the angrier he became. In his opinion, these people only cared about territory and interests, and had no idea of the country's evil ambitions. The Han state happened to separate them from the Chu state. With the vast forest as a natural barrier, it was not easy for the Chu state to launch a large-scale attack. Therefore, the state of Chu encouraged the countries behind the state of Hong to unite and even claimed that it would divide the territory of Hong equally. Once the Hong kingdom disappears, the powerful Chu kingdom will be unstoppable. What a bunch of fools. How is the ranking of national combat power? Lin Ao asked again. After all, the information in Ji Chengming's study was far less clear than what the current emperor of Hong knew. Hong state has the largest territory, followed by Chu state. The territories of other countries are only about half of our two countries. Ji Chengxian said slowly. 20 years ago, when the new emperor of Chu ascended the throne, he severed ties with our Hong kingdom. Our overall combat power is comparable to that of Hong, but when it comes to individual combat power, Chu is far more powerful. Besides the Chu emperor, they also have 5 great priests whose true identities have never been revealed to the public, but their abilities are extremely strange. Could it be that the offerings that Ji Chengxian mentioned are Mingwu and others? We've had several battles on the border. Thanks to our national defense formation, they've been unable to defeat us. So, they've started to incite the other nations surrounding our Hong nation. These 5 nations are Yu, Lan, Yi, Shang, and Yang. As for the other vassal states, I won't go into detail about them. They're all very small nations that rely on the larger nations for survival. The combat strength of these 5 nations is roughly equal. Originally, Yu, Lan, and Yi would pay tribute to our Hong nation every year, but now they have defected to the Chu state. Ji Chengxian's words made Lin Ao close his eyes slightly and fall into deep thought. It seemed that Hong kingdom was now in a dilemma of being surrounded, like wrapping dumplings. What level of cultivation has the top individual in other countries reached? Most are at the Zhenwu realm, with only a very few reaching the Xuanwu realm. And there are almost no Shenwu realms, with only the Chu and Hong kingdoms existing. When Ji Chengxian said this, Ji Wucheng unconsciously sat up straight. His strength was indeed something to be proud of in this world, but it was still a little behind Lin Ao. Lin Ao nodded, indicating that he understood. I happened to be looking for you this time because of the matter concerning the neighboring countries, Brother Ji. That lord needs to plunder their national fortunes. Lin Ao stated his purpose, and Ji Wucheng's pupils shrank slightly. It was exactly as he thought, related to the country's destiny. He also thought that it should be related to that heavenly warrior. This must be what she meant. Ji Chengxian, who was standing by, didn't know about the existence of Tianming and was still confused. However, when Lin Ao called out, "Sir, the strength of this person," Ji Chengxian felt a little scared just thinking about it. Little friend Lin, does that gentleman mean to help us destroy the surrounding countries? Ji Wucheng looked at Lin Ao expectantly. If it was really the adult he thought of who took action, his Hong kingdom would have nothing to worry about. We will take action, but it will take some time. Some of my partners will be here soon. Lin Ao wanted to bring Ji Yuanqing, Long Aotian and others over, and then let his children train here. They were also the ones who carried the destiny, so they would also gain rapid energy growth in the war. They can also plunder the destiny energy here and use it. Ji Wucheng and Ji Chengxian's eyes lit up when they heard Lin Ao's companion. It seems that the anger that has been suppressed for so many years can finally be released. And as for the state of Chu, Ji Chengxian hated it with gnashing teeth. The person behind all this was actually the emperor of Chu. The industry he is in now was run by that evil creature. He turned a blind eye to it before, but he never thought that he would end up nurturing a tiger to harm himself. He has been raising a child for Xiao Fan for so many years. Chapter 319. Be careful, your children. Afterwards, the 3 of them discussed some important details seriously and in depth, enjoyed a meal together, and then left. Ji Wucheng never asked to see Tianming, because he knew very well that some rules must not be crossed, otherwise it would cause others to feel disgusted. Being able to get along with Lin Ao in this way is already a very good situation for him. Lin Ao slowly returned to the room on the top floor. At this moment, the 4 women and a little black cat were watching the cartoons attentively. The scene was really magical. This was Leng Ziyu's first time watching an animated film. In the past, she always watched TV series and movies starring real people with Lun Yan. Animated films were a completely new experience for her, but she didn't expect that she would fall in love with them instantly. No one reacted to Lin Ao's return, and they didn't even realize that there was an extra person in the room. It showed how focused they were. Even the little black cat Mo Ling didn't move. Lin Ao quietly passed a divine thought to Xiaoju. Xiaoju, who was originally concentrating on watching cartoons, suddenly blushed. Tianming quietly rolled his eyes and ignored it. Xiaoju made an excuse that she needed to go to the restroom, and quietly stood up and left. The other women did not notice anything unusual, because the story on the tablet had already reached its climax, and they were all staring at the tablet intently. What on earth are you doing in broad daylight? Xiaoju flew to the door, looked at the smiling Lin Ao, and gave him a charming look. I want to. Lin Ao's simple words made Xiaoju blush, and she slapped Lin Ao lightly in an angry manner. Lin Ao led her to the room that Leng Ziyu had specially prepared for him. As soon as they entered the door, the two couldn't wait to hug and kiss passionately. You're already an old married couple, why are you still so impatient? Xiaoju had a gentle smile on her face and looked at Lin Ao softly. Her slender fingers gently stroked Lin Ao's face. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju's beautiful face, which had not changed at all over the years, and his expression was full of tenderness. Then, he slowly and gently embraced Xiaoju in his arms. I know you've had a regret in your heart all these years, right? Lin Ao leaned close to Xiaoju's ear and whispered softly. When Xiaoju heard this, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Xiaoju leaned on Lin Ao's shoulder, feeling a little lost. It was indeed as Lin Ao said. Over the years, she had always been extremely envious of Jiyu Wanqing and others who were able to experience a woman's complete life firsthand. Deep down, she longed to have a child of her own, but then she had no choice but to give up the idea. Since she couldn't get pregnant, loving Lin Ao and Jiyu Wanqing's child was the same as loving her own child. Therefore, Xiaoju takes great care of Jiyu Wanqing and every child of Lin Ao. Many times, those children would rather come to Xiaoju to talk about many things than tell their mother and Lin Ao. For example, which classmates did you teach a lesson in class today, and which bad guys did you deal with on the road? Since they are different from birth, Xiaoju will patiently teach them how to use their own power correctly and guide them to establish correct values. Although she used to be more ruthless than them, she is now completely different from the past. Although Jiyu Wanqing and the others would do the same, the Chinese have their own unique way of educating their children, and the educational process is always interspersed with a kind of harsh punishment like a stick. However, Xiaoju will not do that. She will use her own abilities to create an illusion of the consequences of things for the children, allowing them to personally experience the consequences of abusing power or actually doing this thing, so that they have full understanding, which is equivalent to buying them a lot of regret medicine. Because of this, they are all very happy to talk to Xiaoju and are willing to listen to her teachings. Thinking of this, Xiaoju couldn't help but start missing those lively and cute little kids. Lin Ao gently stroked Xiaoju's back. I think I can make you pregnant this time. Lin Ao's face was filled with smiles as he whispered softly. Xiaoju was stunned for a long time when she heard that, then she looked at Lin Ao with wide eyes. Say it again. Xiaoju's face was full of disbelief, she even suspected that she was hallucinating. You weren't trying to cheer me up on purpose, were you? You always said that different postures would increase the chances and only then did you realize it. Hee. Xiaoju sneered as he spoke. Lin Ao scratched his head awkwardly. He had watched a movie before and remembered what was said in it. Really, there's absolutely no need for me to deliberately coax you about this. Lin Ao's expression immediately turned serious. Last night, I finally figured out why you couldn't get pregnant. You were created by fate. Although you're no different from an ordinary person, the blood flowing through your body is filled with the mysterious and infinite energy of destiny. At that time, although I had reached the level of combining the energy of destiny and fate, it was still far from enough. Lin Ao began to explain slowly. We were in different dimensions back then, I mean in terms of power. The thought of pregnancy was simply unrealistic. That barrier couldn't be broken. But after coming to this world, I ascended to the divine martial realm. Last night, destiny allowed me to completely fuse my life energy, and I gained a profound understanding of many profound mysteries. Lin Ao became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. For example, Mo Ling creates life. Lin Ao showed a brilliant smile, and Xiao Ju was so surprised that he quickly covered his mouth. Before, the gold might not have been able to break through the defense line, but now it's completely different. Before Lin Ao could finish his words, he found that he was already hanging in the air. Xiao Ju suddenly threw him onto the bed. I don't need to know anything else. I just want to experience the process myself and enjoy the results after the process. Xiao Ju's graceful and elegant figure slowly walked to Lin Ao's side. Lin Ao looked at her fiery gaze and couldn't help swallowing. Lin Ao, from now on until tomorrow, you belong to me alone. Lin Ao was greatly shocked by Xiao Ju's charming and enchanting smile. It seems that Xiao Ju has given his all and is firing on all cylinders. A day and a night passed and it was morning again. Lin Ao looked at the sleeping Xiao Ju and went to the top floor. I found that Tianming was the only one looking at the tablet. Where are Lu Nian and the others? Lin Ao asked curiously. They went out shopping, Tianming said as he put down the tablet. Lin Ao, you and Xiao Ju's child. Be careful. What's the meaning? Fate will definitely come and snatch it away. Tianming looked at Lin Ao quietly, and Lin Ao's expression became solemn. Chapter 320 Then what kind of existence are your baby and I? Your child is the perfect fusion of destiny and fate. What do you think this means? Tianming slowly put down the tablet in her hand. What she said startled Lin Ao. This means that this child is the most suitable vessel for fate. If he possesses the child's body, he will be able to obtain the same physique as me, thereby freeing himself from the current constraints. Without the painstaking fusion of the two powers, he can easily achieve the most ideal balance and transform into another completely new existence in one fell swoop. Lin Ao couldn't help but take a breath. At this point, he had already understood the meaning of destiny. Then am I not also his ideal vessel? Doesn't he want to possess me? I was controlled by him before and worked for him. Lin Ao spoke again, but he immediately thought that fate had not yet taken away his power. He had already merged the power of destiny with his power. Then I just hide the child, okay. Yes, at worst, the worst that can happen is to hide the child. By the time fate finds him, maybe his power will be on par with his, right? In fact, the children Yu and Ji Yu Wanqing have already had this tendency, but the child Yu and Xiaoju have is completely different. Xiaoju is an incarnation created by fate. If she gives birth to a life, fate will definitely know. Tianming looked at Lin Ao with a teasing look on his face. Lin Ao fell silent. This experience with Xiaoju, every attack he made was done with great care. Is there no way to completely sever the connection between Xiaoju and fate? Lin Ao still didn't give up and spoke. He felt that Tianming must have other feasible plans, otherwise she should have stopped him and Xiaoju from doing that last night. It was not like now, where he looked at Lin Ao as if he was watching a play. Is there any way to do this? Tianming pinched his chin lightly, and the words he spoke were ambiguous. However, when Lin Ao saw Tianming like this, he felt relieved. It seemed that Tianming really had a way. Lin Ao's expression was very cooperative with Tianming. His face was full of anxiety and uneasiness, and he seemed particularly flustered. Tianming noticed Lin Ao's appearance out of the corner of his eye, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tianming, I know you must have the means and the ability. Please, help me. Lin Ao clasped his hands together and looked at Tianming with an extremely sincere face. Are you scared now? I want to see if you dare to act recklessly again. Keep going. Tianming raised his hands and flew into the air, looking down at Lin Ao condescendingly and arrogantly, with smiles in his eyes. Lin Ao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. From this angle I saw it all. I saw it all. I don't dare to waste time anymore. I don't dare to waste time anymore. Lord Tianming, please tell me what the solution is. Lin Ao kept looking at Tianming from below without looking away. I've already taken care of it. I was just warning you. Don't do whatever you want. Tianming snorted and slowly descended from the sky. Lin Ao was slightly startled. Everything has been dealt with. When did this happen? Do you think I'm like you? During the time Xiaoju stayed with me, I anticipated this day. I had already cleared away all the marks left by fate within her. She has become a completely independent individual. Otherwise, why would I wait until the scavenger showed up to discover Xiaoju's betrayal? Tianming rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. Given Lin Ao's style of doing things, how could she not guess what he would do? Ever since he absorbed Ming Yi last time, she knew that Lin Ao would eventually reach his current height. Then when she met Xiaoju, she understood that sooner or later Xiaoju would be eaten up by Lin Ao. As expected, it was exactly as she had imagined. Tianming knew him better than Lin Ao himself. So you don't have to worry about fate finding out. Lin Ao looked at Tianming in surprise, but Tianming shook his head. When you and your child truly collide head-on with fate, he will immediately recognize your uniqueness. At that time, he will definitely do everything he can to possess you or your child and take over their bodies. Tianming looked at Lin Ao seriously. So, Lin Ao, improve your strength as quickly as possible, absorb all the destiny energy of this world, and find an opportunity to snatch the power from the several destiny clones around Chu Tian. Tianming's words made Lin Ao nod heavily. Don't worry, I can't break the bond I've stomped on in this life. I will definitely fight back with all my might and completely defeat that damned fate. Lin Ao's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and his aura was also surging. Destiny smiled and nodded, then picked up the tablet and continued watching the cartoon on it. By the way, Tianming, can I ask you a question? Lin Ao suddenly spoke. Tianming clicked tentatively again and looked at Lin Ao. What is it? Tianming looked at Lin Ao in confusion. Wasn't he clear and understandable just now? Could there be something he had missed? Let me give you an example. I'm raising this question purely out of academic inquiry. I hope you can understand. Lin Ao looked embarrassed. This was a question that suddenly occurred to him. If he didn't say it out loud, he would feel very uncomfortable, like an ant crawling in his heart. Tell me, what's the problem? Is it about the current use of energy? Tianming looked at Lin Ao curiously and nodded. Yes, it's about the use of energy. Lin Ao thought that this problem was indeed related to the current use of energy. Tianming nodded again and looked at Lin Ao. Can't Xiaoju and I give birth to a life? My child with her can be said to be a new kind of ability user, right? He is also a combination of fate and destiny, right? Tianming listened to Lin Ao's words and nodded, motioning him to continue. Then if you and I can have a baby, what kind of existence will he be? Lin Ao hesitated for a moment, quickly finished his words, then immediately took 2 steps back, put on the defensive, and looked at Tianming nervously. Tianming stared at the tablet, as if he was really thinking about this question. She suddenly smiled, and when Lin Ao saw her smile, he almost ran away. A golden light flashed, and Tianming, who was in the form of a little girl, immediately returned to his original appearance. She was noble and cold, and her perfect face and figure attracted Lin Ao's attention everywhere. So that's the question. I hadn't really thought about it. I guess you'll only know after trying something like this. Tianming gave Lin Ao an unprecedented smile. This was the first time that Lin Ao saw Tianming smiling as an adult. I was distracted for a moment. Then Tianming hooked his jade white finger at Lin Ao. Chapter 321 Congratulations. Lin Ao couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, Tianming showed an unprecedented and extremely attractive temptation in front of Lin Ao. I was just joking. Destiny, haha, it really is like this. I have something to do, I'll leave first. Lin Ao took another step back. His inner reason was urgently reminding him that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Ao, I'm also curious about the answer. Let's verify the result together. To be honest, I'm also looking forward to it. Tianming showed a brilliant smile, and Lin Ao's mind went blank in an instant and he stopped thinking completely. This smile was full of awe-inspiring holiness. The clothes Tianming was wearing gradually began to become transparent. Lin Ao was thinking about escaping in his heart, but his body walked towards Tianming very honestly. You finally came, you're so bold. You even want to do this to me. Tianming did not continue to say the rest of the words. Her face was flushed with shame, and an extremely huge golden palm that covered the entire room suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ao. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth twitched involuntarily. He slapped his legs hard, thinking to himself, I've been through a lot before, how could I just let her yell at me? Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire top floor of Yuchen Garden disappeared without a trace in an instant, and Lin Ao's figure flew towards the sky at an astonishing speed of light. The crowd below was also attracted by the sudden loud noise, and they all looked up, looking at Yuchen Garden in shock. However, in the blink of an eye, the top floor of Yuchen Garden returned to its original state. Was this an illusion? At this moment, Tianming turned back into the appearance of a little girl, her whole face filled with blushing. Idiot! Idiot! You are so shameless. You are a pervert. She stamped her feet hard in the air, looking angry with her cheeks puffed out. I'm a being of this level, aren't you afraid you won't be able to enjoy it? Wait until your power is equal to mine. You damn pervert. Tianming kept scolding Lin Ao in her heart for a long time. The idea of Lin Ao and her having a child kept lingering in her mind, and even cartoons could not divert her attention. But I'm also really curious about what will happen then. What will become of our children? Tianming then shook his head frantically, trying to get rid of all these thoughts in his mind. He was completely led astray by Lin Ao. At this time, Lin Ao's entire body turned red. Tianming used that trick again and directly colored Lin Ao. He stopped in midair, rolled his eyes helplessly, and secretly regretted when did destiny become so cunning. He sat on a cloud, full of regret. He looked really unfit to see anyone. It is as red as a cooked shrimp, and others would probably think that aliens have arrived when they see it. Lin Ao stayed in the sky until night, and only then did he see the color on his body slowly dissipate. Only then did he slowly descend from the sky and return to Yuchen Garden. Lin Ao opened the door and then quickly closed it. Because he saw Lu Nian, Leng Ziyu, Xiaozhu and Tianming all trying on clothes. Can't you just calm down for a bit? Lin Ao looked at the slap in front of him speechlessly and closed his eyes. Bang! This time it didn't slap over, but instead turned into a golden hammer and hit Lin Ao. Ah! This hammer must have been processed by destiny, otherwise Lin Ao would not feel pain. After a long while, the door was reopened. Xiaozhu covered her mouth and chuckled, leading Lin Ao, who looked aggrieved, in. At this time, Tianming had already changed into an exquisite white long dress and sat aside, looking at the tablet with an expressionless face. Lu Nian pulled Leng Ziyu over to show Lin Ao the results of today's battle. Master, today I have transferred all my personnel to Chu State and the surrounding small countries. The latest intelligence will be sent to you in 2 days. Leng Ziyu reported today's work to Lin Ao. Today she went out specifically to pass on the information to the people in the dark, and took Lu Nian to visit Kyoto. Lin Ao listened to Leng Ziyu's words and nodded seriously. Lin Ao, did you and Xiaozhu do anything bad last night? Lu Nian suddenly interrupted and Lin Ao's expression instantly became tense. What a bad thing. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Lin Ao said this casually, and this sentence completely pissed off Lu Nian. Lin Ao seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, and he looked at Lu Nian with an apologetic look on his face. Lu Nian Xiaozhu shook her head helplessly. What Lu Nian hated most now was that Lin Ao still treated her like a child. Including her soul age, Lu Nian was already over 30 years old. Lin Ao, you're a bastard. Lu Nian's eyes were red and she rushed out the door. Lin Ao was completely stunned. Why don't you just chase him? What are you standing there for? Xiaozhu rolled his eyes at Lin Ao and slapped him lightly. Lin Ao then came to his senses and disappeared from the room in an instant. Leng Ziyu was shocked by this dramatic scene, which seemed like something she had seen in a TV series. Xiaozhu, come here for a moment. Tianming put down the tablet and called Xiaozhu over. Xiaozhu looked at Tianming in confusion, stood up and walked to Tianming. Master Tianming, do you have any instructions? Xiaozhu is still very respectful to Tianming, not only because of Tianming's power and status, but also because Tianming has given Xiaozhu a new life. In her heart, she has always been very grateful to fate, thanks to that time when fate spared her, helped her to mark her soul, and sent her to Lin Ao. Otherwise, her life would remain unchanged and she would be a puppet of fate. Where can I have the opportunity to feel what life is, what friendship, family and love are? Tianming smiled gently at Xiaozhu, and she turned back into an adult, which scared Leng Ziyu who was standing beside her. Leng Ziyu was stunned by Tianming's adult appearance. Tianming placed his slender palm into Xiaozhu's belly. A gentle energy enveloped Xiaozhu, and she felt very comfortable. She knew that Tianming had no ill intentions, so she felt very relaxed. Sure enough, she got pregnant, and it was twins, a boy and a girl. Tianming's words made Xiaozhu open his eyes wide immediately. Master Tianming, are you talking about God? Xiaozhu's face was filled with shock, and joy filled his whole body. Tianming retracted the energy and nodded. Congratulations, you finally became a mother. Tianming looked at Xiaozhu with a gentle smile, but Xiaozhu was already in tears at this moment, tears of happiness. Lin Ao, who was unaware of the news, had already caught up with Lu Nian and hugged her. Lu Nian was like a mad little tiger, struggling constantly. It seemed that Lin Ao's words just now really hurt her. Chapter 322 Who is set up by whom? Nianian, I really didn't mean it. It's just I've been like this for so many years. It's become a habit. It's all my fault. Lin Ao patiently coaxed Lun Yan. Sometimes his mistakes were unintentional, and after all these years, Lin Ao knew Lun Yan's inner thoughts very well. Even Gu Wanqing and the others had mentioned this before, but once some habits were formed, it was extremely difficult to correct them. Lin Ao, I've already lived several lifetimes, whether I should say this or not. Lun Yan's eyes were red and he looked like he was about to cry. I'm over 100 years old, don't you know? Don't you understand how I've felt about you all these years? Lun Yan kept beating Lin Ao's chest, and 2 crystal tears slipped down quietly without him noticing. I hate you. I really hate you. Why is it me, it's me that you never accept? Am I unworthy? Or am I not doing well enough? Or is it that you don't feel moved at all? Lun Yan kept venting, and Lin Ao had been listening quietly. It was not that he looked down on Lun Yan, nor that there was anything wrong with her. In fact, in Lin Ao's eyes, Lun Yan had always been a child. It was not that he looked at Lun Yan as an elder, but that he really did not realize that Lun Yan had grown up. Lin Ao looked at Lun Yan, who was feeling aggrieved and sad in his arms, and he realized that Lun Yan had grown up completely. Lin Ao showed a doting smile and hugged Lun Yan in his arms. Okay. Stop crying. Stop crying. You won't be pretty if you keep crying. Lin Ao wiped away Lun Yan's tears with his palm, and Lun Yan bit Lin Ao's palm. Damn it. Ningao, Wotaoyani. Lun Yan bit very hard, but Lin Ao seemed to be unaware of anything and did not even use his strength to protect his palm. Lun Yan opened his mouth, and at this moment, a deep tooth mark was clearly left on his palm. She stared at Lin Ao with a frown on her face, her eyes filled with grievance and uncontrollable anger from beginning to end. Why are you still coaxing me like a child? Didn't you hear what I said? Lin Ao. Lun Yan once again loudly and emotionally accused, and Lin Ao looked at Lun Yan and couldn't help laughing. That's how I always coax my women. Lin Ao stretched out his hands and gently held Lun Yan's pretty face. Lun Yan had not yet reacted, and tears were still dripping from her eyes. Lin Ao had already kissed her. Lun Yan's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. For her, this kiss was something she had been waiting for far too long. Lun Yan's brain suddenly went into a state of shutdown, her mind was blank. She slowly closed her eyes, gradually relaxed, and responded to Lin Ao with some awkwardness. Ouch! Why are you still biting me? Lin Ao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gently pinched Lun Yan's pretty face. Lun Yan raised her head high with a hint of pride. Then do you still want to kiss me? Lun Yan stretched out his slender jade-like fingers to wipe the blood from the corner of Lin Ao's mouth, his eyes full of cunning. Nianian, as an adult, you should learn to bear the consequences. Provocation is not a good behavior. Before Lin Ao could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by Lun Yan. This kiss was awkward, overbearing, yet extremely sweet. Lin Ao and Lun Yan returned to Yuchen Garden hand in hand. At this moment, Lun Yan felt as if the whole world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Her first love had never been expected to unfold until now, and everything was so beautiful. The two of them gently pushed open the door and walked in. Xiaoju and the others all saw them holding hands. Lun Yan let go of their hands a little embarrassedly. Tianming rolled his eyes at Lin Ao, while Xiaoju looked at Lun Yan with a joking expression. As for Leng Ziyu, she had long been accustomed to this. In her eyes, all the women present, including Tianming and herself, were all the master's people. Has our Nian Nian finally gotten what she wanted? Doesn't the method I taught her work? Xiaoju happily pulled Lun Yan over, and Lun Yan nodded shyly. Huh, what method is that? Lin Ao, who was standing aside, opened his mouth wide and looked at Xiaoju and Lun Yan in disbelief. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao with great interest. It had always been Lun Yan who gave advice to others. However, as the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused. She herself found it difficult to see many things clearly. With Xiaoju's guidance, she suddenly understood. Humph, I've been going through this for so many years. How could I possibly give up just because of your words? If I don't provoke you, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Lun Yan stuck out her tongue playfully at Lin Ao, with a mischievous look on her face. Although it seemed like she did it on purpose, she was really expressing her true feelings just now. Lin Ao couldn't help but laugh. What else could he do? He could only choose to forgive. Lin Ao, I have another piece of news to tell you. Xiaoju pursed her lips and smiled gently. She gently stroked her belly. When Lin Ao saw Xiaozhou's action, his heart suddenly jumped. Xiaozhou, could it be? Lin Ao's speech became a little halting, and Lun Yan on the side looked at Xiaozhou nervously. She also had some guesses. You guessed it right, Lord Tianming checked for me, and there are 2 little lives in my belly right now. An excited smile appeared on Xiaozhou's face. When Lin Ao and Lun Yan heard what Xiaozhou said, they jumped up happily at the same time. Yeah, I'm going to be a stepmother again. Yeah, I'm going to be a father again. Tianming looked at the 2 excited people, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He looked at his stomach, and finally shook his head frantically. Wait, did you just say 2 little lives? Lin Ao suddenly stopped and looked at Xiaozhou in shock. Xiaozhou smiled and nodded. It's twins, a boy and a girl. I personally confirmed it, there's absolutely no mistake. Tianming spoke calmly from the side. Lin Ao excitedly picked up Xiaozhou and started spinning around the room happily. Xiaozhou hugged Lin Ao's neck with a happy look on her face. This day was the day with the most intense emotional fluctuations and also the happiest day in her long life. Oh, look how excited I am. I must not disturb the fetus. Lin Ao hurriedly stopped and carefully carried Xiaozhou to the chair. We just started last night, how could there be any miscarriage? Xiaozhou patted Lin Ao coquettishly. She was looking forward to her belly growing bigger quickly. The parenting tutorials she had watched with Sha Qianj and the others before would come in handy now. Chapter 323, I have to join in the fun. After the excitement subsided, Lin Ao gradually calmed down. Will there really be no problem with destiny? Lin Ao trotted to Tianming's side and kept winking at her. Tianming naturally understood what he was referring to, that is, whether fate would be aware of the birth of his 2 children. Don't you trust me? Are you still questioning my ability? Tianming's palm, like a palm made of gold, was already ready, waiting to see how Lin Ao would respond next. Well, it's my fault. It's my fault, I just became a father again and I was too nervous. Lin Ao begged for mercy in a hurry, but Tianming turned around with an angry face and ignored him. Xiaozhou and Lun Yan both looked at Lin Ao and Tianming with suspicion. Lin Ao thought about it carefully and thought it would be better to tell Xiaozhou about the matter. Then Lin Ao calmly and methodically recounted the whole cause and effect of the matter to Xiaozhou and the others in detail. The more Xiaozhou listened, the more panicked she became. Her face gradually turned pale and she looked at Lin Ao with fear. Lin Ao keenly captured Xiaozhou's emotional changes, and hurriedly hugged her tightly in his arms, comforting her carefully. Lun Yan beside her also joined in comforting her. Relax, Tianming has spoken. She has already cleared up all the hidden dangers. There shouldn't be any problems. Lin Ao's words made Xiaozhou feel much more at ease. Xiaozhou turned her head and looked at Tianming's back with pitiful eyes. Tianming's body obviously stiffened for a moment. All right, I said it's okay, so it's definitely okay. Just give birth to the child peacefully. Even if fate dares to come, I will definitely take action. Tianming said with his back to Lin Ao and the others, looking a little impatient. Xiaozhou relaxed instantly. Thank you, Lord Tianming. Xiaozhou bowed respectfully to Tianming. Yeah, I know. Tianming's answer made Lin Ao sound a little shy. 2 days passed quickly, and the latest news finally came from Leng Ziyu. Master, the spies we sent out earlier have already sent back important intelligence. Leng Ziyu came running towards him hurriedly with a letter in her hand, and Lin Ao instantly became alert. Tell me the details quickly. Leng Ziyu nodded hurriedly, then took out a jade pendant with a seal, gently swiped it across the envelope, a flash of light appeared on the envelope, and then she opened it. Then he immediately began to read it carefully, and then carefully summarized the information he had obtained and gave it to Lin Ao. Emperor Chu Tian of Chu has announced that he will be in seclusion for a while. Currently, many of Chu's affairs are being managed by several priests. There are also reports that 2 priests are preparing to leave for the Yu Kingdom and the Shang Kingdom. Spies haven't been able to obtain details about what they're planning to do. A general from Chu has already traveled to the Land Kingdom with a priest, reportedly intending to marry the Land Princess in order to achieve permanent friendship with Chu. This is the general news. After hearing what Leng Ziyu had said, Lin Ao immediately closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Chu Tian was in seclusion. Was he trying to break through to the Xuanwu realm? Gongfeng and Dazhongjun, could it be referring to Mingwu and the others? Lin Ao then smiled slightly. This was indeed good news. Now was the perfect time to recruit them. Have the great general and the priest arrived in Land Country? Does any information exist about that general? Lin Ao tapped the table lightly with his fingers, having already made a clear decision in his heart. Yes, he is the eldest son of the Mu family, the largest family in the Chu state. He is currently 20 years old. At the age of 13, he had already achieved the level of a grandmaster. He was praised by the Chu state as a gifted young general. He has never lost a war, big or small, including the border conflict with the Hong state. To this day, no one has been able to test his strength, but after 7 years, I believe he should be at the peak of the true martial realm. Lin Ao's eyes lit up. Okay, I must join in the fun. Okay, I understand. Please call Nian Nian and Xiaoju over here. I have something to tell them. Leng Ziyu nodded respectfully, left the room, and went out to the street to call Xiaoju and Lu Nian back. The two should be taking a walk outside at this time. Tian Ming, I'm going out alone to meet the other clones of destiny. Do you want to come with me? Lin Ao poked Tianming, who was floating in the air. She hadn't moved for many days and had been staying in the room watching cartoons. It's about to become a deserted house. Rest in peace. Tianming waved his hand and remained indifferent after saying this. You're not coming with me. You have nothing to do here. Lin Ao looked at Tianming speechlessly. She has really become a stay-at-home girl. Who said there's nothing to do? You don't want your family to encounter any accidents when they come here, right? Tianming spoke lightly, and one sentence left Lin Ao speechless. It won't be long before they all, after training in Li Jing's time house, arrive in this world together. I can stabilize the passage and bring them all in at once. Lin Ao looked at Tianming with surprise, and excitedly hugged her in his arms. Really, then I'll be able to see Wanqing and those little brats soon. An extremely large golden palm appeared behind Lin Ao, which Lin Ao had no way of noticing. However, the palm paused for a while and then turned into light particles and dissipated. Lin Ao hugged her for a while before realizing that he seemed to have overstepped the boundaries. He quickly let go of Tianming and looked at her embarrassedly. Well, I was so excited that I lost my mind for a moment. Sorry. Lin Ao scratched his head and looked at Tianming awkwardly. HMPH. This won't happen again. Tianming turned around, a blush on her pretty face. I just love taking advantage. Tianming was muttering to Lin Ao in a low voice. Don't worry, I think other than Fate and Chu Tian, no one else in this world should pose a threat to you. Take this with you. If anything happens, I can come to you immediately. Tianming threw out a golden bracelet, and Lin Ao immediately took it. He smiled and tied the bracelet around his wrist. Tianming turned around and took a look at the bracelet on Lin Ao's wrist, then turned around again and started watching anime. At this time, Xiaoju and Lu Nian also came back. Lin Ao simply said something to them and left the two of them here to support Jiyu Wanqing and the others. Then it flew towards the Hong Kingdom Palace. He still has something to discuss with Ji Chengxian. Chapter 324 Arrival at Lan Country. Lin Ao arrived at the Hong Kingdom Palace and landed directly on the magnificent hall. As soon as Ji Chengxian saw Lin Ao appear, he immediately walked out to greet him enthusiastically. Prepare me a map of Hong Country, as well as maps of all the surrounding countries. I'm going to Lan Country this time. Please use the teleportation array to take me to the border. After meeting Ji Chengxian, Lin Ao stated his needs directly without any hesitation. Ji Chengxian's heart was suddenly shocked. Is Senior Lin going to take action? He immediately and quickly ordered his men to take care of the matter. If I haven't returned after a while and my family arrives, my wife will bring them here. That's when the operation will begin. Just do your best to cooperate. Lin Ao and Ji Chengxian had a conversation about the arrangements for the follow-up matters. Not long after, someone hurriedly brought a map over. Lin Ao set off without hesitation. He unfolded the map in his hand and was surprised to find that Hong Kingdom was located in the center of the entire continent, surrounded by many small countries. If the state of Chu were to join forces with those small countries to launch an attack, it would be like being surrounded like dumplings. Lin Ao quickly set off through the teleportation array in the palace, and after several teleportations, he finally arrived at the border between Hong Kingdom and Lan Kingdom. Lin Ao took off into the air as soon as he walked out of the border. He hid his breath so as not to be noticed. He glanced ahead and saw a very majestic mountain standing before him. This mountain range rises high into the clouds, like a natural border barrier, separating the two countries. Lin Ao couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Lin Ao flashed and quickly crossed the mountains. Below the mountains is a vast grassland with green grass. The breeze blows, creating green waves. Some sparse houses can be seen in the distance. It is obvious that the people here make a living from animal husbandry. Lin Ao carefully observed the cattle, sheep and horses below. They were all very fat, with shiny fur and looked very healthy. Lin Ao continued to fly forward and soon arrived at the territory of Land Kingdom. He found that the appearance of the Land people was similar to that of the Hong people, with black hair and black eyes, but their clothing was different and more ethnic. The architectural style of Land Kingdom is also unique and full of strong local cultural atmosphere. This place is still on the border of Land Kingdom. Lin Ao sped up, looked at the map, and flew towards the capital of Land Kingdom. Thinking of this, Lin Ao no longer hesitated and walked towards the capital of Land Kingdom. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Li Jing. If she were here, she would definitely be able to create a lot of interesting things. However, Lin Ao did not stop because of this. He continued to move towards the capital of Land Kingdom. After a while, he withdrew his aura and quietly landed on the ground of the capital of Land Kingdom. Then, he picked up some clothes worn by the locals on the way and quickly changed into a new set. At this moment, he looked like an ordinary person, blending in with the crowd around him. Lin Ao looked at the central capital of Land Country in front of him, and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Although this city was also very prosperous, it was still slightly inferior to the capital of Hong Country. Here, people prefer to use cement to build houses, which made Lin Ao feel as if he had returned to a third-tier city in China. The culture of this world is so unique. However, no matter what, they cannot do without the special power of the curse. Perhaps these seals are the universal energy unique to this world. Lin Ao arrived near the Land Kingdom's palace and found a hotel to stay in. He noticed that the capital was covered in banners, and the lively scene seemed to be celebrating some extremely important festival, and the entire country was immersed in jubilation. Lin Ao could easily get the information he needed while sitting in the restaurant in the hotel lobby. General Mu of Chu is truly a genius. He and Princess Nara of Lan are a perfect match made in heaven. A diner was dining with others, chatting excitedly. Indeed. In addition, this marriage will further promote the friendly relations between our Land Kingdom and Chu Kingdom. In this way, with the support and assistance of Chu Kingdom, the national strength of Land Kingdom will surely be significantly enhanced. When we conquer Hong Kingdom, our Land Kingdom will also be able to take a piece of Hong Kingdom's land, thereby expanding our territory. Lin Ao couldn't help but laugh jokingly. Strengthening national strength, expanding territory. This was truly ridiculous. Little did they know that he is deliberately letting your country fall into the quagmire of war to weaken your strength. By then, their Chu state will be able to effortlessly incorporate your land state into its territory. Isn't this a brilliant plan to kill two birds with one stone? Do you really think that if these small countries unite, you can compete with the Hong Kingdom? That's really wishful thinking. However, there are also some people who oppose this marriage. Those people are simply ignorant and foolish. That's right. They just can't bear to part with the princess. After all, the princess has always been the dream lover in the hearts of our Land Country's young people. Now that I think about it carefully, I feel a little reluctant too. As the two diners talked, they unexpectedly fell into beautiful fantasies at the same time. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. He actually became the dream lover of young people all over the country. How could it have reached such a level? What kind of stunning beauty could be praised to such a high degree by them? Lin Ao's heart couldn't help but move, and after a hearty meal, he returned to his room to rest. In the next few days, Lin Ao kept asking for information everywhere. He almost explored the capital of Land Kingdom from top to bottom, but he was unable to enter the palace for the time being. He had already made up his mind to test it out tonight to see if the palace of Land Kingdom had the same defensive measures as Hong Kingdom. Lin Ao almost knew where those people from the Chu state were placed, but he didn't expect that they were placed directly in the palace. It seems that the Chu state has a lot of face, and the Land state is becoming more and more like a bootlicker. After nightfall, Lin Ao changed into black clothes and put on a pitch-black mask. He jumped out of the hotel window and disappeared into the night. Lin Ao stood in the air, looking at the imperial city below. In an instant, he stood on a tree in the palace. He deliberately stayed where he was, to see if the imperial city would sound an alarm or if some experts would come. The result made Lin Ao very disappointed. It seems that we can play casually here. Chapter 325. Can you do this, young man? Lin Ao slowly opened his eyes on the tree, quickly scanned the surrounding scene, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. At this moment, the palace seemed to be holding a grand banquet. In a spacious hall, people were singing and dancing, the atmosphere was very lively, and many maids and servants were busy. Lin Ao stood above the palace, quietly gazing at everything below. I guess they are entertaining General Mu and the offering from the state of Chu. I wonder which of the two of them is the avatar of destiny. Lin Ao immediately activated his life energy, and his body instantly became completely transparent, even his breath disappeared without a trace. Lin Ao, who had disappeared, smiled faintly, and then walked straight into the hall without hesitation. Lin Ao quietly entered the magnificent hall and immediately glanced at everyone in the hall. His attention was first attracted by the young man who laughed the loudest. Young and handsome, he must be General Mu who went abroad. In terms of appearance, he is pretty good and can be considered a handsome guy. At this moment, General Mu was indulging in pleasure with a group of people, and the pleasure he felt was beyond words. Looking at the smile on his face, Lin Ao felt extremely familiar with it, and a strong urge instantly surged in his heart, the kind of feeling that made him want to beat him up. Could it be that he is not a clone of fate but a new puppet created by fate in this world? And at the top of the hall, sat the Emperor of Land Kingdom. His majesty was fully displayed, but he also showed a hint of weariness. Although he was smiling, there was always an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Lin Ao's gaze shifted to the old man next to General Mu. He narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling what Xiaoju had said to him before. Xiaoju had previously described in detail the appearance of the human body of the Destiny clone. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ao's eyes suddenly lit up. This person was one of the Destiny clones described by Xiaoju. He was an old man in his 50s, and it was Ming Wu. Unexpectedly, this time they would show up and take action directly. This time in Land Country, Lin Ao would definitely not return empty-handed. Then, Lin Ao turned his gaze to the woman sitting at the table next to General Mu. For the whole night, General Mu's eyes never left the woman. He really looked like a pig. I guess this should be Princess Nara of Land Kingdom. Lin Ao slowly approached and looked at her carefully. Her appearance was indeed stunning, and her every frown and smile could make people's hearts tremble. She looked a little timid and kept observing General Mu from time to time. Every time she looked up, she would meet General Mu's fiery gaze, causing her face to blush all night. Wow, it's really a beautiful flower that's about to bloom with love. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ao's lips, and he wondered whether he should add some fun to this dull and boring life. Lin Ao pinched his chin and looked at General Mu, who had a smirking look on his face. Lin Ao quietly moved to the side of a servant and gave him a gentle push. The servant instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. The wine in his hand flew towards General Mu, causing a burst of exclamations. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted by this scene. However, General Mu, who had drunk a lot of wine and whose attention was all focused on the princess, did not pay attention for a moment and ended up being splashed with wine. The servant immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. General Namu wiped the wine off his face, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared immediately. He smiled like the sun and generously forgave the servant. This action also caused a slight change in Princess Nara's expression, and her two big eyes blinked at General Mu. I seem to have developed a lot more favorable impression of General Mu, whom I just met. General Mu also noticed the change in Princess Nara's expression, and he instantly felt a sense of satisfaction and joy. Lin Ao smiled contemptuously, but the slight change in General Mu's expression did not escape Lin Ao's eyes. Yoho, this kid is really good at pretending. He. Lin Ao still smiled faintly and came behind General Mu. He took a special look at Ming Wu, who was like a wooden stake, and found that he did not have any unusual reaction. Then, Lin Ao stretched out his finger and gently stroked the waistband of General Mu's pants. Then he looked at the wine glass on his table, smiled faintly, and with a light flick of his finger, the wine glass fell onto General Mu's crotch. The incident happened suddenly, or an important part was suddenly attacked, and General Namu was so scared that he stood up. At that moment, his entire pants fell off. Princess Nara blushed and covered her eyes. The Emperor of Land Kingdom also looked at General Mu in shock, as did the ministers around him. General Mu was stunned for a moment, then quickly tightened his belt and smiled awkwardly. Haha, maybe I didn't notice my pants were damaged during the previous battles. I really made a fool of myself today. As soon as General Mu finished speaking, everyone laughed, amused by his sense of humor. Lien Nara also let go of her hand and burst out laughing. That's fine. I think General Mu only cares about defending his country and neglects his own life. This is perfect. My daughter Nara will definitely become General Mu's good wife and help him. The Emperor of Land Kingdom is really good at talking. His words made General Mu very happy again. General Mu was quite smart. He immediately turned the awkward atmosphere around and won praise from a lot of people. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. This kid is pretty good. So what if that's the case? Lin Ao smiled crookedly, and a transparent energy entered Yi Chen's stomach. He looked at Princess Nara who was laughing beside him with a smiling expression, then slowly sat down. An unstoppable momentum surged from his stomach. His face was pale and his expression was terrified. In an instant, his forehead was covered in cold sweat and his lips were trembling. He clamped his buttocks together tightly, but it was of no use. Puff! A loud bang drowned out all the sounds in the hall. The chair under him was blown away several meters. For a moment, everyone in the hall stopped what they were doing and their expressions froze. Ming Wu, who had an expressionless face, looked at General Mu in shock, then quickly pinched his nose with his fingers. Princess Nara even covered her mouth tightly. Because she saw something dripping from General Mu's crotch. General Mu froze on the spot, as if he had remembered something. His eyes kept twitching, and eventually turned into white eyes that rolled over, and he fell backwards. Ah! Nora let out a cry of surprise and then began to retch. Chapter 326 Two Unforgettable Experiences. Everyone present was so completely shocked that they couldn't utter a word. The Emperor of Land Kingdom and his ministers were almost devastated, as if their hearts were about to break. General Mu showed such an ugly appearance in front of so many people, but it was the people of Land who were terrified, because they really could not bear the anger of Chu. Everyone present here wishes so much that all memories of tonight can be collectively forgotten. Ming Wu's face was filled with extreme disgust. He looked at General Mu who had already fainted, and reluctantly let a trace of energy slowly flow out of his body. Then the energy slowly lifted General Mu up. After he left the ground, a large pool of colored water was clearly left on the ground. Princess Nara looked over there, and her face turned paler in an instant. She had just finished vomiting and couldn't help but lie down on the side again to continue this great project. At this moment, she even wanted to dig out her eyeballs, nose, and brain. It was so dirty and disgusting. I don't want this feeling to remain in my memory at all. Ming Wu suppressed his intense nausea and led General Mu out of the hall at an extremely fast speed. Wherever he passed, a nauseating and pungent fragrance filled the air. Lin Ao was very smart and sealed his nose before anything happened. He also waved enthusiastically as he looked at Ming Wu's departing back. After Ming Wu and General Mu had completely left, the Emperor of Land Kingdom slammed the armrest of the Dragon Throne hard, instantly breaking the armrest into pieces. The sudden noise also attracted everyone's attention. Immediately block all news. If anyone among you dares to say a word tonight, even if the slightest word leaks out, every one of you present here will be executed along with your entire family. The Emperor of Land Kingdom had a face as gloomy as water. He was definitely not joking. If the news that General Mu had lost control of his bladder due to drinking in the Land Kingdom Palace got out tomorrow, it would not only make General Mu lose face, but the fate of Land Kingdom would probably also end there. Yes, we obey your command. All the ministers immediately knelt down to receive the order. They are not stupid people and they certainly would not dare to spread this matter. Sorry I filmed it all, there's a good show to watch tomorrow. Lin Ao showed a smile full of evil taste, and then followed Ming Wu's breath and chased out. Soon he caught up with him, but with the help of his strength, Lin Ao was not getting too close. Ming Wu brought General Namu straight to a river in the capital of Land Kingdom and threw him into the river without mercy. Yi Chen, clean yourself up. Ming Wu stood on the shore, shook his head helplessly, and couldn't help but think to himself, he has reached such a level, but he can't even hold his poop, and he can't move when he sees a beautiful woman. For a person like this, it's no wonder that he couldn't even kill Lin Ao in his previous life. It even endangered Big Brother's life. When Lin Ao heard what Ming Wu said, his heart was suddenly shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why he wanted to beat him up so much. This is hatred that is deeply engraved in the bones. No, it should be said that it is hatred that is branded in the DNA. Okay, it's you. I will make you experience despair once again, and then I will kill you. Lin Ao's inner anger continued to boil. Perhaps he would not have such huge emotional fluctuations when facing other people, but only when facing Yi Chen. It was because of him that all the people he cherished died one by one before his eyes. That night was a nightmare that Lin Aoyuan didn't want to recall again. Lin Ao took several deep breaths, temporarily suppressing his anger, and then turned his gaze to the old man Mingwu, secretly wondering in his heart what kind of special abilities Mingwu possessed. General Mu, also known as Yi Chen, was thrown into the river. He was suddenly stimulated by the cold river water and woke up instantly. Where on earth is this? At this moment, Yi Chen had not yet fully recovered from his shock. It seemed that the blow just now was too heavy for him. It can be said to be a 10,000 times critical hit. In the River of Land Kingdom's capital, you just lost control of your bowels and bladder. Mingwu was very kind and reminded Yi Chen on the side. Hearing Mingwu's words, those dead memories were like ferocious beasts, constantly attacking Yi Chen's mind. Bars, music, splatoons in the sky. The main hall, ancient music, and the died general lying in the main hall. Yi Chen went completely crazy. He slapped the water angrily to vent his emotions. The powerful force caused the surrounding river water to explode one after another. Enough, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would such a disgusting thing with a probability close to zero happen? Mingwu gently stretched out his big hand towards Yi Chen and the river surface in front of him and pressed it down. The entire river surface instantly returned to calm. Yi Chen was still standing in the river, breathing heavily. I don't know. I was feeling fine, but then out of nowhere I got drenched. Then my own glass of wine suddenly fell on me, and I didn't even notice my pants were loose. And then that last thing, it was so sudden. I had no premonition or forewarning. Yi Chen's face was gloomy. This was the second time he had encountered this situation. The first time was with two disgusting people named Lin and Long. But this time, these two people couldn't be here, so why did this happen? Is it fate that I have to encounter this kind of thing once in every lifetime? Could this be due to some special physique I have? Yi Chen kept roaring in his heart. From the beginning to now, he has never been able to think calmly. However, Mingwu was different. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter was obviously extremely unusual. There is something extremely wrong. There must be someone playing tricks in secret, but in this world, apart from the destiny itself and Chu Tian, who else has the ability to get close to him without being noticed by him? As Mingwu was thinking, red threads emerged from his body. A red chessboard woven from the threads of fate floated in front of Mingwu. He stretched out his hand and gently pointed at Yi Chen, and then a strange talisman appeared on one hand. A trace of red energy flew out from Yi Chen and then merged into the talisman. Then, the talisman turned into a black chess piece and slowly fell onto the blood-red chessboard. Chapter 327, To Bring Good Luck and Avoid Disaster. As soon as Yi Chen's chess piece formed by his aura fell around the chessboard, other chess pieces made of phantoms appeared in an instant. I saw the chess pieces rushing left and right on the chessboard, constantly changing their formation. Waves of extremely strange energy continuously seeped out from the chessboard. Mingwu kept watching the changes on the chessboard, and his brows gradually furrowed. Strange. It's really very strange. At this time, Yi Chen had finished washing and slowly floated to the shore. Then a powerful energy quickly spread throughout his body, and in an instant, his clothes became dry and refreshed. Master Wu, what exactly happened? Yi Chen asked doubtfully, and at the same time leaned over to look at the chessboard. He saw that the crimson chess piece was always firmly surrounded in the center by other illusory chess pieces, and could not successfully break through no matter what. Surprisingly, after the chessboard changed several times, tiny cracks began to appear on the chess piece. If this road is blocked, try another one. Mingwu shouted loudly and pulled out a strand of Yi Chen's hair without hesitation. In an instant, the hair quickly turned into a chess piece and fell back into the chessboard. However, not long after, the chess piece still ended up broken. Mingwu's face was very gloomy and he looked at Yi Chen again. I just don't believe it. Mingwu kept pulling Yi Chen's hair, turning them into chess pieces on the chessboard. The chess pieces broke one by one, and Yi Chen's hair fell out one by one. Every time a chess piece is formed, the destiny is deduced anew, and each time the deduction is done in a different way. Lin Ao on the side finally understood Mingwu's ability. It's similar to fortune telling, to bring good luck and avoid misfortune, right? Yi Chen stood aside, his expression also becoming solemn. He knew Mingwu's ability. As time passed, Yi Chen had become numb and insensitive. Master Wu, let's just forget it. Yi Chen didn't even dare to touch his head at this moment. His status was far lower than Mingwu, and he didn't dare to have the slightest intention of resisting. No, I will definitely find a way to survive. When Mingwu heard Yi Chen say forget it, he suddenly became anxious. Without hesitation, he frantically pinned Yi Chen to the spot and began to pull Yi Chen's hair. Mingwu seemed to be possessed by a demon, and was completely trapped in a state of extreme insanity. He continued to mobilize his energy. He no longer needed a single chess piece. Thousands of chessboards appeared before his eyes, all neatly arranged and suspended in front of Mingwu. A way out. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart was also shaken violently. What did this mean? Was he going to die? Yi Chen also deeply realized the seriousness of the matter. At this time, he no longer cares about his hair. If necessary, he still has armpit hair, pubic hair, and anus hair. No matter what kind of hair it is, he just prays that Mingwu can figure out a way for him to survive. The hair on Yi Chen's body kept disappearing, and the chess pieces on the chessboard in front of Mingwu kept shattering and turning into energy and disappearing. Lin Ao was watching from the side like a show, when suddenly his eyes lit up. I have an idea in my mind that I want to verify. He rose into the air and used his life energy to create a hypnotic energy ball. He gave a strange smile. After the sun rises, you'll remember everything. And wake up. Lin Ao integrated a thought into the energy ball and swallowed it in one gulp. Then Lin Ao's eyes suddenly lost focus, and then he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lin Ao erased his memory of coming to this world, hid it, and then forced himself to fall asleep. If the fate is calculated in real time, then the test results at this time should be good. If he did this, Mingwu would not be aware of his existence, and he would not inform Chu Tian and the others so quickly. This way, Lin Ao would be exposed later and more could be done, so that they wouldn't have to strengthen their defenses after receiving the news. Just after Lin Ao fell into a deep sleep, every chess piece on the Mingwu chessboard below came to life. Huh! Mingwu let out a cry of surprise. He looked at the chessboard carefully and found that everything was fine. He waved his hand, and all the chess pieces disappeared. Then he condensed a new chess piece and pulled out another hair of Yi Chen. The hair once again turned into chess pieces and fell onto the chessboard. Although there is a dilemma, the murderous intent has completely disappeared. Is there something wrong with my ability? Mingwu frowned as he watched the changes on the chessboard. Yi Chen, who was standing aside, almost broke down when he heard Mingwu's words. Is there something wrong with his ability? That's why he messed up my hair like this. Yi Chen stretched out his hand and touched the top of his head tremblingly, and found that it was already a circle of light. He's also obsessively plucking his hair, so neatly and regularly. Should I say thank you to you? Yi Chen was so angry that he almost fainted from rolling his eyes. Mingwu didn't care what Yi Chen thought. He deduced it many times again, and in the end the chess pieces were safe and sound, showing just like before, although there was a dilemma, there was no murderous intention. Mingwu dispersed the chessboard, and finally believed his own inference, throwing aside the chess piece that had just appeared in his hand. There should be no need to test it again. It must be some kind of accident. No one in this world can conceal the secrets of heaven. Even the original destiny has disappeared. Apart from destiny itself, there should be no other existence. It should be fine now. Let's go back. Why don't you just shave your head? It looks ugly. Mingwu glanced at Yi Chen and flew away. Yi Chen was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He actually removed all his hair and became a big bald head. He looked at Mingwu's back, spat a few times, and then chased after him. The sun rises in the east, and a ray of sunlight slowly shines through the horizon onto the earth. A ray of sunlight shone on Lin Ao high in the sky. Suddenly Lin Ao opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Where am I? Wasn't I sleeping at the Lin family's? Why am I in heaven? Am I dreaming? Lin Ao rubbed his eyes and saw the sun in front of him. In an instant, scenes of memories swept through Lin Ao's mind like the sea. At this moment, the chess piece discarded by Mingwu suddenly exploded. I don't know if my inference is correct. Lin Ao pinched his chin and thought for a while, then smiled faintly, stretched himself, and disappeared into the air. Chapter 328, Old Friends Should Feel Like Home. Lin Ao returned to the hotel, took a short rest and then washed up carefully. Then he took out the mobile phone he brought with him. What a shame. Douyin doesn't exist in this world. Otherwise, based on that kid's performance, he would have been all over the internet again by now. Although there is no signal at the moment, the shooting function can still be used normally, and all the wonderful shots of last night were recorded in full. Lin Ao quickly arrived at the hotel lobby and found the waiter. Brother, I want to ask you something. Lin Ao called the waiter over and threw a piece of gold. The waiter was so excited that his hands were shaking several times, and he immediately ran over with enthusiasm. Dear guest, what is it you wish to inquire about? I promise to tell you everything I know, even if I have to make it up, I will do so until you are completely satisfied. The waiter hurriedly hid the broken gold and sat down opposite Lin Ao happily. It's not a big deal, actually. I just wanted to ask, how do you usually record images here? Do you rely on painting or other methods? Lin Ao briefly explained his needs, which were actually similar to finding a printing shop. Otherwise, how could Yi Chen's brilliant achievement that night be spread? So that's it, sir. We have a photo box here. Take a look. The waiter suddenly understood and thought to himself, judging from the way Lin Ao was dressed and the way he spent his money, he didn't look like someone who had never seen the world. How could he not even know such basic common sense? Then, the waiter took out a small square device from his arms, the surface of which was engraved with the characteristic curse of this place. Lin Ao looked at the small cube in Xiao Er's hand with confusion, wondering, is this a projector? Or something else? The waiter simply pressed one of the buttons on the small cube, and a picture was projected onto the cube. Lin Ao was extremely surprised. This was actually a 3D projection. The direction of development of this technology tree was really too advanced. On the screen, the waiter was holding hands with a woman, as if they were taking a photo. Hey, sir, this is my woman. Do you think she is beautiful? Lin Ao could see the picture above very clearly and thought that this thing was really good. Beautiful. Can it transmit photos to other people? Lin Ao asked the question again, and the waiter nodded quickly. After getting his confirmation, a smile appeared on Lin Ao's face. Where can I buy it? When the waiter heard this, he took Lin Ao over without hesitation. After all, the service must be worthy of the extra tip. As a human being, one must be honest. Sir, this kind of gadget is sold in many shops in our land kingdom's capital, and the price is only about 5 taels of silver. Please don't be fooled. The waiter also specifically explained the price to Lin Ao before returning to the hotel. Sir, do you want a photo box? Lin Ao walked straight in and the boss came to greet him immediately. Because he saw that Lin Ao was dressed extraordinary, he was sure that he must be a young man, either rich or noble. Hee, boss, can we talk in private? Lin Ao smiled faintly. The boss was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and a smirk appeared on his face. It seems that this young man wants something special. The boss enthusiastically closed the outer door and then took Lin Ao to the back hall. Then he mysteriously took out dozens of photo boxes from a room. Sir, these are all the finest goods from my private collection. The boss had a wicked smile on his face, but Lin Ao's head was full of questions. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, so how did he know his intentions? Suddenly, a naked woman appeared on the screen, and it was actually a video. Lin Ao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. So this boss thought Lin Ao was here to buy this kind of thing. However, before Lin Ao could take a closer look, the boss immediately stopped the video and looked at Lin Ao with a smile on his face. The whole face seems to be saying, the next is the payment screen, the customer should pay. Lin Ao shook his head speechlessly. Boss, I have something else to ask you, but I don't know if you dare to take it or if you have the ability to do it. Lin Ao's words made the boss pause for a moment, and then he handed Lin Ao a cup of tea. That depends on what you need done and the price you offer. I, Zhang Fugi, have always been honest. The boss pinched his fingers and looked at Lin Ao with a kind smile. Lin Ao smiled faintly. He really liked people who were obsessed with money. Lin Ao didn't say much nonsense. The first thing he showed was his strong financial resources. A box instantly appeared in his hand, and the boss's eyes widened. The boss thought to himself that this gentleman must be a person of very high status since he possesses a space talisman. Then Lin Ao slowly opened the box, and an extremely strong golden light suddenly caught Zhang Fugi's eyes. Too dazzling. Truly too dazzling, sir. Quickly put away your magical powers. From now on, I, Zhang Fugi, am yours. Zhang Fugi opened his mouth so wide that his saliva was about to flow out. The box was full of gold bricks, which meant that he would not have to work hard for the next few lifetimes. He is indeed a wealthy man, but surely the matter this guest wants to handle must not be simple. However, as the saying goes, fortune and honor come in the form of risk. Zhang Fugi was determined to earn this money. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ao demonstrated his strength without hesitation. He stretched out a finger calmly. Zhang Fugi looked at it curiously, wondering what it meant. Then, Lin Aoyun pointed lightly and calmly, and a deafening explosion suddenly sounded on the ground in the back hall, and a deep pit with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in an instant. Zhang Fugi's body trembled involuntarily and he swallowed nervously. At this moment, he certainly understood that this was Lin Ao showing off his powerful strength. "Boss Zhang, are you still not going to take this business?" A confident smile appeared on Lin Ao's face. Zhang Fugi's body seemed very stiff and he slowly turned his head. He gritted his teeth. "I'll take it." Lin Ao nodded contentedly. Half a day later, a bunch of recording devices were leaked from somewhere in Land Country, and the images inside were simply shocking to them. In just half a day, the entire capital of Land Kingdom was discussing what was happening in the picture. Chapter 329. You are such a grown-up, and you still play these games. Bang! A deafening roar suddenly sounded in the bedroom of the Emperor of Land Kingdom. Without exception, all the maids in the bedroom knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. The official who came in to report also knelt on the ground trembling with fear, his body shaking constantly. What on earth is going on? Who on earth is it? Who on earth spread the news? The Emperor of Lan was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. In less than half a day, the entire capital had spread the news about Yi Chen, and it was the entire complete story. From the perspective of the picture presentation, it was discovered that there was no one at that specific angle that night. Because from the footage, it is impossible to capture such a scene unless it is next to Yi Chen. I have already sent people to investigate the source of this incident. Surprisingly, they discovered that it started spreading among the beggars. The official looked at the Emperor of Land cautiously, and sure enough, his face became darker. When they returned from begging, they discovered a mountain of photo boxes piled up in their den. The beggars then took the boxes and started selling them. The beggars have now been arrested, but they still don't know who left the boxes behind. After the official finished his report, he immediately lowered his head. These people are screwed. He hoped that His Majesty the Emperor would not take his anger out on him. Have you asked an astrologer to investigate? The Emperor of Land suppressed his intense anger to hide his inner panic. We've already asked the astrology office to investigate and there's no trace. After the official finished speaking, he lowered his head again. There was a loud bang and the official flew out of the hall. At the same time, in a very luxurious hall in the Imperial Palace, the sound of things falling continued one after another. In the entire hall, all objects that could be thrown were thrown to the ground by him, and the place has turned into a dilapidated and messy ruin. Ah! Ah! Angry roars continued to come from the house, and the servants outside were all trembling with fear. Everyone was quietly moving away from the yard. Mingwu was alone in the yard, leisurely sipping tea, with a photo box on the table. Fate has its traps. Shallow water can drown a dragon, but how can shallow water trap a dragon? Ha ha. Mingwu was contentedly pondering the results of his fortune-telling for Yi Chen last night. The expression on his face was very smug, and he showed no worry or sympathy for Yi Chen at all. Bang! Another extremely deafening noise was heard, and the door of the room shattered in an instant, and a figure flew in front of Mingwu at an extremely fast speed. Master Wu, can you figure out who did this? Yi Chen's eyes were already filled with scarlet, and they were filled with deep, uncontrollable hatred. Mingwu just smiled indifferently. Why are you so anxious? You've lived 2 lives and still don't know how to be calm. Mingwu took another sip of tea and then picked up the device. Extremely fine red lines continuously emerged from Mingwu's body. This time, what he was weaving was no longer chess and cards, but a compass. He placed the device in the center of the compass, and the pointer on it kept spinning rapidly, and then pointed in a direction. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, his face full of gloom, and stared at that direction fiercely. Master Wu, let's go. Yi Chen could no longer hold back, he desperately wanted to beat that man up, he wished he could tear him into pieces. I thought I would be resurrected and start a new life. After putting aside the past, Yi Chen is a brave man again. He did it. Yi Chen had almost forgotten everything about his previous life, but in the end, he didn't know which hateful bastard made him repeat the same mistake again. This time, Mingwu is by his side, and his own strength is many times stronger than in his previous life. If we catch that guy this time, we will definitely torture him. Well, let's go. Mingwu nodded lightly with an indifferent expression. Until this moment, he still looked down on Yi Chen. Coupled with what happened last night, he disliked him even more. And she felt ashamed to be associated with Yi Chen, as if her entire class had been lowered by Yi Chen. The two flew into the air and set off following the guidance of the compass. Yi Chen stared at the front. At this time, Lin Ao was accompanying Zhang Fugi in drinking and chatting, listening to Zhang Fugi's report on the situation. "Boss Zhang, you did a great job." Lin Ao smiled and nodded. Zhang Fugi smiled complacently and poured Lin Ao another glass of wine. "Hee, it's mainly because of your magical powers." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Fugi was so happy that he was beaming with joy. That box of gold was enough for him to marry dozens of beautiful wives and live a life of idleness. At first, he was really scared to death when he saw the video. It's clear at a glance that these leaked words will definitely shock the whole country. If he were caught, he would surely be mutilated. At that time, Zhang Fugi wanted to return the gold to Lin Ao. He was not afraid of what those people in the open could find out, he was afraid of those astrologers in the palace, who were very evil. After he told Lin Ao about the situation, Lin Ao smiled faintly, took out a jade pendant, and infused a trace of the power of destiny into the jade pendant. In the end, Zhang Fugi still chose to believe Lin Ao. "Fugi, seek it in danger. Seek it in danger." This vote is done. Lin Ao finished his drink and looked at the sky thoughtfully. How could he not have thought of this aspect of Zhang Fugi? When he saw Mingwu's ability last night, he knew that it must be fortune-telling. There would be no point in letting them know so early. They should be living a very enjoyable life at this moment, ha ha ha. "Master Mingwu, are you sure this is the place?" The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He felt that Mingwu was playing a trick on him. However, Mingwu's face was not very good at this time. He looked gloomy. He looked at the compass in his hand, and the needle just stopped there. What they saw before them was not Zhang Fugi's house, but a toilet. A large toilet. The stench here is unbearable and the crackling sound is unbearable. This brought back Yi Chen's embarrassing memories. Ah! Yi Chen's eyes turned red, and he roared angrily, and the toilets exploded one after another. A series of screams rang out. Mingwu quickly dodged and slipped away. He looked at Yi Chen with disgust. He was such a grown-up, but he was still playing with shit. But why is this? Mistakes have occurred for 2 consecutive nights. This is impossible, there must be something wrong, so where should I start? Mingwu frowned tightly. Yi Chen's move was captured by someone, and it was quite spectacular. A man with a handsome pose, the background is a screen full of gold paint, and a naked, golden man is running around. Boss, rest in peace. Welcome to visit us next time. Zhang Fugi bowed enthusiastically to Lin Ao, shedding tears. Lin Ao waved his hand and returned to the hotel. Let this wind blow for a few days, then go to the palace and add more fuel to the fire. Lin Ao stretched and fell asleep peacefully. And Yi Chen. Chapter 331 is crazy and the other is mad. Lin Ao spent 7 whole days leisurely and comfortably in the capital of Yulan Kingdom. During these 7 days, many things also happened in Lan Country. Many people who spread the news were arrested, and a group of young people formed a group because of the video. Their belief was to firmly refuse to marry General Mu of the Chu state. In fact, almost everyone in the entire Land Kingdom knew about Yi Chen's deeds, and even the magical picture of the toilet blowing up at night spread extremely quickly. The people unanimously denied this marriage, and the previous decorations had long since disappeared without a trace. The public opinion has surprisingly reached a high degree of consensus, which has given the Emperor of Lan a headache. If you use tough measures, it will only further arouse the anger of the people. During this period of time, he really didn't dare to summon Yi Chen. The reason was very simple, it was too embarrassing. Whenever he saw Yi Chen, his mind would involuntarily recall the unbearable scene that night. The same was true for Princess Nara. Every time Yi Chen asked to see her, she claimed that she was sick and bedridden. Yi Chen was so angry that he almost lost control of his emotions on the spot. Princess, it's not a good idea to keep going like this. We have to meet eventually. If this angers General Mew, I'm really worried. Nora's personal maid had a worried look on her face, and she looked at her princess with a bit of sympathy in her eyes. I originally thought that Yi Chen would be an ideal match, but I never expected that he was incontinent and liked to fry his poop. Well, Nora sighed heavily. After all, she was closest to Yi Chen that night and saw the situation most clearly. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Now, whenever I see him or he approaches me, I always smell something. That smell keeps lingering at the tip of my nose, making me want to vomit. Nora couldn't help but dry heave several times as she spoke. It was obvious that the shock that night had left a very serious trauma in her young heart. The maid hurried over to smooth Nora's back and couldn't help but sigh again. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your body? A middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded, and the maid quickly knelt aside to salute. Your Majesty. It turned out that it was the Emperor of Land Kingdom who came. Father, I vomit. Princess Nara started retching again before she could finish her sentence. Seeing this, the Emperor of Land couldn't help but sigh heavily. No more delay, son. The Emperor of Land waved his hand to let the maid leave first, and then gently closed the door. If this continues, our relationship with Chu will inevitably become strained. Besides, our land state has already severed diplomatic ties with Hong state. If problems arise with Chu as well, then our land state will probably be the first country to be annexed. The Emperor of Land Kingdom held Princess Nara's hand tightly with deep affection. But Princess Nara kept complaining in her heart. Back then, you believed the beautiful blueprint painted by the state of Chu and broke off diplomatic relations with the state of Hong without hesitation, and you were also the one who pushed for this marriage. It is you who are bent on dividing the territory of Hong state with Chu state. So, my dear daughter, what happened to General Mew that time was just an accident. I firmly believe that he is definitely not like that in his daily life. So tomorrow you should take the initiative to look for General Mew. As the Emperor of Land spoke, his eyes gradually turned red. General Nemu also has feelings for you. He didn't get angry that time despite your attitude. This shows that he truly loves you. The Emperor of Land Kingdom has been providing spiritual counseling to Princess Nara all the time. However, once a person's beautiful fantasy is shattered, it is not so easy to restore it to its original state. At first, Nara did feel that General Mew of Chu was a good man. He was young and handsome, held a high position, and was the heir to the first family of Chu. He has good looks, ability, and reputation, and is indeed a very good candidate. But everything changed after that night. There were colors and smells everywhere, and the thought of seeing him every day in the future really caused her to have psychological and physical reactions. However, Nara had no choice but to nod and agree, because she knew that she had no right to refuse. Even if her father cancelled the marriage, her brothers would never agree, and might even join forces with the state of Chu to directly fight for power. This kind of thing has long been common in their royal family. Nara looked at the Emperor of Lan and sighed in her heart, accepting her fate. As for Yi Chen, ever since he failed to find the person that night, Mingwu has been like a madman, constantly making calculations. During this period, he actually succeeded in finding some others. However, basically they were all locations where toilets were, which made Mingwu start to wonder, is there a toilet god in this world? Could it be that Yi Chen accidentally offended this god while going to the toilet one day? The whole thing was nearly driving Mingwu insane. He even held several rituals specifically for Yi Chen, claiming that they were to exorcise evil spirits. Then, in the few days after I performed these exorcisms, those strange situations seemed to have stopped happening. Could it be that they really worked? Guessed right. Yi Chen has been staying in the room all the time, giving up on himself. Now he doesn't want to go out at all. He has suffered serious trauma in his heart. When he thought of the eyes of those people outside looking at him, he would constantly recall the days in Pengdong in his previous life. And in the past few days, several terrible things happened to him. Every midnight, he would feel his lower body suddenly become extremely wet, and then he would wake up and actually find himself incontinent in his sleep. He felt like he was struck by lightning. He is the only one who knows about this matter. So there were even several toilets in the room, and he always felt that he might need to go to the toilet at any time. He would feel uneasy if he was away for too long. Thinking that he might become aggressive if he stayed away for too long, he didn't dare to go far away. This is more than Lin Ao. Every night on time, once, no matter whether you are asleep or not, Lin Ao will knock him out and then send a burst of warm power into his stomach. Now there is one crazy person and one madman in this yard. Chapter 331 I will stay reluctantly. Tonight, Lin Ao came to the palace with familiar steps as usual. When he has nothing to do on weekdays, he likes to look at beautiful women, but this time, he must make Yi Chen completely collapse. Yi Chen also tried to resist by not sleeping, and spent the whole night practicing hard. However, I'm really sorry, do you think you can stay awake forever just because you say you won't sleep? Have you asked me, Lin Ao? After a few days, Yi Chen finally started to become a little neurotic, and he didn't dare to mention this situation to Mingwu. He always suspected that there was something wrong with his cultivation, or was it really as Mingwu said, that he really offended some mysterious power? Everything started to become suspicious and the body became very sensitive. As for Mingwu, Lin Ao had already understood his character and knew that he was an extremely paranoid person, which was evident from the incident of him pulling Yi Chen's hair that night. This was the second time that his calculations went wrong. For him, this was a rare and interesting thing. He wanted to catch that person and make him fall into it again. Because of this, Lin Ao would tease Mingwu every night. Since you are having so much fun, I will let you have fun. Tonight, Lin Ao prepared a special, set meal, for them as usual. Yoho, you finally revealed your weakness again. I caught you again this time. I want to see where you can escape. Mingwu's eyes turned red, and he picked up the compass excitedly, and disappeared outside the yard in a blink of an eye. Lin Ao looked at Mingwu flying away and couldn't help laughing, then walked to the door of Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged in the room. His eyes were closed and he seemed to be resting, but Lin Ao knew very well that he was actually very awake. He behaves like this every night and always thinks he can get through it. Lin Ao smiled faintly. Just when he was about to attack again, he suddenly sensed something and realized that someone was walking towards him from outside. Lin Ao looked outside the yard thoughtfully, then jumped onto the roof. At this time, a group of people were walking slowly towards them holding lanterns. Among them was a woman who was truly stunning. This person is Princess Nara. After a whole day of entanglement and psychological preparation, she finally mustered up the courage to come find Yi Chen. She had no choice. She has no right to act willfully. Even though people all over the country are currently boycotting the marriage between Lan and Chu, for the royal family, this is just a trivial matter. Nora came to Yi Chen's room. She took several deep breaths and nodded slightly to the maid beside her. The maid understood. She walked to the door and knocked gently. Then Nora adjusted her voice and spoke. General Mu, Nara's health has improved, so I came to visit you immediately. General Mu, is it convenient for us to meet? Nora's gentle voice came. She took a deep breath again, and hurriedly adjusted her mentality again, so as not to make Yi Chen angry due to some of her actions after entering. Yi Chen in the room heard Princess Nara's voice and immediately opened his eyes. Ha ha, woman. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. He slowly got off the bed, walked into the living room, sat down at the table casually, poured himself a cup of steaming hot tea, and savored it leisurely. He didn't say anything, but made some noises in the room, deliberately letting Nora outside hear it. Nora had been waiting outside the door for Yi Chen's response. She heard some movement in the room, and the lights were on, so it was impossible that he was asleep. She knew that this was the look Yi Chen gave her on purpose. I couldn't help but secretly complain in my heart, how did such a stingy person get the position of general? He has no tolerance for others at all. But she didn't dare say that, instead she was very patient. Nara stood quietly outside the door with her eyes downcast, and it was unknown whether she was incomparably calm inside. Yi Chen's behavior made her completely give up on him and accept her fate as a princess. The maids beside them also lowered their heads and did not move. Lin Ao watched this scene from the rooftop, thinking to himself, Yi Chen is really good at putting on airs. I hope you can continue to act like this later. After waiting for about half an hour, Yi Chen felt that it was enough time to leave her alone. He smiled faintly. If he didn't show her some displeasure, she really wouldn't know who was the big and small king. This was a punishment for her pretending to be sick when she asked for a meeting. If someone dares to look down on him, Yi Chen, and he doesn't teach her a lesson, how can he be worthy of his identity? Yi Chen was full of inner drama and he coughed lightly. Nora, who was outside the door, raised her head and gently knocked on Yi Chen's door again. General Mu, are you feeling unwell? Would it be convenient for Nara to come in and visit? General Mu, please take good care of yourself and don't overwork yourself. Nora opened her mouth and spoke. Lin Ao smiled. This woman was interesting. Oh, it's Princess Nora. It's so late, I was sleeping in the hall and had no idea the princess had arrived. Yi Chen is also very good at pretending, one pretends to be deaf and the other pretends to be dumb. Yi Chen walked to the door and opened it gently, looking at Nora with a smile on his face. When he looked at Nora, Yi Chen's breath obviously stagnated. Beautiful. Really beautiful. For the sake of this face, I forgive you. Yi Chen made a gesture of invitation, and Nora smiled sweetly at Yi Chen and stepped in. Just when the maid wanted to follow in, she was stopped by Yi Chen. The princess and I need to talk alone. Please wait outside. The maids looked at Nora, who didn't turn back. She paused and nodded. The maid returned to the corridor with her eyes lowered, and there was an indescribable look in her eyes. Yi Chen closed the door and took Nora to sit down. Nora, are you feeling better? It's so late, I'm worried you might catch a cold. Yi Chen's voice was soft, with a warm smile on his face. He seemed to care about Nora very much, but his eyes seemed to want to eat someone. Nora trembled slightly when she saw Yi Chen's eyes. She forced a smile. Well, I'm feeling better now, so I wanted to come visit General Mu. I heard that you wanted to visit Nara a few days ago, but I was afraid of infecting General Mu, so. Although everyone knows what is going on, we still have to do the exercises openly. Yi Chen smiled crookedly, his eyes becoming more and more presumptuous. It's okay, I'm not such a stingy person. Yi Chen's words almost made Lin Ao in the room laugh out loud. Just when Yi Chen opened the door, Lin Ao followed him in. Eating melon with gusto. Nora's mouth twitched as well. Okay, not only is he stingy, but he's also pretentious and hypocritical. I must have been blind to have a good impression of such a person. Oh, it's so late. Princess, it's quite dangerous to go back. Why don't you stay overnight? We can talk by candlelight. It would be a wonderful conversation. Yi Chen picked up the teacup, squinted his eyes, and looked at Nora quietly. He saw that Nora's expression changed several times after hearing what he said. Nora nodded weakly. Lin Ao also nodded. Since you invited me so warmly, I will stay here reluctantly to add some fun to your life. Chapter 332. It turns out to be her, she's the one who caused it. Yi Chen's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. This time he was filled with a sense of superiority, and he looked at Nora as if she were an object. At this moment, he completely forgot those bad memories, and his mood changed drastically. He stared at Nora, who looked like a little white rabbit, and couldn't help swallowing. Looking at her delicate face and curvy figure, I felt a little dry in the mouth. I am extremely eager to taste this tempting delicacy immediately. At the same time, Nora's eyes were completely dull, and she sat quietly opposite Yi Chen like a puppet. No one can save her at this time. Tomorrow she will become a hero of the Land Kingdom, and tomorrow she will be her father's most beloved daughter. Nara, during this long night, I've heard that you are quite accomplished in singing and dancing. I wonder if I am lucky enough to be able to appreciate your grace. Yi Chen looked at Nara with great interest. He couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Tonight was enough time for Yi Chen to play with Nara to his heart's content. He wanted to let his inner desire reach the peak and then drink this drop of nectar in one gulp. Cool. Lin Ao was also looking at Yi Chen with great interest. Since General Mu wants to see it, I will show my ugliness. Nara agreed to Yi Chen woodenly. She slowly stood up and walked to an empty space in the hall. Without any accompaniment, Nora turned her back to Yi Chen. She bit her lips lightly and took a deep breath. Nora danced gracefully, each movement like a dream, like a fairy. Her dance moves were sometimes graceful, sometimes unrestrained, as if she was expressing her inner feelings. Yi Chen looked up and down at Nara's figure. She had a thin waist, plump hips, and skin as white as snow, smooth and delicate. His eyes sparkled, and he gradually became immersed in Nora's dance, forgetting everything around him. His eyes followed Nora's figure, and an indescribable impulse surged in his heart. The dance ended and Nora stopped panting. Yi Chen came back to his senses and clapped his hands vigorously, his face full of admiration. Princess Nara, your dance is so beautiful. Yi Chen walked towards Nora, not hiding his desire at all. You really fascinate me. Yi Chen stretched out his hands and wanted to pull Nara into his arms. At this moment, Lin Ao smiled faintly, and a stream of energy silently penetrated into Yi Chen's stomach. Nara had already closed her eyes, but after waiting for a while, she still did not feel Yi Chen's touch. This is really weird, it shouldn't be like this. His eyes just now clearly revealed his eager desire to possess her, so how could he remain motionless? Nora couldn't help but open her eyes. Yi Chen's face was slightly pale, and his body stood stiffly in front of Nara. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched a few times. Why? Why on earth did this feeling surge up at this moment? He took a few steps back stiffly and slowly sat down on the stool. Why, princess, I long to see one more dance. Yi Chen spoke calmly, his voice trembling slightly. Nara looked at Yi Chen with confusion, not understanding what he was trying to do. She nodded softly, and had no choice but to agree to his request and dance again. At this moment, Lin Ao once again sent a stream of energy to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly realized that the strong urge to defecate had disappeared. He frowned, completely unaware of what was going on. After a long time, that feeling didn't reappear, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he continued to indulge in Nora's dance, and her graceful body once again made Yi Chen intoxicated. Nora paused again and stood still. Due to the large amplitude of her dance movements, a few strands of hair fell in front of her forehead, which actually added a bit of charming charm to her. Nala, I see you're sweating all over. You must have worked so hard. Yi Chen stood up with a crooked smile on his face, clapping non-stop. No, it's not hard, as long as General Mu is happy. Nora lowered her head and saluted Yi Chen. Yi Chen moved closer and stared at the tiny beads of sweat on Nara's neck. They looked particularly crystal clear under the light, which instantly ignited Yi Chen's inner desire again. He took a deep breath, and the faint fragrance made Yi Chen close his eyes and indulge in it. There was obvious disgust in Nora's eyes. Nara, let's take a bath together. Yi Chen's words made Nora's pupils tremble. She bit her lip and nodded stiffly. Yi Chen stretched out his hand again, Lin Ao grinned evilly, and two streams of energy shot directly into Yi Chen's stomach. Yi Chen's face turned pale instantly. He put down his hands, clamped his legs together, and immediately stepped back, sitting on the chair. Lin Ao dispersed the energy again. Yi Chen's expression suddenly returned to normal. Only Nara stared at the weird Yi Chen with wide eyes. Yi Chen was also very puzzled and bewildered in his heart. Why was this happening? Yi Chen looked at Nara, his eyes became deep, and he seemed to have some different thoughts in his mind. He stood up again and walked towards Nora, who lowered her eyes again. Lin Ao released energy again, and Yi Chen's face changed again. Yi Chen retreated, Lin Ao retracted his energy, Nara's eyes widened, Yi Chen moved forward, Nara lowered her head, and Lin Ao released his energy. This process was repeated several times. Nara was completely numb, and she felt more and more that General Mu must have some intellectual problems. She wanted to marry someone like this. To win over the Chu state. Huh. After Yi Chen tried it several times, he looked at Nara in shock. Who are you? His pupils were already trembling, and his fingers trembled slightly as he pointed at Nora. Ah, I'm Princess Nara of Land Country. Why are you asking such a question, General Mu? Nora was stunned by Yi Chen's question. What was wrong with him? Was he going insane? No wonder he was incontinent. It's over, my Nora's life is over. Nora was beginning to despair. Yi Chen didn't answer, he tried again. He jumped forward towards Nora, his face turned pale instantly, he took a step back, and his face instantly turned better. The damn urge to defecate disappeared immediately. As expected, Yi Chen, have figured it out. So it's because of this woman. Yi Chen couldn't help but recall that night when Nara was sitting next to him. It was the first time they were so close to each other. It was because of her. I would lose control of my bladder in the main hall. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. As a result, he suffers from incontinence every night because of her. Yi Chen looked at Nara with red eyes. Nora suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 333 I have something to ask you. Lin Ao stared at Yi Chen, whose eyes were red, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, three powerful energies hit Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen was suddenly shocked and couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is going on? I have clearly left that area, why do I still have this feeling? Did I misjudge? Or is there some other reason? This time, Yi Chen couldn't hold it in any longer, and a stream of gas moved rapidly through his intestines. His eyes. Puff. A deafening roar instantly echoed throughout the room. An extremely complex and unpleasant smell rushed into Nara's nostrils like crazy. Nora's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and the physiological reaction that had been forcibly suppressed before surged out again. Mew General Mew. I suddenly feel extremely unwell. I really want to go back first. Nora really couldn't bear it anymore. Her stomach kept churning and churning, as if sending out an extremely strong distress signal, as if saying, Master, if you don't leave me, I will run away by myself. Lin Ao fanned his nose gently. Although he couldn't smell anything unusual, he could hear it. The deafening sound was truly shocking. He also felt somewhat uncomfortable, even though he was the one who caused this situation. Yi Chen's face looked extremely ugly. Then you go back first. Although Yi Chen was furious, his body couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately, he was about to explode. Nora bowed slightly, covered her nose with her hand, and walked slowly towards the door with a trembling body. In this fleeting moment, Yi Chen's strange feeling completely disappeared. Wait a minute, Yi Chen shouted loudly with disbelief written all over his face. Nora was so frightened that her whole body trembled violently. She immediately stopped where she was, not daring to move at all. Oh, it's coming you. Get out of here. Yi Chen's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly asked Nora to go out again. This time, Nora did not dare to delay at all. She escaped from the room at the fastest speed, and then breathed in the fresh air outside in big gulps. The maids looked at the panicked princess in surprise, wondering what was going on. Is General Mew a pervert? Go. Help me back quickly. The maids hurriedly helped Nora out of Yi Chen's yard. Everyone's expression was full of gossip and curiosity. And at this moment, Yi Chen's face was full of ecstasy. I found the reason. I found it, ha 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 ha. It turns out it's because she's poisonous. Yi Chen seemed to have suddenly been enlightened, and he was ecstatic at this moment. He laughed crazily. Lin Ao looked at him several times, then threw several beams of energy at him. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically in an instant. The sequelae are coming. The sequelae are coming. It really is poisonous. I think I'll be fine after a few days of diarrhea. Let's go at worst. I can marry a princess from another country, but with Nara's figure and beauty, it's such a pity. Ouch, ouch. Yi Chen hurriedly walked under the bed and took out the toilets one by one with great effort. Lin Ao rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, this guy is still dreaming of marrying another princess. What a pipe dream. He, whether you can leave land country smoothly depends entirely on my mood. You should just enjoy these few good days. Lin Ao left Yi Chen's house in a flash, and then he strolled leisurely in the air, his eyes fixed on Nora who was fleeing in panic. Not long after, Nora hurried back to her palace. Lin Ao followed in without hesitation because he had something to ask Nara. As soon as Princess Nara returned to the palace, she couldn't wait to run to the back hall, and Lin Ao followed closely behind her. Princess Nara was walking quickly, and she was pulling at her clothes all the time. Pieces of clothes were scattered on the ground by the wind, and Lin Ao had never seen anyone taking off clothes while walking with an angry look on his face. This really feasted Lin Ao's eyes. When the last pink bellyband was casually thrown to the ground, Nora was now completely naked with nothing to cover herself. She turned around suddenly, her eyes full of burning anger. Lin Ao quickly dodged, genuinely frightened by her move. He wondered, are you trying to hit someone with the ball? Or have I been discovered? Lin Ao even deliberately swayed back and forth in front of her eyes. Well, he probably didn't notice me. After Nora took off her clothes, she took off all the ornaments on her head without hesitation and threw them to the ground. Her 3,000 black hair slowly slid down her body. At this moment, Lin Ao had to admit that he was indeed a little moved. A slight gesture of respect is enough to fully prove that Nora's charm is still quite attractive. After all, Lin Ao is a real man who has experienced ups and downs. You guys, take all these things and burn them. If you like those ornaments, you can take them, but never let them appear in front of me again. Nora's face was cold as she spoke angrily, and as she spoke she suddenly felt like retching. She suddenly pushed open the door in front of her, and a pool of water emitting hot steam appeared in front of her. She lifted her jade feet and stepped gently in. There were many bathing supplies placed beside the pool. She slowly immersed herself in the pool, picked up the bath products and poured them on herself. It was not until this moment that Nora finally breathed her last. She felt clean. Father, is this kind of person really worthy of my lifelong trust? Nora's eyes were red and she was about to cry. She washed her body over and over again, rubbing her snow-white skin until it turned red. At this time, Lin Ao was sitting aside, quietly admiring the beauty in front of him. Nora stayed in the bathtub for half an hour before she got up, put on her clothes and went back to rest. At this moment, because he had been running for too long, he accidentally slipped when he stepped out of the water and fell to the side. Her head fell down and hit the stairs directly. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly, appeared beside Nara in an instant, and hugged her. The soft fragrance entered his arms, and Lin Ao gently tried the feel of it, which was soft, chewy. Na was still in shock and froze. Lin Ao followed for a while, and the whole room was enveloped by a wave of energy. He gradually revealed his figure. I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 334 Wu. Nara stared at Lin Ao's revealed figure in shock. I have something urgent to discuss with you. I originally wanted to wait until you were dressed, but the current situation doesn't allow that. Lin Ao looked at Nara with an innocent face, and at the same time tried the feeling again. Ah, someone come, there's a thief who steals flowers, there's a rapist. There's a lecher. There's a pervert. There's a groper. And there's… Nara's face turned even paler in an instant, and Lin Ao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Bang! Lin Ao slapped him fiercely. If you keep making such a fuss, I'll make you experience firsthand the pain of pregnancy. Lin Ao picked up Nara horizontally without hesitation, and she subconsciously wrapped her arms around Lin Ao's neck tightly. Nora was stunned and stared at Lin Ao, thinking to herself, is this where I will die tonight? In addition, she had just shouted so loudly, and someone should have heard the sound and come in long ago. However, there was no movement at this moment. It seemed that this man had already blocked off this place. Even if she shouted at the top of her lungs, no one would be able to come to save her. She was not mentally prepared at all and stared at Lin Ao blankly for a while, then she looked at Lin Ao's face seriously. A strange thought suddenly popped up in my mind. It seems this one-for-one exchange is not a loss. Then, she shook her head frantically, her face instantly turned red with shame, and she scolded herself in her heart. What on earth was I thinking? How long do you want to stay in my arms? Hurry and put on your clothes. Lin Ao carried her to the hall where some of Nara's daily clothes were placed. Put on clothes. Don't you have to take them off? Isn't this too troublesome? Nora was completely stunned. He actually wanted to put on clothes. Did he enjoy the process of taking off clothes? Lin Ao was confused by Nara's words. What kind of mess was going on in this woman's mind? Well, what style of clothing do you like? What color do you like? Nara slowly stood up from Lin Ao's arms to the ground, presenting a posture of holding a lute and half covering her face, with her hands tightly wrapped around her private parts, her head lowered, like a beautiful flower in bud about to bloom. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Haha, this woman is really interesting. Whatever. Just follow your own ideas. Lin Ao stared at Nora with interest. Could you please turn around? Keep some freshness. Nora's voice was charming and her face was shy. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes, nodded, and then turned away. When Nara saw Lin Ao turned around, her shyness disappeared without a trace in an instant. Her eyes flashed coldly as she walked quickly towards the wardrobe. Above the clothes, a silver light caught Nora's eye. She narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger, and snorted in her heart, is the princess so easily taken advantage of? Ha. Sir, do you want white, red, or silver? Nara's voice was still extremely gentle. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she was already thinking about how many times she would kill Lin Ao with a knife. She gently picked up the small dagger hidden inside, tiptoed carefully, and walked quietly and silently behind Lin Ao. Whatever. Lin Ao remained motionless, without even turning his head. Nara's eyes instantly became fierce. She tightly gripped the knife in her hand and suddenly stabbed Lin Ao's waist with force. At the same time, the symbol on the knife shone with an extremely dazzling light. At this moment, Lin Ao did not make any movement, as if he was completely unaware of Nara's unusual behavior. However, an elusive expression appeared on his face. Go to hell, pervert! Nara yelled angrily, without stopping her hands at all. In her mind, she had already imagined the scene of Lin Ao wailing in pain. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the knife in Nora's hand broke instantly. Nora was stunned at that moment. Lin Ao slowly turned around and looked at Nora with a playful expression. Nara gritted her teeth and punched Lin Ao fiercely. Lin Ao smiled and just turned slightly to avoid it easily. He looked with interest at the sandwich that collided with each other due to the large-scale movement. The undulating scene with rippling blue waves was very spectacular. Nara's attack failed, so she quickly retreated and kicked Lin Ao with a high kick. Woo! Lin Ao sighed in admiration, his eyes were opened. Princess Nara, look at your flexibility. It's truly remarkable. But you must understand that if you continue to act this way, you'll probably cause serious trouble that's difficult to deal with. Lin Ao calmly raised his hand to block, lowered his head and said with a hint of sarcasm. I want to see if you can still say such words later. At this moment, Nora gave Lin Ao a fierce look. Just look, or I'll dig out your eyes. She instantly vanished from Lin Ao's sight. Lin Ao was slightly taken aback. Oh, she's actually in the true martial realm. Ha ha. Unfortunately, in Lin Ao's eyes, Nora's movements were still slow, too slow. Lin Ao stood firmly in place, but his hands did not stop moving, and they were so fast that they turned into afterimages. Lin Ao's smile became brighter and brighter, and he even brought his hand to his nose and sniffed it gently. In Lin Ao's eyes, Nara was like in slow motion, and every part of that attack was visible clearly. Then Lin Ao would have too much room to maneuver. It smells so good. Do you want to continue doing this? Lin Ao had a wicked smile on his face, and an extremely weak figure appeared on the ground in front of him. Nora was panting at this time, her whole body turned red, and she covered herself tightly. There were still traces of crystal tears in her eyes. She stared at Lin Ao with resentment and bit her lower lip hard. Every movement she made was blocked by Lin Ao, even every part of her body bore traces of his palms. Do you think I'll obey you like this? Don't even think about it. You and I are irreconcilable. Nara completely ignored Lin Ao's warning and rushed in front of Lin Ao in the blink of an eye. Lin Ao's mouth twitched involuntarily. When did I ever say I wanted to possess you? Did I say I wanted you to submit to me? You are simply courting death and adding fuel to the fire. This time, Lin Ao will not accommodate her anymore. Chapter 335. You don't have to take responsibility for this. Lin Ao stretched out his hand slowly. It looked slow, but in fact he had already firmly grasped the delicate jade foot that Nara kicked towards him. Nara was startled and tried to break free, but she found that Lin Ao was as firm as a rock. She gritted her teeth and simply slammed her head towards Lin Ao, performing a perfect split clearly. Lin Ao secretly praised in his heart. As expected, Nara was really flexible. Lin Ao looked at Nara's pretty face getting closer and closer, but he didn't dodge or evade. A slightly evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the fingers of his right hand gently touched Nara's smooth jade-like forehead. Nara was slightly startled, her head tilted upwards slightly, and her mouth slightly opened. Lin Ao smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this angle was really just right. Then, Lin Ao leaned over and kissed her. Nora's eyes suddenly widened, and a wonderful feeling she had never experienced before slowly emanated from the deepest part of her heart. For a moment, he completely forgot how to break free from Lin Ao. As Lin Ao became more passionate, Nara's body became softer. Suddenly, Nara came to her senses and tried to bite Lin Ao's lips. Lin Ao pinched her lightly, and Nora lost all her strength instantly. After a long while, Lin Ao finally let her go. Nora leaned weakly on Lin Ao like a ball of soft and weak cotton. A feeling of shame and annoyance surged into her heart, leaving her with nowhere to vent. Haha, even if I can't defeat you, my will never bend to yours. You frivolous and rude scoundrel. I will kill you. Nara leaned in Lin Ao's arms and spoke the harshest words in the softest tone. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly, and without hesitation, he gently picked up Nora who was lying on the ground. The two then kissed passionately again. Hem. Nora first punched him lightly with her pink fists, and then hugged him tightly. Lin Ao quickly glanced at the bed in the room, then walked over steadily with the soft and sweet Nora in his arms. 2 hours passed quietly like this. Lin Ao stared at Nora, who was completely exhausted. Dissatisfied. Lin Ao just said this as a joke, but he didn't expect that it seemed to irritate Nora. Nora's eyes snapped open. She quickly turned over and supported herself firmly on top of Lin Ao with her hands. She pressed her forehead against Lin Ao's, and her hair fell on his face, making him feel a little itchy. I don't accept. Nora spoke each word with great clarity. Although she spoke such tough words, her expression showed a hint of discomfort. It doesn't hurt anymore. Are you still holding on? Lin Ao looked at Nara helplessly. She was the one who said the most dirty words throughout the whole night, and she was also the one who was most unwilling to admit defeat. Lin Ao never imagined that her personality would change so drastically after she left the ground, and she herself was completely unaware of it. Sophia awakened under Lin Ao's guidance, but Nara was definitely born that way. Don't talk nonsense. Are you exhausted? Are you scared? Are you weak? Little white face, beg for mercy, and I will let you go after you beg for mercy. As Nara spoke, she pinched Lin Ao's chin, her expression charming and coquettish. Look at these dirty words and expressions, aren't they just asking for trouble? Lin Ao grabbed Nora's hand and instantly turned over and pressed forward. Nora couldn't help but exclaimed, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Dissatisfied. I don't accept it. Dissatisfied. I don't accept it. By dawn, Nora had fallen into a deep sleep. You are such a novice and love to play. Lin Ao couldn't help but sigh, and suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I actually forgot about the important things. Oh my god. She's been leading me on for some reason. Oh my god. Lin Ao looked at Nara, who was sleeping, with a smile on her face. Forget it, let's wait until she wakes up. Out of boredom, Lin Ao also fell asleep. It was not until noon that Na stretched out her body. This sleep was the most comfortable one she had ever had. She narrowed her eyes, stretched out her hands, and gently touched Lin Ao. A flood of memories flooded her mind. She smiled charmingly and turned to look aside. She supported her head with one hand and looked at Lin Ao, looking at his quiet sleeping face and long eyelashes. She stretched out a hand, and gently touched Lin Ao's eyelashes with her slender fingers, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Seeing that Lin Ao didn't wake up, she stretched out her fingers again and gently stroked Lin Ao's nose, lips, and all the way down. A smirk appeared on her face. She squeezed it gently, bit her lip, and looked at Lin Ao, who suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, she felt a huge emotional impulse in her heart. She didn't know why, but she was very happy at this moment. Her heart was beating fast. She wanted to laugh and hug Lin Ao. As soon as an idea came to her mind, she took action immediately. She let go of her hand, threw herself into Lin Ao's arms, and hugged Lin Ao tightly. Ha 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 ha. Nara laughed happily in Lin Ao's arms, and increased her strength as she laughed, as if she wanted to merge Lin Ao into her body. Lin Ao looked at Nora in his arms with a strange expression. Is she crazy? Little thief. You are mine, and I am yours. Ha 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 ha. Nara raised her head, her eyes full of divine light, and looked at Lin Ao. Can't we just be friends for a day? We're all adults now. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. He had been feeling very depressed during this period, and Nara had taken advantage of him. I don't care, I'm yours. You're mine too. Nara didn't understand what one day friends meant. Anyway, she looked at Lin Ao as if he wanted to run away after eating. What's your name? I don't even know your name. Nora looked at Lin Ao, her eyes filled with possessiveness. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. I don't even know who I am, and you say I'm yours. Lin Ao. He said his name lightly, and Lin Ao thought Nara would scream when she woke up. Lin Ao still doesn't understand her attitude now. Lin Ao. Okay Lin Ao. Listen carefully. You can be irresponsible for what you do. Nora smiled and spoke. Lin Ao looked at Na Lai suspiciously. You just said I'm yours and you're mine, but now you don't want me to be responsible. So generous. It turns out that women's minds are unpredictable. If you are irresponsible, then you are not allowed to interfere in my future affairs. I will keep a few lovers, or marry someone else. I will use what you taught me last night to serve them. I will also. Nara wanted to narrate something ordinary, but the content of her words was actually a threat to Lin Ao. Lin Ao's mouth twitched violently. He blocked Nora's mouth with his mouth. A hint of triumphant smile appeared on Nora's lips. Chapter 336. Completely disappointed. I have to go out for a while, otherwise the servants will be worried and anxious. Nora lay gently on Lin Ao's chest. Nora, a member of the family of caterpillars, was delicate and weak, full of charm. Well, go ahead. I'll rest for a while and then leave. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ao's face, and then he snapped his fingers easily. The barrier around the room was broken. Ah, you're leaving. No, if you're leaving, take me with you, Lin Ao. Don't leave me behind. When Nara heard Lin Ao say he was leaving, she became anxious and grabbed Lin Ao's arm tightly. He covered his mouth and looked at Lin Ao with grievance. I have things to do. I should be back in less than 3 days. Lin Ao stroked Nara's back and comforted her softly. He planned to go back to Hong Kingdom and ask Tianming for a prop that could seal Yi Chen's soul. Lin Ao had had enough fun these days, and he could destroy Yi Chen after he came back. It would be even more perfect if Joanna was here too, a reunion after a long separation. That scene, wow, is really exciting. I don't even know where your home is. If you never come back, what should I do? Besides, I'm no longer a virgin, so getting married is out of the question. Nara was extremely uneasy at the moment. She couldn't really tell how powerful Lin Ao was, but since he could freely enter and exit the palace, he must be at the peak of the Xuanwu realm. In fact, she also had the idea of using Lin Ao. She longs to get Lin Ao's help to change her destiny. The humiliation Yi Chen inflicted on her last night, coupled with the deep helplessness she felt when facing the royal family, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, causing her to spend a crazy night. In General Namu, before I return, do you know exactly what kind of situation I'm facing? Nora's eyes were slightly red and tears were about to burst out. What if he continues to want to do this to me tomorrow? As Nora spoke, tears began to fall. She really experienced despair last night. Facing Lin Ao, she really gave in. Whoever she gave it to was the one she deserved. Lin Ao has good looks, strong abilities, and good looks, well, mainly good looks. It's not a loss to give it to him. I know he will probably try every possible way to stay away from you after tomorrow. Lin Ao spoke directly and frankly, and his words made Nora slightly stunned. You know, he wants to stay away from me. Lin Ao reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I know, I was there at the time, but you all didn't notice it, and Yi Chen. Ha 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 ha. All of that, ha 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 ha, was caused by me. Lin Ao couldn't help but burst into laughter as he spoke. Nora's mind was full of question marks. What happened to Yi Chen? She quickly sorted out the information in Lin Ao's words in her mind. Not long after, she immediately widened her eyes and covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. The banquet in the main hall and what happened last night. Nara looked at Lin Ao with uncertainty and asked a question. That's me. Lin Ao admitted it again openly. Nora covered her mouth tightly. According to what he said, then the true strength of the man named Lin Ao in front of her. She didn't even dare to think any further. Higher than Xuanwu. So don't worry, take this. This item seals my all-out attack. If you're ever in danger, you can unleash it directly, and he coughed, General Mu will be instantly reduced to ashes. However, you must make sure to use it only in an emergency, when there's no other way. If possible, wait until I return to deal with it. Lin Ao solemnly took out a bead and handed it to Nara. Nara took it in a daze and took a look. The bead looked ordinary and unremarkable. However, Lin Ao probably wouldn't deceive her. After all, if he really didn't want to take responsibility, he could just leave. There's really no need to lie to her like this. Will it really only take about 3 days? Nara held the beads tightly in her hand and looked at Lin Ao intently. Lin Ao nodded with a smile and then kissed her forehead. Okay, I'll wait for you. After Nara finished speaking, she took the initiative to offer him a sweet kiss. After a passionate and lingering moment, Nara reluctantly let Lin Ao go. It was not until the afternoon that Nora appeared in front of the servants. Usually when Nora was resting, the maids did not dare to disturb her and would wait until she woke up naturally. Today, they all speculated that what happened last night caused Nora to be depressed and sleepless all night, so she got up so late. But Nara's mental state and skin condition seemed to be much better than before. Could it be that they guessed wrong? Princess, the Emperor asked you to get up and go find him. Just at this moment, a maid came in and Nora nodded slightly. She enjoyed an afternoon tea at a leisurely pace, and then she set off at a leisurely pace and came to the main hall of the palace. Father, you are looking for me. Although Nora's voice was still gentle, there was a clear sense of alienation in her words. Nara, I heard you took the initiative to go look for General Mu last night. I also heard you two were alone in the room for a long time. Why didn't you stay at his place? The Emperor of Lan made Nora feel uncomfortable from the first words he said. This is the royal family of a small country. Yes, father. Last night, I personally went to your house to smooth things over with General Mu. I waited outside for a long time and finally got his permission to enter his room. Nora began to narrate slowly in a cold voice. Inside the room, he wanted my daughter to stay overnight, and she agreed. He then asked me to dance twice, and then he became incontinent again. When the Emperor of Lan heard that General Mu had lost control of his bladder again, he frowned. Does this man really have this problem? So you left. Or did General Mu ask you to leave? The words of the Emperor of Land Country made Nora roll her eyes in her heart. He didn't care at all about how his daughter was treated, but was only concerned about why she didn't stay overnight at General Mu's house. My daughter took the initiative to propose it, and General Mu allowed it. Nara answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Land frowned even more. You're so confused. Nara, you're so confused. You're just offending General Mu by doing this. Some things can be overcome by just forbearance. The people of Land Country will remember the sacrifices you've made. Father will remember it too. The Emperor of Land looked deeply distressed. Nora was completely disappointed and gave up on him. Chapter 337. Are they all here? Nala, you must go back and dress up carefully and nicely. After nightfall, go visit General Mu again. Do you understand? The Emperor of Land Kingdom ordered Nara to carry out this task without hesitation and in a decisive tone. Nora slowly lowered her bright eyes and nodded gently. The Emperor of Land Kingdom also noticed Nara's unusual behavior very keenly. He immediately reached out and tried to stroke her head gently, hoping to give her some comfort in this way. As you command, my son. However, Nora took a step back and knelt on the ground respectfully. The Emperor of Land Kingdom's hand just stopped awkwardly in midair. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Nara, then laughed heartily and turned back to his seat. Okay, my dear daughter, go back. The Emperor of Land looked at Nara with a kind and gentle expression. Nara bowed respectfully again and then left the cold and ruthless hall. Nara, my dear daughter, I hope you won't let me down. The Emperor of Land Country stared at the beautiful figure that was gradually moving away at the entrance of the hall, and an imperceptible coldness flashed across his eyes. As Nora left, her eyes were also filled with a very cold look, and a terrible idea came into her mind. Lin Ao took the jade token given by Nara and set out from the imperial capital of Land Kingdom to the border city bordering Hong Kingdom. It's really easier to get things done if you have acquaintances. Lin Ao walked out of the city gate under the respectful attitude of a group of Land Kingdom soldiers, and then flew directly to the border city of Hong Kingdom. Then he was directly teleported from the teleportation array on the border of Hong Kingdom to the imperial capital of Hong Kingdom. It only took half a day. After Lin Ao walked out of the teleportation array, he flew straight to Yuchen Garden. Hey, I'm back. Lin Ao pushed the door open happily, looking forward to giving Xiaoju and Lun Yan a surprise. The room turned out to be empty. Lin Ao looked at the empty room and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that they went out shopping together? Lin Ao had no choice but to walk into the room himself. He used his sensing ability to see where Tianming was, so as to know where Xiaoju and the others were. After a while, Lin Ao frowned. Why was there no reaction at all? Lin Ao's heart suddenly tightened, and he walked downstairs and grabbed someone to ask questions. Where is Leng Ziyu? The servant bowed respectfully to Lin Aoshan. Master Lin, you've returned. Boss Leng specifically instructed that if you return, you should go to the Imperial Palace to meet His Majesty the Emperor. All the masters on the top floor have also gone there. Lin Ao frowned slightly, and then his expression instantly turned to ecstasy, and his heart began to beat rapidly involuntarily. Could it be that Jiyu Wanqing and the others have arrived? Okay, I understand. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, he disappeared from the servant's sight and rushed towards the Hong Kingdom Palace. Lin Ao was extremely fast and soon arrived at Ji Chengxian's hall. It was already evening, and his appearance was so sudden that it scared Ji Chengxian. Fuck. Ji Chengxian couldn't help but curse loudly, and when he saw that the person coming was Lin Ao, he was almost choked by his breath. Looking forward, it turned out to be Senior Lin. In order to reverse this embarrassing situation, Ji Chengxian almost suffocated himself. Where are Ji Chengxian, Leng Ziyu and the others? Lin Ao didn't care about what he just said and asked anxiously. Senior, could you please not call me by my full name? Just call me Chengxian. If you call me by my full name, I'll mistakenly think I've done something wrong. What Ji Chengxian said was indeed the truth. Lin Ao was anxious, so his tone was inevitably a bit aggressive. When he called his full name, his body couldn't help but tremble. After all, being called by name directly by a powerful person in the realm of divine martial arts is bound to make people feel afraid. Oh, sorry, I was anxious at the moment. Chengxian, where are they right now? Lin Ao asked again. He was eager to know whether it was really Jiyu Wanqing and the others who came. Senior Lin, Lord Tianwu and your family are all in a separate courtyard of the Imperial Palace. I will lead the way for you. Ji Chengxian's words shocked Lin Ao. They really came. Were they really Ji Yuanqing and the others? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Ao stared at Ji Chengxian with fiery eyes. Ji Chengxian thought to himself, Senior Lin, could you please stop staring at me like that? It's also scary to be stared at like that by a strong man in the divine martial realm. Ji Chengxian nodded quickly, put down the work he was doing, and immediately led the way for Lin Ao. Not long after, Ji Chengxian brought him to a big gate. Senior Lin, this place is protected by the protection set up by Lord Tianwu, and outsiders cannot enter. As Ji Chengxian spoke, he took out a jade token and placed it into a groove. After a while, the door slowly opened and Lin Ao walked in. Ji Chengxian paused for a moment and then left. I originally had some things I wanted to discuss with Lin Ao, but after thinking about it, I decided to contact him tomorrow. It seemed that he was eager to reunite with his family. As soon as Lin Ao entered the house, the gate closed automatically and he immediately sensed the location of Tianming. It turns out that the breath was blocked by destiny. At the same time, the aura of other people also appeared in Lin Ao's perception. Tianming, who was chatting with everyone, raised his eyes and smiled. Lin Ao walked quickly towards the sensed location. Although he had only been away for a few days, Lin Ao felt as if he had not seen them for a long time. His urgent longing made him quicken his pace. Walking through the corridor, Lin Ao heard a familiar voice. He leapt forward and a familiar face came into view. Ah, brother Lin, long time no see. When Long Aoshan saw Lin Ao, he immediately went to meet him. Ah! Bang! Lin Ao's figure turned into a shadow, and he punched Long Aoshan into the wall. Wanqing, Eunuch, Anna. Lin Ao looked at Ji Yuanqing and the others in surprise as they called out their names one by one. The girls also noticed the movement from Long Aoshan's side and saw Lin Ao's figure. They just stood there quietly and looked at Lin Ao gently. She smiled sweetly. Dad. Ah, I saw a young figure embedded next to Long Aoshan. It turned out to be Lin Qian, the son of Lin Ao and Luo Yanran. Ouch. Sorry, it was just a slip of the tongue. Lin Ao was really good at it. Who told him to stand in front of him at such a tender moment? Give me the money. I told you Dad will definitely help. Lin Yi looked at his younger brothers and sisters with a smug look on his face. Ah. At this time, there was another person on the wall. Chapter 338. Come here and take the punishment for your father. Lin Ao walked quickly to Ji Yuanqing and the others. He looked extremely excited, even to the point where he could hardly control himself. How long have you been here? Lin Ao asked anxiously. Lin Ao quickly took Ji Yuanqing's hand and turned his gaze to Qin Yun and the others. He was delighted to find that everyone was there. And all of them looked at Lin Ao with great tenderness. We have to thank Li Jing greatly for achieving this result so quickly. Thanks to his time room, he managed to stretch the time limit to as high as 200. It was precisely by relying on this move that they were able to raise their strength to the level of Junwu, and Aoshan and Nezha also successfully reached the realm of Xuanwu. We've only been here a few days. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Lin Ao hugged them affectionately one by one, then sat down quietly to spend this warm family time together. Lin Yi, Lin Qian and Long Aoshan were pulled down by Nezha with great force. The three of them were covered in dust and looked at Lin Ao with embarrassed expressions. Uncle Long, how on earth can you stand my father? Listening to what Lin Yi said, Lin Qian nodded in agreement. Long Aoshan was stunned at first. Ah, what's wrong with him? Isn't this good? We brothers always like to play around like this. Lin Yi was speechless and simply stopped asking questions. He turned around and went back to the child's table. Lin Qian patted Long Aoshan's shoulder lightly, shook his head, and left with Lin Yi. Dad, are you okay? A young man walked over quickly. He had a handsome face, but looked a little silly. What can I do? If you can't catch Lin Yuan, then you'll be in trouble. This young man is none other than Long Aoshan's son, Long Xiaotian. He has now grown into a tall and handsome young man. Obviously, the father and son have never given up the idea of making Lin Yuan a member of the Long family. The matter between me and Yuan, or isn't it just that our destiny hasn't arrived yet? Long Xiaotian scratched his head, looking shy, and his body began to twist unconsciously. The veins on Long Aoshan's forehead bulged. Ah da! Long Aoshan punched Long Xiaotian hard into the wall he had just embedded himself into. You bastard, your father has been counting on you to find some victory over brother Lin in this life, and you don't even bother to fight for me. If Lin Yi were here, his jaw would surely drop. Is this still as good as you just said? Isn't this what brothers love to do? Aoshin, Xiaoju is pregnant, why don't you ask Lin Ao how he did it? I also want to have a baby. Nezha pulled long Aoshin and started to act coquettishly. At this time, Nezha was no longer the same as before. Since her brain could control her muscles freely, she has become a great beauty. It seems my sister is worried. Why don't you go and ask her? Feng Qiwu teased Nezha. They had been like sisters for so many years, and Feng Qiwu really liked the straightforward and simple Nezha. Long Aoshin scratched his head and said, isn't this what I don't want to ask? Didn't you see that I just came down from the wall? If I went over there now, I would be buried in the ground. Long Aoshin pulled the two of them away, letting Lin Ao reunite with his family first. I heard from Xiaoju that she is pregnant too. Sha Qianj touched Xiaoju's belly curiously, which made Xiaoju look shy. She blushed and patted Sha Qianj's hand. It is difficult to see the expression of this little daughter in Xiaoju. It seems that pregnancy has also made some changes in Xiaoju. Hee, I've encountered quite a few things since coming here, so I have to thank fate for that. As Lin Ao spoke, he looked at Tianming, who was looking at the tablet like a child. Now this tablet was Tianming's exclusive property. Tianming ignored Lin Ao, but a smile appeared on his face, which was covered by the tablet. Then Xiaoju finally got what he wanted. Ji Wanqing looked at Xiaoju with a smile on her face. When she was in China, she sometimes saw Xiaoju staring blankly at the children playing and touching her belly. At that time, she knew what Xiaoju's biggest wish was. By the way, Lin Ao, I heard from Nianian that you met Xiao Fan here. Is he really the Xiao Fan we know? Ji Wanqing's words made the other girls look over. Can the souls of the dead be reborn in other worlds? This is too incredible. Lin Ao nodded and told the story again. Ji Wanqing, Qin Yun and the others covered their mouths in disbelief. If we had known earlier, we would have come here earlier. Maybe we could have slapped him twice. The person who spoke was Sha Qianj. He had wanted to do the same thing when he saw her before, but he didn't have the chance after she became stronger. Haha, yes, now Qianj can easily knock down a dozen Xiao Fans. Lin Ao gently touched Sha Qianj's pretty face. Then he looked at Joanna. Anna has this opportunity. Joanna was stunned at first, as were Ji Wanqing and the others, but then their eyes lit up. You mean Yi Chen is also in this world? Joanna looked at Lin Ao in surprise, only to see Lin Ao nod slightly. You guessed right. I returned to Hong Kingdom this time because of Yi Chen. At first, I thought that General Mu and the tribute from Chu Kingdom were two incarnations of fate. Who knew that after I went there, I found out that he was Yi Chen, but he looked different from before. Lin Ao slowly recounted what happened in Land Country. The girls looked a little strange. You're such a grown-up, and you still like playing with poop. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao unhappily. Lin Ao and Long Aoshin had a quarrel in Sicily before. Now that Yi Chen has finally resurrected and is being beaten again, he must be living a life worse than death. Because I was afraid that after I killed him, he would be resurrected somewhere, so I came back to ask Tianming for a tool that could seal his soul, and then go back and kill him. Lin Ao was explaining the purpose of his return, and Lu Nian interrupted, causing everyone to look at Lin Ao suspiciously. Princess Nara, have you eaten yet? Lin Ao paused. Does your focus have to be so tricky? Lin Ao looked at Lu Nian speechlessly without saying anything. Now everyone understood. Hee. Ji Wanqing smiled faintly, stood up and left. Lin Yi, come here and take the punishment for your father. Luo Yanran smiled slightly and stood up. Lin Qian, come here and take the blame for your father. Lin Ao was stunned. What was this? Sha Qianj also smiled playfully. Lin Yang, come here and take the blame for your father. When Lin Wei and Lin Xiao saw that all the male members of the Lin family were called over, they were about to sneak away. As a result, Yui Aragaki and Lisa appeared in front of them with smiles on their faces. Wanqing, what's wrong with you? You can't punish a child like this. As a father, Lin Ao would definitely say something when he saw his child being punished, just a few words. I'm afraid the men of the Lin family will end up like you. Ji Wanqing rolled her eyes and a vine appeared in her hand. Lin Yuan, Lin Zan, Lin Shu, Lin Yu, Lin Lan, Lin Yan. Ji Wanqing continued to call out the names of the girls from the Lin family. The girls trembled all over and looked at Xiaozhu's mother for help. Xiaozhu nodded to them and gave them a reassuring smile. Come here and take a closer look. Don't believe the sweet words of those men outside. Lin Yuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. They immediately walked over happily and cheered for Ji Yu Wanqing and the others. It's over, Dad, this is going to be even harder. Long Xiaotian had a serious look on his face, and Long Aoshan nodded deeply beside him. Chapter 339 Brother Lin, save me. Nezha will really become Nezha. The yard was in chaos, but Lin Ao felt deeply the warmth of family. The family lived in harmony and the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. This scene really touched him deeply. Lin Yi and his group actually shed tears of regret. If they had known they would get beaten up if they came here, they would definitely have chosen to come later. As a result, they are destined to experience many ups and downs in their future relationship. However, these are all things that are left for the time being. Lin Ao and his family enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with Long Aoshan's family in a lively and joyful manner. As soon as Long Aoshan finished his meal, he mysteriously pulled Lin Ao to a deserted place. When Nezha saw this, his eyes instantly lit up and he hurried back to the room to make preparations. What's going on? Why are you so mysterious? What's going on? Are you missing the carefree days of the past and wondering if similar situations exist in this world? Long Aoshan had a very bright smile on his face, which made Lin Ao feel a little confused, and he did not forget to tease Long Aoshan. Oh brother Lin, you are so annoying. Long Aoshan nudged Lin Ao lightly with his shoulder, looking shy and embarrassed, and Lin Ao's whole body shuddered. If you have something to say, just say it. If you do this again, don't blame me for not being polite to you anymore. Lin Ao pushed Long Aoshan away with a look of disgust on his face. Long Aoshan hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly with a bit of shyness. Brother Lin, I heard that Xiaozhu is pregnant. So how did she do that? Long Aoshan nudged Lin Ao lightly with his elbow, a look of mutual understanding on his face. Lin Ao suddenly realized, so, you made such a big scene just for this matter. Just thinking about it made him want to beat Long Aoshan up. But if you think about it carefully, if it were him, he would probably feel anxious too. In this world, I have successfully broken through to the realm of divine martial arts and perfectly integrated the energies of destiny and fate, thereby gaining a new understanding of power. Lin Ao smiled calmly, without concealing anything, and recounted the whole story in detail. The more Long Aoshan listened, the tighter his brows furrowed, and the more he listened, the harder it became to control his emotions. His expression began to become very strange and painful. Brother Lin, I don't have the ability like you to fuse two energies. Does that mean Nezha and I can never have children in this lifetime? Long Aoshan looked at Lin Ao with some despair. He held Lin Ao's hand tightly and squeezed it hard. Let me go. Your hands are sweating, why are you so nervous? Let me go. Lin Ao hurriedly tried to pull his hand away. Two men holding hands was too strange. Especially since both of them were already fathers. Just thinking about it made the hairs on his body stand on end. Long Aoshan held Lin Ao tightly and even hugged him tightly. Lin Ao almost went berserk. No, brother Lin, you have to help me find a solution. If I go back tonight without an explanation, Nezha will become the Nezha you know and consummate our marriage. Long Aoshan's eyes were red, it seemed he was really anxious. It turns out that Long Aoshan was not desperate because he and Nezha couldn't get pregnant and have children, but he was desperate because of this. Lin Ao was completely speechless. Is this how you guys play in private? How many other games are there that I don't know about? So, brother Lin, I beg you, you must not stand by and watch me die. I don't want to try it a second time. It will really cost me my life. Especially with her. Long Aoshan started to chatter incessantly with a look of despair on his face. He wanted to continue, but Lin Ao rolled his eyes and quickly stopped him. Stop, stop, stop. Don't tell me the details of your boudoir. I'm really impressed by you. I didn't say you have to reach my level. What are you so anxious about? Lin Ao was speechless. He just said that after he gained power, he realized a way to create life. I didn't expect to hear such explosive gossip about Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan paused for a moment, and at that moment, Long Aoshan's figure disappeared from Lin Ao's sight and appeared in a little distance. Huh, brother Lin, you're here. I had such a hard time looking for you. Oh by the way, brother Lin, I have a question I want to ask you. Long Aotian had a brilliant smile on his face and walked slowly towards Lin Ao, as if he had just met Lin Ao. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth twitched violently. Do you think I'll forget what you just said just like this? You idiot. Lin Ao did not respond and simply remained silent, for fear that Long Aotian would do something weird if he started talking to him. Long Aotian walked in front of Lin Ao and was about to speak. Lin Ao's aura was surging, his eyes were shining with golden red light, and a stream of energy gathered into a small ball of spiritual energy. Take this, a one-time dose of life energy. It can strengthen you ahem. Anyway, just integrate it into your body when you and Neja exercise. Lin Ao handed the thing over directly, and Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao with surprise. He gave Lin Ao a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you are still the most reliable one. Ha 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 ha. We are brothers in our hearts. Long Aotian patted Lin Ao's shoulder, took the spiritual ball and disappeared. He was very anxious. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at the horse and returned to his yard. At this time, Lin Yi and his brothers and sisters were playing games. The boys all rolled their eyes at Lin Ao. It seems that I need to exercise after eating too much. Lin Ao showed an amiable smile, and his aura attacked Lin Yi and others. Lin Yi and the others narrowed their eyes. Action. In an instant, a 5-person formation was formed, led by Lin Yi, assisted by Lin Qian, Lin Yang, Lin Wei, and Lin Xiao. Lin Yuan and her sisters were cheering for their brothers. Lin Ao looked at Lin Yi and the others in surprise. It seemed like these kids were really practicing hard. You've come just in time. Let me show you my long-lost love and care. Lin Ao turned into a shadow. Lin Yi pointed in a direction, and Lin Wei immediately attacked in that direction. Lin Xiao was always there to support him from behind, and the others were also on guard in different positions, with perfect coordination. Lin Ao suppressed his cultivation at Junwu, and chased Lin Yi and others in the yard. Then Lin Yuan and the others were so excited that they all joined in. This game is called, Resisting Fatherly Love, let the father feel the love of his son and daughter. For a moment, divine light flashed in the yard and the roar was endless. Tianming glanced at the barrier indifferently and reinforced it with several layers in a bad mood. Chapter 340 Father-Son Game. Use all your strength, but don't expect me to let you go easily with this little strength. Don't blame me for loving you fiercely. Lin Ao stood proudly in the air, his eyes scanning his children, his heart filled with emotion. The children in front of me have now grown into big boys and girls. They have all grown up, but in his eyes, they are still like children, and getting beaten seems inevitable. Just then, Ji Wanqing and the others heard the noise here and hurried out. Son, do you want to join us? As soon as Long Aotian finished speaking, he didn't hear any response. He turned his head and looked to the side, and found that his stupid son was staring blankly at Lin Yuan in the sky, completely in a trance. Okay, I have to fight. After Long Aotian finished speaking, a slap suddenly hit Long Xiaotian on the forehead, and Long Xiaotian suddenly came back to his senses. Then, the father and son started playing and fighting on the ground again. Brother, how about the combined attack that Grandpa Yan taught us? Lin Qian pulled a few brothers together and discussed countermeasures in a low voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan and the others had already quickly moved forward, surrounding Lin Ao. The coordination between the sisters was seamless, with some acting as the main force, some responsible for support, and some specifically responsible for sneak attacks. Lin Ao was deeply impressed by his daughters. They were not only exceptionally capable, but also incredibly beautiful and courageous. Thinking of their future marriages, Lin Ao couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. Meanwhile, those boys were still racking their brains in the back row, plotting tactics. Humph, you'll see what happens next. In the sky, they fought fiercely. Fortunately, the house below was protected by the destiny, otherwise it would have become a ruin. After some discussion, Lin Yi and his team finally decided on a tactic. The brothers exchanged glances with each other and nodded in understanding. Afterwards, they also joined the siege team, however, when they approached Lin Ao. Lin Qian was so excited that he shouted loudly. Today, brothers, let's unite and beat this old man to the ground. This shout made Lin Yi and the others almost stumble and fall down after rushing into the air. You can just say this kind of thing quietly in private. Lin Ao, who was fighting with Lin Yuan, Lin Zan and others, suddenly had a hint of scarlet in his eyes, and turned to look at Lin Yi and others who were surrounding him. Lin Yi and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva, but still gritted their teeth and attacked forcefully. Lin Qian laughed heartily. Old Deng, look at the dragon trapping formation that our brothers have learned. Hearing Lin Qian's challenge, Lin Yi clenched his fists even tighter, but this time it was not directed at Lin Ao, but at Lin Qian. Lin Yong, Lin Wei, and Lin Xiao all gave Lin Qian a fierce look, thinking to themselves, just wait and see, if Lao Deng hits me hard a few times, we brothers will hit you as many times as he hits me when we go back tonight. The power of Lin Yi and others merged together, and Lin Ao instantly felt the gravity in the air suddenly increase, and the flow of power also became slightly blocked. He thought this should be what they called the dragon trapping formation. Lin Zan, Lin Shu, Lin Yu, provide your strength to Lin Yi and the others to strengthen the formation. Lin Lan, Lin Yuan, you and I will concentrate our strength and attack. While Lin Yuan was attacking hard, he gave orders in an orderly manner. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan and the other girls immediately nodded. Lin Lan and Lin Yuan also quickly moved towards Lin Yuan. Lin Ao looked at them with interest, but did not try to stop them. Instead, he stood inside the formation cooperatively. Once the formation is broken, evacuate immediately and look for another opportunity. Lin Yuan shouted in a delicate voice, and her power merged with that of Lin Lan and the others. Two streams of energy, one light golden and one light red, continued to intertwine and merge. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, this attack is quite interesting. Don't hold back, use all your strength. Lin Ao spoke gently to Lin Yuan, then he flashed and flew towards Lin Qian, roaring, you bastard, you call me Lao Deng, right? Big brother. Lin Qian shouted and instantly gathered all his strength on himself. The resistance on Lin Ao's body was immediately greatly magnified. Lin Qian took advantage of this rare opportunity and quickly escaped from Lin Ao's attack area. Since Lin Ao had been deliberately suppressing his strength and keeping his realm the same as Lin Yi and the others, he was slightly restricted in his actions. At this time, Lin Yi and the others also attacked Lin Ao's back very quickly. The brothers cooperated closely with each other. The power they possessed could be transmitted to each other and concentrated on one person to launch a concentrated attack. The others immediately took on supporting roles. Just at this moment, the attacks launched by Lin Yuan and the other two also reached Lin Ao. Their power gathered together and formed the shape of a phoenix. The blazing flames were so intense that a strong heat wave could be clearly felt even from a distance. The loud sound of the phoenix seemed extremely resonant in the sky. She stared at Lin Ao intently, flapped her wings vigorously, and flew straight towards Lin Ao. Gather your strength and trap Lao Deng firmly. When Lin Qian witnessed Lin Yuan and the others attack, his expression instantly became extremely excited. However, when Lin Yi and the others heard Lin Qian's words, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. You're the only one who can speak, right? Lin Ao glanced at Lin Qian, who seemed a little arrogant. Luo Yanran below slapped her forehead helplessly. This silly child really inherited her personality traits when she was young. Reckless. Too reckless indeed. After Lin Yi and the others looked at Lin Qian speechlessly, they still concentrated all their strength on the dragon trapping formation. Lin Ao instantly felt the pressure of the formation. Little bastard, then I'll be a little serious. Lin Ao stretched out one hand and caught the fire phoenix's head with the other. An extremely strong impact erupted from him and the fire phoenix's head. He clenched his fingers tightly, and the fire phoenix exploded instantly. Then Lin Ao stomped his feet, and the dragon trapping formation shattered. I'm telling you, I've suppressed my power to the same level as you. I haven't secretly improved my realm. Lin Ao smiled faintly, and Lin Yi and the others had a bad feeling when they saw his smile. Lin Ao began to act. His primary target was Lin Qian. The retribution came too quickly. They could see Lin Ao's movements clearly, but it seemed that they could not avoid them. He threw a punch at Lin Qian, and Lin Qian was stunned. He looked very slow, but his body told him that he couldn't dodge. Lin Yi and the others looked at the stunned Lin Qian and immediately went to help. Lin Yuan did not stop and changed his tactics again. Suddenly, bursts of explosions were heard in the air again, and a bunch of afterimages in the sky were dazzling to look at. After a long while, this father-son game ended perfectly. None of the Lin family girls were hurt at all, and instead seemed to be feeling a little unsatisfied. They released their power to the fullest and felt an ultimate pleasure. As for the boys, everyone had bruises on their faces and noses, especially Lin Qian, whose eyes had become panda eyes. Chapter 341. You'll know if you try it. The father-son game between them also ended at the place where Long Aotian was standing nearby. Long Aotian was seen sitting steadily on Long Xiaotian's body, while Long Xiaotian's body was swollen like a pig's head. It seems that when it comes to beating up kids, Brother Lin and I are on the same level of strength. Long Aotian looked at the injuries on Long Xiaotian and Lin Qian's faces seriously. They were almost the same. Lin Ao stretched out his body comfortably, looking at the listless Lin Yi and the others. A smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. He had to admit in his heart that the strength displayed by these little guys was quite good. The tacit cooperation between the brothers made Lin Ao feel sincerely satisfied. The women's group that Lin Yuan and her teammates belonged to also showed an extremely outstanding performance, which was eye-catching. Under such circumstances, those difficult tasks can be safely handed over to his children to complete excellently. Okay, it's so late, go take a shower and go to bed. Jiyu Wanqing walked over with light steps, and looking at the group of children, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile softly. Lin Yi and the others had just been severely punished by their mothers, and then they were beaten up by their father Lin Ao. It was really miserable. The girls were all acting coquettishly in their mother's warm arms. Lin Yi and the others nodded obediently, then reached out and grabbed Lin Qian, pulling him into the backyard. Lin Qian looked at his brothers in confusion, and suddenly a chill rushed into his heart. Lin Yuan glanced at Long Xiaotian lying on the ground, smiled, and then took Lin Zan and the others back to the backyard. Lin Ao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he secretly cried out, "Oh no! It's over." When he saw Lin Yuan's eyes, he instantly became a little uneasy. Is it possible that the cabbages in my house are going to be eaten by pigs? He glanced at Long Xiaotian who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and almost couldn't help but go over to help Long Aotian teach him a lesson. Jiyu Wanqing patted Lin Ao gently and rolled her eyes at him. Okay, the child is grown up, why are you still so nosy? You are allowed to hook up with other people's girls. Jiyu Wanqing poked Lin Ao's forehead in annoyance and said, you can't stand it. You have so many daughters. Aren't you going to be angry to death? Lin Ao smiled awkwardly. It was all Lun Yan's fault. Why was his focus so strange? When he was talking about the affairs of Land Country, he just mentioned Nara's name in passing, but she actually noticed it. Lin Ao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked at Jiyu Wanqing, Qin Yun, and Sha Qianj with a meaningful smile. Jiyu Wanqing saw Lin Ao's expression and immediately knew what he was going to do. As soon as Lin Ao raised his tail, he knew what he wanted to do. Master, can you bear it? Nozomi Sasaki, standing aside, maintained her usual style with a seductive voice and a provocative look on her face. Aragaki Yui was quite interested and watched quietly. Lu Mengan pulled Lun Yan aside and whispered to him. No one knew what he was saying, but Lun Yan was listening attentively. You guys chat slowly, I'll go keep Lord Tianming company. Xiaoju touched her belly and withdrew from the battle circle. For a moment, the yard was filled with a different atmosphere. Lin Ao snapped his fingers and pulled Jiyu Wanqing and the others to an independent courtyard. Let me pour out my thoughts and feelings, this chat will probably last until dawn. Only Tianming, Xiaoju, and Lun Yan remained in the outer courtyard. Lun Yan stamped his feet, looking depressed. Xiaoju walked over with amusement and pulled Lun Yan over to sit down. Nian, don't worry, this level of battle is not something you can participate in right now. Xiaoju's words made Lun Yan blush, and she couldn't help muttering. I've been waiting for decades. Lin Ao still hasn't, I'm so pissed off. Lun Yan supported his chin with both hands, with a look of resentment on his face. Is that taste really that good? Why do you keep thinking about it? Tianming looked at Lun Yan and the others in confusion. Lun Yan didn't know who asked the question and answered it without thinking. You'll know if you try it. I haven't tried it, but I've listened to theories for decades. Look at Xiaoju and the others, they're all full of energy every day. Xiaoju's mouth twitched slightly. You are setting a trap for Lin Ao. If you dare to let Tianming try it, the universe will explode. Who would have thought that after hearing Lun Yan's words, Tianming didn't refute it? Xiaoju seemed to see her nodding thoughtfully. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Xiaoju looked at Tianming in shock, unable to believe his eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoju. After all, Xiaoju has been through actual combat and is now pregnant. Why don't you also experience pregnancy and make your life complete? As Lun Yan was talking, she realized something was wrong. She counted the people in the field and found that there were only her, Xiaoju, and Tianming. Leng Ziyu and Suzuki Asami became very familiar with each other in just 2 days. At this time, Leng Ziyu was taking Suzuki Asami out for a trip. The only one who spoke was, "Ahem, sorry about that, Sister Tianming, I didn't see who was asking the question." Lun Yan immediately ended the topic. In Lun Yan's eyes, destiny was a god, and letting a god experience pregnancy. Lun Yan felt that he was a little crazy. "It's okay, I'm just curious." When Xiaoju heard Tianming's reply, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "This is not curious. You can get pregnant just by being curious. And what was that about you looking so interested just now?" Xiaoju couldn't imagine Tianming really becoming Lin Ao's wife, so she. "No, then wouldn't my level be raised in disguise? Being sisters with God. This from another perspective, it seems quite good. This world will eventually need a new successor. I think my next generation should be a good candidate. I'm tired." Tianming's next words made Xiaoju and Lun Yan cover their mouths in shock. Why be so surprised? For the endlessly long years, all I did was sleep and constantly repair the world I managed. It was boring and monotonous. The appearance of fate is a very interesting thing, including Lin Ao. It was the first time that Tianming spoke so much to them. Xiaoju and Lun Yan put themselves in Tianming's shoes and thought about it, and they also felt the loneliness of Tianming. "So Lord Tianming, was your ambush by fate intentional?" Xiaoju looked at Tianming in disbelief and asked this question. "Haha, maybe. Perhaps destiny is inherently powerful. He is the only one in the world who can communicate with me. It's a pity he craves power too much." Tianming recalled how happy she was when she woke up and found that there was someone in the world who could communicate with her. However, from the first time she met Tianming, she knew that fate was not simple. Tianming saw everything, maybe he was tired, or maybe he wanted to have some fun. She did not stop what fate had planned. "Perhaps, Lin Ao and you had such a bad experience, perhaps I should bear some responsibility." Tianming looked at the moon in the sky and sighed slightly. "Sometimes you never know when the gears of fate will start turning. Maybe it's between every thought of yours." Chapter 342. Come on. Let's have a big fight. The next morning, Lin Ao woke up lazily and slowly. The person beside him had disappeared, and Lin Ao's face was full of smiles. Since they had a child, they were no longer as bold and reckless as before. They claim they cannot set a bad example for their children. Lin Ao stretched his body, then got up to wash up. As expected, after his family members arrived, he felt much happier. Lin Ao walked to the hall and found that they had all stood up and were chatting happily in the hall. "Are you awake? The Emperor of Hong wants to see you. He's been waiting here for a while and was just about to come over to call you." As soon as Ji Wanqing saw Lin Ao, she walked towards her gracefully. Lin Ao kissed Ji Wanqing tenderly and nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand. Today I also have something important to tell you." Lin Ao took Ji Wanqing and walked towards that direction. As expected, Ji Chengxian was already sitting in the hall, and Long Aotian had already pulled him aside, chatting with him, calling him brother. Ji Chengxian responded to Long Aotian a little awkwardly, as if he was forcing a smile. The impact that Lin Ao's family brought to Ji Chengxian was too great, and their strength was too terrifying. Every member of the family was either in the Zhenwu realm or the Xuanwu realm. Lin Ao is a Shenwu, and he also has a Tianwu. He is even more than the legendary Tianwu, which is simply unimaginable. This family can easily sweep across a country with just a few moves. What force on this continent can stand shoulder to shoulder with them? No wonder Senior Lin said that the plan had to wait until his family came. And this brother Long was too enthusiastic, which really made it difficult for him to cope. What he said also made Ji Chengxian a little frightened. "Chengxian, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." When Ji Chengxian heard Lin Ao's voice, he stood up immediately and bowed respectfully to Lin Ao as if he had heard the gospel. Lin Ao waved his hand. Looking at his expression, why did he seem a little anxious? "These are all my relatives from my hometown. Let me introduce them to you." Lin Ao sat down with a smile, and Ji Chengxian quickly shook his head. "No need, Senior Lin. Miss Lu has already introduced me. I just had a pleasant chat with Brother Long, and I have a better understanding of him." At this point, Ji Chengxian wanted to slap himself hard. Why did he blurt it out so quickly? Wouldn't it be bad if Senior Lin asked him what he said? This dragon brother recounted many embarrassing stories about Lin Ao's past. He never imagined that Senior Lin and this brother Long had actually been male artists together. Oh, is that so? That's good. Lin Ao looked at Ji Chengxian's constipated expression and glanced at Long Ao and him suspiciously. His eyes made Ji Chengxian feel uncomfortable all over and he regretted it secretly. It seemed that he didn't check the almanac before going out today. Why did he come here so early? Hey, Brother Lin, we must tell Brother Ji about our wonderful years. I found that Brother Ji is very suitable for chatting, ha 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 ha. A drop of cold sweat slid down Ji Chengxian's forehead. Please, Brother Long, I don't want to be silenced. Lin Ao looked at Long Ao, rolled his eyes fiercely, and didn't ask any more questions. According to Long Ao's personality, he would definitely pour out everything, and he was too lazy to argue with him. Wanqing, call those naughty boys and well-behaved girls over here. Ji Wanqing nodded and called everyone over. Lin Yi, Lin Yuan and the others, boys standing on the left and girls standing on the right, lined up in 2 rows, looking extremely well-behaved. When Ji Chengxian first met them, he was shocked to learn that those beautiful women were Lin Ao's wives. Then, when he saw so many children, he was deeply shocked again. Unexpectedly, Senior Lin was even more fertile than him, and this deeply stimulated Ji Chengxian, making him recall the miserable past in the harem. Bloody memories cut through his mind one by one. Now his harem is basically empty. He was hurt too deeply and no longer thinks about women. Moreover, his own sons and daughters were not even as good as other people's children. After returning home that day, he summoned all his children and gave them a severe scolding. Today, I have some things to arrange. Lin Ao spoke slowly and spread out the map of the world he had obtained from Ji Chengxian on the table. Wait, where's Li Jing? When Lin Ao opened the map, he remembered why he always felt that some people were missing. Suzuki Masami and Leng Ziyu had returned last night because they received a message from Lun Yan and rushed back immediately. It was just that Lin Ao was busy with important matters and did not disturb him. They also appeared here early this morning. Only Li Jing has been nowhere to be seen. Senior Lin, I know. Ji Chengxian on the side spoke immediately. Lin Ao looked at him in surprise. Ji Chengxian knew. That brother immediately became interested in the talismans all over the city, and has been staying in our Hongguo Manufacturing Bureau to study them ever since. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment, and Long Ao nodded. Let me call him for you. As soon as Long Ao took out a special mobile phone, a voice came. No need, I'm already here. I stayed up so late studying last night that I almost forgot the time. A door suddenly appeared in the hall, and then the door opened, and Li Jing walked out wearing a white coat and a nest of brooches on her head. Lin Ao, I find the sigils of this world very interesting. They can be used as an expression through different shapes, and then construct different functions. Then, they can induce the special particle energy of this world and transform into tools for different purposes. Li Jing was very excited when she came out. There is nothing more joyful than studying something. For example, to construct an atomic bomb, all you have to do is learn how to use special characters in sigils and express the formula clearly. Then, you can casually throw a piece out and it will have the power to destroy the world. Of course, this is just my conjecture. I believe I can figure it out in no time. Ha 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 ha. As Li Jing was talking, drool was about to flow from the corners of her mouth. Alright, you can study it later. Now we will collectively declare war on this world. Lin Ao's words ignited the atmosphere in the room. Long Ao was shaking with excitement. He missed his days in Japan so much. Now we can have another big fight. Nezha transformed directly into a muscular form. Li Jing waved her hand and more than a dozen different devices appeared in her hand, her eyes shining. Lin Yi, Lin Yuan and others also looked at Lin Ao eagerly. Come on, let's have some fun. Chapter 343 Li Jing's Fanaticism. Lin Ao pointed at the Chu state on the map, which was almost the same size as the Hong state. This is the country that Chu Tian governs. He has now become the emperor of Chu. Even his Destiny clone has arrived here. However, it is unclear whether Destiny has other plans or methods in mind. When everyone heard the name Chu Tian, a murderous look appeared on their faces. Ji Chengxian, who was sitting in the chair blankly, was unable to fully understand what was said. However, he was startled by the aura of the people present. As a master of the Xuanwu realm, he was actually trembling here. Brother Lin, so what level of strength has he reached now? Long Ao's fighting spirit was surging at this moment, and his aura suddenly surged. His actions seemed to have a chain reaction. Ji Wanqing, Joanna and the others, as well as Lin Ao's children, all exuded a strong pressure, causing the entire hall to appear somewhat shaky. Ji Chengxian. He was the only one present who did not explode with anger, which made him seem a little out of place. Then he clenched his fists and the aura around him surged. Listen to me slowly and calm down. Lin Ao spoke slowly, and everyone in the room immediately restrained their breathing, except Ji Chengxian, who didn't understand why, and the clothes on his body were rustling violently due to the blowing of the breath. Chengxian, it's okay, it's okay. Lin Ao couldn't help but wonder why he felt that the Emperor of Hong Kingdom seemed a little confused today. Oh. Ji Chengxian withdrew his strength slightly embarrassedly, and then sat down on the chair obediently. Here, in Land Country, some interesting things are happening. Lin Ao smiled slightly, pointed to the small area on the map, and then spoke. Mingwu and Yi Chen are now in Land Country. Yi Chen has become the Wood General of Chu Country, and Mingwu has become the tribute of Chu Country. At this moment, a murderous atmosphere instantly spread in the field again. This time, Ji Chengxian was quite sensible. When he saw Long Aotian explode with anger, he also quickly followed suit. He was actually happy in his heart. He finally fit in. Ha 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 ha. Mingwu possesses the ability to bring good fortune and avoid disaster, changing fortunes and bringing peace. I haven't taken any action yet. My purpose in returning this time is to obtain a tool from Tianming that can seal a person's soul, and then go to Land Country to deal with him. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Tianming. Tianming put down the tablet in his hand and was about to speak, but Li Jing stood up at this critical moment. Don't bother Master Tianming. I, Li Jing, have these. This is one of the areas of my research. Li Jing pushed her glasses and an excited smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She had another advanced guinea pig, one that could resist, be beaten, and test poison. Tianming glanced at Li Jing, then turned his gaze back to the tablet in his hand. Then Li Jing took out something that looked like a small coffin. It was only as big as a finger and was very small and exquisite. I made this when I was bored, because at that time I was also wondering whether my soul would be independent or a part cut out by that existence. Li Jing looked at the small coffin in his hand with some fanaticism. His expression made Lin Ao shudder all over. Has Li Jing started to let himself go since he was free? Why is his personality getting weirder and weirder? I will use it to extract my soul. I studied it myself and found that except for the energy, my soul is no different from others. It seems that it is an independent entity created by him using some kind of rules. That time, I almost couldn't get out, hee. Li Jing became more and more excited as she spoke. Lin Ao and everyone present took a step back. You're still. All you have to do is kill someone and inject energy into the coffin, and it will automatically capture their soul. Life and death are under your control. Lin Ao, can you bring it back for me to study? This material is too hard to obtain. Li Jing walked over and held Lin Ao's hand, with a pitiful look in her eyes. Lin Ao's body stiffened when he saw Li Jing like this. Ahem, okay. I promise. I'll definitely bring it back for you to study. Lin Ao shrank his neck and quickly agreed, otherwise he was really afraid that Li Jing would secretly extract his soul for research. Oh, right. I've already set up communications with this world. You can call these phones from anywhere. There's an encryption app I wrote. I used a bit of Lord Tianming's energy as a shield, so there's no need to worry about being detected by that person. Li Jing was extremely excited when she heard Lin Ao's agreement, and then she took out a bunch of mobile phones. This teleportation device is an improvement of my Anywhere door. After reaching Zhenwu, there are no restrictions on its use. These are the teleportation coordinates. Once you arrive at a place, just mark the coordinates whenever you want to return. We all share the coordinates. After taking out her cell phone, she took out a bunch of exquisite devices, which left Lin Ao stunned. Li Jing had evolved again. This is interesting, this is interesting. I made this after I came here, combining the talismans here. It's called a talisman explosion thunder. It can mobilize the power of this world and reach a killing range of about 100 meters. I'm currently encountering some difficulties, and the killing power against Xuanwu realm is very low. What a pity. After I study it, I should be able to develop the talisman explosion nuclear bomb. Everyone present was speechless. You've only been here for a few days, and I heard you say before that you wanted to build a nuclear bomb. Are you really building one? Lin Ao is becoming increasingly bizarre. Xiaoju seems to be the most normal of the Fate clone right now. Nezha. Consider him half. Li Jing is completely crooked. Ming Wu of Land Kingdom is also a paranoid. Alright, right. And there's Ming Wu. Ming Wu's ability is to bring good luck and avoid disaster, changing fortunes and bringing peace. He must be relying on the rules left behind by that person. If you have murderous intentions towards them, he will sense it. He must be using the divine predictions. Li Jing paced back and forth. He took out a syringe and came to Long Aotian. With extremely fast and skillful hands, he stabbed Long Aotian's arm with the syringe. Ah, you're here again. Didn't you promise to notify me in advance? Long Aotian was startled by him. I saw a trace of golden energy being drawn out by him. Hey, I forgot for a moment. Lin Ao understood as soon as he saw that hint of gold. It turned out that he was doing his research by drawing power from Long Aotian. Lin Ao was still wondering when Tianming had provided Tianming energy to Li Jing for research. What if I gave him the power of life to study? Would he come up with something new? And blocking the secrets of heaven requires the use of destiny energy. When I return, I will make you a device that can temporarily block the secrets of heaven. I already have an idea in mind. Li Jing's eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth twisted. Li Jing, try to draw some energy from me. Lin Ao looked at Li Jing with a smile, and Li Jing pulled the syringe out of Long Aotian's body and put it into a precision box for safekeeping. Then he took out an extra-large syringe, laughed foolishly, and walked towards Lin Ao. At this moment, Lin Ao felt a little regretful. Chapter 344 Long Xiaotian is ecstatic. As the extra-large syringe in Li Jing's hand slowly extracted a strand of life energy from Lin Ao's body. A powerful force of flowing light caused the entire syringe to become extremely unstable, and it seemed that it was about to explode at any minute and every second. Instead of feeling worried, Li Jing became more and more excited. He then took out several small devices and kept adding them to the syringe, trying to stabilize the energy inside. Not long after, Li Jing stopped the extraction action, and the tiny force as fine as a hair remained quietly in the syringe. What is unexpected is that it actually exudes a strong urge that makes people willingly submit. Ji Chengxian was particularly affected. At this moment, his body was shaking uncontrollably, and he was extremely eager to kneel down and submit to that ray of energy. The situation of Ji Yu Wanqing and Xiaoju was relatively easy. Although they also felt a kind of pressure from nature, it was not as serious as Ji Chengxian's. The ones who felt the least were Lin Ao's children, especially Xiaoju, who didn't feel anything at all. Li Jing stared at the ray of energy excitedly. Although his body was trembling slightly, his eyes were full of fanaticism. Okay, I have to go back and do some research. I've placed an arsenal in the Hongguo Manufacturing Bureau. Now that the war has begun, you can rest assured about the support. After Li Jing finished speaking, she hugged the syringe tightly and quickly slipped away, occasionally letting out a strange laugh. Lin Ao's mouth twitched helplessly, thinking, it's over. It feels like Li Jing is about to fall into a state of obsession. After Li Jing took the syringe away, Ji Chengxian breathed a sigh of relief and immediately collapsed into the chair, with beads of sweat appearing on his back. Well, let me continue to talk about how to deploy it. Lin Ao returned to the topic and pointed at the 5 countries on the map. Except for Land Country, I plan to have you march separately against the other 4 countries. Lin Ao looked at his child, and his words instantly filled Lin Yi and the others with an urge to try. After all, they are still young, and they are extremely excited when encountering such things. Lin Ao also had the idea of training them. If you encounter a Fate clone or a Fate scavenger, you must evacuate immediately if you are defeated. I haven't fully understood the abilities of the Fate clone yet. I only know the abilities of the Fate 5. Lin Ao's expression became increasingly serious, fearing that they were young and frivolous and would act rashly. Dad, don't worry. I will take good care of them. Lin Yi stepped forward and patted his chest to make a promise. Dad, I want boys and girls to act separately. I want to compete with my brother. Lin Yuan also stood up at this time, with a spark of excitement in her eyes. Lin Yi also turned to look at Lin Yuan beside him, staring at her with the same fiery eyes. Oh, what do you think? Lin Ao turned his gaze towards the other children in his family, and they had already given the answer, and were lined up neatly on both sides. Okay, I agree. Lin Ao nodded, and Lin Yi, Lin Yuan and the others couldn't help but cheer excitedly. There's one thing I must make clear, war is not a game. It's often incredibly cruel and bloody. Can you really accept that? Lin Ao's expression was extremely serious, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi and the others. People who only have abilities but no experience will never be able to grow. Under the influence of war, their hearts will also produce some different emotions. If they cannot overcome their own levels, they will be left with shadows in the future and even go astray. However, sooner or later they will have to embark on this path. As fate presses on, they must learn to grow and learn to deal with all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. Lin Ao has provided them with a safe and secure environment, so they must also have the ability to protect themselves and their families in the future. What if he is no longer alive? Dad, we are adults now, there are some things we understand. Lin Yi responded in a deep voice. All the children looked solemn, without any intention of joking. They all nodded solemnly. Over the years, their mother has told them about this. They don't want to be fish kept in a pond. They want to jump out of the water and transform into dragons. Lin Ao smiled with satisfaction. Lin Yi, you will be the male commander and will cooperate with the Hong army to attack the Yuan kingdoms. You will decide how to deploy the troops. Lin Ao looked dignified, and Lin Yi immediately knelt on one knee upon hearing his words. I will obey my father's orders. Lin Yi also played the ancient tricks. Lin Ao smiled faintly, then restrained his expression and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you will be the female commander, cooperating with the Hong kingdom's army to attack the Shang kingdom and the Yang kingdom. Just like Lin Yi, you will arrange your own manpower. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan stepped out like Lin Yi. I will obey my father's orders. Lin Yuan's clear voice echoed throughout the hall. Excuse me. A weak voice sounded, breaking the atmosphere. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and looked at Long Xiaotian, who was scratching his head with a silly look on his face. You cough, Uncle Lin. What about me? Which side should I stand on? Long Xiaotian scratched his head and looked at Lin Yi, who gave him a kind smile. This guy has been playing with them since he was a child, and has always wanted to seduce my sister. If he comes to my side, I will see how I will deal with him. You like it? Lin Ao's answer surprised Lin Yi and the others. They thought that Lin Ao would definitely force Long Xiaotian to join the boys' group. Long Xiaotian did not feel the slightest bit of joy. He looked at Lin Ao cautiously. The majesty of his father-in-law was truly terrifying. Uncle Lin, can I go to Lin Yuan's group? Long Xiaotian swallowed his saliva and became more cautious. He had already quietly put one of his feet behind him, ready to run away at any time. Lin Yuan glanced at Long Xiaotian, smiled, and said nothing. Lin Ao saw it all and rolled his eyes. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I told you to make your own choice. Before I change my mind, if you keep nagging me, I'll let you experience Lin Yi and the others' enthusiasm. Long Xiaotian was overjoyed. Uncle Lin really agreed with him. Then he ran towards Lin Yuan. The boys on Lin Yi's side stared at Long Xiaotian fiercely like hungry wolves. Lin Yuan stood slightly forward, slightly blocking the sight of Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi and the others sighed inwardly. Nah, this brat really made his sister's heart flutter. At this moment, Long Xiaotian's next action made Lin Yuan slightly stunned. He pulled Lin Yuan back behind him and stood in the front. Lin Ao nodded in his heart, thinking that he was quite responsible. Chapter 345 Deployment completed. Aoshan, come with me to meet Yi Chen. We are old acquaintances. Lin Ao turned his gaze towards Long Aoshan, who kept giving him a thumbs up, and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Do you think you're taking advantage? Your son is about to become my son. Long Xiaotian is destined to be firmly controlled by Lin Yuan. Otherwise, do you think I will easily relax and let that kid Long Xiaotian get close to my Lin Yuan? Oh, great. He'll probably be ecstatic to see us, ha 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 ha. Long Aoshan immediately laughed happily, and Joanna and the others couldn't help laughing out loud, just because Yi Chen's performance in front of Pengdong was really too outstanding. Land country, the two of us are more than enough. Lin Ao turned to look at Nezha, Jiyu Wanqing and the others. Wanqing, Xiaoju, you can each support the children. You stay in the back. I'm worried that they may not be able to handle certain things. Please help me supervise them. Lin Ao made arrangements for Jiyu Wanqing and the others. Jiyu Wanqing and Qin Yun and the other girls all smiled gently and nodded. I want to go to the battlefield. Nezha raised her hands high. She had been silent for too many years, and finally something happened to make a big fuss. She had to participate in it. She had a lot of fun in Japan. Well, whatever you want. Lin Ao nodded without hesitation, because he really had nothing to worry about Nezha. Not to mention her development of her own abilities over the years, just in terms of strength, she is probably the most powerful of all the clones of destiny. Yeah, then I'm going to visit every country. Ha 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 ha. Nezha couldn't hold back any longer and transformed into a muscular body. It was obvious that he was really looking forward to it. Master, I want to go with Nezha. Master, I want to go too. Master, me too. Nozomi Sasaki, Masami Suzuki and Leng Ziyu also stood up. Lin Ao smiled indifferently. It was indeed their personality. With Nezha here and their own strength, there was no need to worry too much. So Lin Ao agreed. The rest of the people chose to support them from the rear. Senior Lin, shall I arrange the expedition now? Ji Chengxian felt a surge of heat in his heart. He was finally able to change his previous frustration and finally fight back. Lin Ao nodded and said, well, you will divide the troops into 4 groups, but it will take 2 days. I have other arrangements for them in the next 2 days. Ji Chengxian nodded and immediately got to work. It would take time for him to arrange the expedition, and in this case, the timing was just right. An hour later, Lin Ao arranged the basic things and asked Lin Yi and the others to go with him to find Li Jing. Lin Ao tried Li Jing's teleportation device and found that as long as he held it in his mind, images of the surrounding environment at various coordinates would appear. Go to the manufacturing bureau. Lin Ao thought about it, and Lin Yi and the others were teleported to the manufacturing bureau together. At this time, Li Jing was using various instruments to detect the energy given to him by Lin Ao. The time room is in the next room. I've placed various books on leading troops in it. There are 10 robots inside. I've infused them with knowledge of all the wars in history. They'll be excellent mentors. The living facilities and chef robots are already arranged inside, so you can let them stay there without worry. Lin Ao hadn't spoken yet, and Li Jing didn't turn around, but his words made Lin Ao stunned. Don't tell me you have the ability of the 5 elements, and you're so good at predicting things. Lin Ao looked at Li Jing in a white robe and was speechless for a moment. He brought Lin Yi and the others here just to let them stay in the time house and learn how to lead troops in battle. Haha, these kids have no experience at all. I don't believe you'd let them go to the battlefield like this. Li Jing spoke lightly, and Lin Ao gave him a thumbs up. He had such a smart mind, no wonder he could create so many things. Alright, you all heard it, so hurry up and go. 2 days is equivalent to 200 days, which is enough time for you to learn. Lin Ao turned around and looked at Lin Yi and the others, and asked Lin Yi and Lin Yuan to lead the teams respectively and quickly catch up on their knowledge. Lin Yi and Lin Yuan looked at each other, their eyes were full of sparks, and the competition began. After Lin Yi and the others left, Lin Ao came to Li Jing's side. He was recording the data obtained by the instrument. Lin Ao, this strand of your energy is like the end of energy, or the origin, the beginning and the end. It is too powerful, and it cannot be replicated. Li Jing looked at the report, which was full of garbled characters and not a single valid word. I can't hold on any longer. Li Jing frowned slightly as she saw tiny cracks appearing on the instrument before it shattered. That strand of energy went straight back into Lin Ao's body. Do you need me to let you take another sip? Lin Ao did not expect this to happen. He only saw Li Jing clasping her hands together and closing her eyes devoutly. No need for that. I saw a higher being than that one. Li Jing spoke with emotion, then turned her head to look at Lin Ao, her eyes full of fanatical admiration. Lin Ao felt a little uncomfortable with her gaze. Lin Ao, I believe you can destroy him and surpass him. Why did Li Jing's words sound so much like what Tianming had said to him before? Ah, yes. Lin Ao didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. Is there something else you want to talk to me about? Li Jing retracted her fanatical expression and returned to normal, and Lin Ao felt a little more comfortable. Yes, I'm also going to deal with the Fate 5 this time. Besides completely suffocating your Fate clones and the soul brand of Destiny, are there any other ways to deal with them? If not, I'll consider taking Destiny along. The biggest reason why Lin Ao asked Li Jing to train Lin Yi and the others this time was because of the matter of the Destiny clone. Lin Ao was impressed by Ming Wu's ability and wanted to recruit him. To be honest, the Destiny clone is really useful. They have all kinds of abilities and each has his or her own areas of expertise. As Lin Ao thought about it, his eyes gradually lit up. Li Jing looked at Lin Ao with a strange expression. Are you going to wipe out our endangered group in one fell swoop? Li Jing nodded and took out an extra-large syringe from the box behind her. The same way he extracted Lin Ao's energy. This is an energy extractor. It can directly extract the thread of destiny. I'm very familiar with our powers, so this will definitely be useful. Once the power is extracted, you can choose to absorb it directly or inject it into someone else's body. Li Jing pressed the button on the syringe, and the syringe instantly became the size of a finger, making it very convenient to carry. He handed the syringe to Lin Ao. If his power is completely drained, destiny will become useless. So if you want to utilize his abilities, you'd better leave some of them in him and bring him back to have Master Tianming imprint his soul. And this, if you wear this, it can completely prevent Mingwu from passing on the information. Then Li Jing threw another device to Lin Ao. And this, if you don't want to fight him, you can find a chance to stick this on Mingwu. It can imprison his power for about an hour. This time is enough for you to drain his energy. Li Jing threw another card-like object to Lin Ao. Lin Ao sighed in his heart, Li Jing is really a Doraemon. Lin Aosheng hurriedly packed up his belongings and set off with Long Aotian. Afterwards, Hongguo will just wait for Lin Yi and the others to come out before they can start their journey. Lin Ao has made all the arrangements. Chapter 346 Arriving at Land Country again. Brother Lin, I don't know why I'm a little excited. Long Aotian held Lin Ao's shoulders affectionately, his spirits high. During his time in China, ever since Chu Tian disappeared and the Japanese were dealt with, other countries had also lowered their stances, fearing that their own countries would suffer the same fate as the Japanese. There was no place on the entire planet where he could fully display his talents. Long Aotian had no choice but to stay at home all day to accompany his wife and children, and occasionally go to Lin Ao to seek trouble, but then he had no other fun. Now that he has come here, his old ambitions have been rekindled. No wonder he was so excited. But Lin Ao was the exact opposite. He particularly liked that period of time and hoped that it could continue like this until his life ended. After going through so much, isn't it just to be able to live a stable and worry-free life? Okay, when we get to Land Country, you can do whatever you want. Lin Ao glanced at Long Aotian unhappily, and then the two of them appeared in the border city of Hong Kingdom and flew straight towards Land Kingdom. I'm really looking forward to seeing Yi Chen see me again. After all, we are old friends. Ha ha ha. Long Aotian had a sly grin on his face, and he excitedly demonstrated some wonderful fancy flying in the air. Here, take this with you. Li Jing gave it to you. It can prevent Mingwu from spreading the news. Lin Ao handed a small and exquisite device to Long Aotian. Li Jing is truly extraordinary. Ever since she arrived at the Chinese Research Institute, she has significantly advanced the world's technological level. Long Aotian couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. It was at this moment that Li Jing's enthusiasm for research was completely aroused. From then on, things got out of control. Arrive. It was already night, and Lin Ao vaguely saw a light ahead, presumably arriving at the border city of Land Country. Lin Ao and Long Aotian landed directly in the city, and those people were completely unaware. Lin Ao held the jade token given by Nara in his hand and brought Long Aotian to the teleportation array. The soldiers of Land Country respectfully activated the teleportation function for Lin Ao and Long Aotian. Originally, they would stop using the teleportation array at night. But because Lin Ao was holding the princess's jade token, they did not dare to offend him. Lin Ao also set the coordinates of Li Jing's teleportation device here, so there will be no need for such trouble in the future. Brother Lin, in my opinion, the relationship between you and Princess Nara is definitely not ordinary. Long Aotian nudged Lin Ao lightly with his shoulder, a teasing look on his face. What, do you think your family isn't lively enough and want to add some more people? To liven it up. As soon as Lin Ao said this, the smile on Long Aotian's face instantly disappeared, and he narrowed his eyes into slits. Brother Lin, are you recording or videotaping? Long Aotian was full of vigilance. He walked around Lin Ao with a suspicious look on his face. He saw Lin Ao quietly put a black object back in his hand. Well, we're not kids anymore. Why would I record a casual chat between brothers? Lin Ao showed no guilt at all, but Long Aotian still had some doubts about him. After all, when he was in Japan before, he really showed that video to his family. Long Baishan and Feng Qiwu beat him up severely. Even now, when he thinks about it, he can't help but tremble all over. I choose to remain silent, goodbye. Long Aotian seemed very cautious and simply did not respond to Lin Ao. Haha, Aotian, you really make me feel cold. I have carefully prepared many good programs for you in Land Country. A dazzling white light flashed, and Lin Ao and Long Aotian appeared together in the imperial capital of Land Kingdom. Ahem, brother Lin, what exactly is this show? Lin Ao's mouth corners slightly raised upwards, hee hee. Lin Ao brought Long Aotian to the largest nightclub in the imperial capital and took out a piece of gold. The girls in the venue ran towards them enthusiastically. Aotian, are you feeling pent up at home? Just relax here tonight. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian who was standing aside. The scene in front of him really brought a huge shock to Long Aotian. He quickly looked around Lin Ao and confirmed that there was really no filming equipment. Only then did Long Aotian's smile return to his face. This is for you. I have something to do and need to go out. Lin Ao handed a box of gold to Long Aotian. Long Aotian pointed at Lin Ao with an expression that said, I understand. Brother Lin, you can go and reminisce about the past slowly. Leave this to me. It's too intense, ha 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 ha. Long Aotian had a grin on his face, and Lin Ao nodded with a smile. Then Long Aotian was pulled inside by the girls. Lin Ao quickly took out his cell phone and took a bunch of photos. Long Aotian suddenly turned around and found Lin Ao standing there watching him leave. His gaze finally relaxed. Ka ka ka, he looked back. Ka ka ka, he looked back. Lin Ao left with satisfaction. Not long after, Lin Ao arrived above the Land Kingdom Palace. He instantly locked onto Nara's location, still at the princess's residence, and immediately flew in that direction. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ao appeared in Nara's room. The room was pitch black at this time, and there was a vague figure on the bed, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Lin Ao walked over slowly, and when he was still a few steps away, a cold light flashed from the bed. Lin Ao tilted his head slightly, and a sharp dagger flew past his head. Why are you so unwelcome to me? A faint smile appeared on Lin Ao's face. Just as he finished speaking, a figure flew out from the bed quickly and ran straight into Lin Ao's arms. The familiar fragrance lingered at the tip of Lin Ao's nose. He was being hugged tightly by Nora. The strength was astonishing, really very strong. She seemed to be trying to hold on to something precious. You're finally back, I thought you were really gone, I thought. As Nora spoke, her voice suddenly became choked, and then she burst into tears, which was due to excessive excitement and joy. During these days, she suffered a lot of torture in her heart. She always thought that Lin Ao really just treated her as a plaything. Why? A lot of things happened these days. Lin Ao keenly felt Nora's emotional fluctuations. He gently stroked Nora's back to give her warm comfort. Chapter 347. The bet was right. Nora stayed in Lin Ao's warm embrace for a long time, then slowly stood up and left, raised her head, and gently stroked Lin Ao's face with tenderness. Tell me, what exactly happened these past few days? Ahem, General Mu shouldn't dare let you get close to him anymore, so why are you so worried and depressed? Lin Ao stared at the beautiful Nara in his arms with a puzzled look on his face. Logically speaking, after suffering such a stimulation, General Mu should never dare to let Nara get close to him again. Could it be that some of his strange attributes were triggered? Puff. Nora couldn't help laughing out loud, simply because she recalled General Mu's behavior in the past few days, and it was really hard for her to suppress her laughter. It was just as Lin Ao said. When he saw Nara from afar, his face turned pale instantly. He even ordered her not to come within 10 meters of him. He really didn't dare let me get close to him anymore. Then my father thought I had made a mistake and offended General Mu. He was afraid of the wrath of the Chu state, so he ordered me to apologize to General Mu every day. Nora put away her smile, her eyes were filled with coldness and sharpness. The Emperor of Lan was panicking. He wanted to not only give away his daughter, but also sell her and even pay for her. Ever since Yi Chen's resistance to Nara became stronger and stronger, the attitude of the Emperor of Lan towards her has changed drastically in the past few days. At first, he acted amiable and pretended to be very caring, but after 2 days, Yi Chen's attitude showed no signs of improving. From then on, the Emperor of Land Kingdom no longer treated Nara well, and the same was true for her brothers. Her brothers had even threatened Nara that if Yi Chen didn't ease up, they would be rude to her. They said clearly that Nara's value lies in marriage, otherwise the royal family doesn't need her. They also went to visit Yi Chen together. Yi Chen met everyone, but he did not allow Nara to get within 10 meters. As for the reason, he did not mention it, but just claimed that he looked down on Nara. Yi Chen originally announced that he would return to Chu in 2 days. Upon hearing the news, the Emperor of Lan became extremely anxious. Now, the marriage did not take place, and Yi Chen was very unhappy. From their conversation, it was clear how much Yi Chen disliked Lan. In order to try his best to retain Yi Chen, the Emperor of Lan Kingdom announced that he had another princess who was currently away for training and would return in 2 days. This made Yi Chen fall into deep thought. He looked at the appearance of Princess Nara, who was kneeling 10 meters away. He thought that as a sister, she should be no worse than Nara, and might even be more beautiful. Finally, he made a decision and promised the Emperor of Lan that he would stay in Lan for a few more days. Yi Chen was also desperate. If all the women in Lan country had the physique that could restrain him, he would leave immediately. All his decisions were based solely on their appearance. The Emperor of Lan Kingdom also said that if Nara had anything that displeased him, he would let Yi Chen take her back to Chu Kingdom and let him deal with her. Today, before Lin Ao arrived, Yi Chen let Nara stay 10 meters outside the door, while he leisurely drank and had fun in the room, watching dance and listening to music, and from time to time some obscene noises could be heard. However, Nara did not feel dissatisfied at all, because she knew that there were spies left by the Emperor of Lan country around. If she felt dissatisfied, then Nara would probably not be able to return to the princess's mansion tonight. After listening to Nara's narration, Lin Ao smiled coldly. They all know how to play. Yi Chen knows how to play, the Emperor of Lan Kingdom knows how to play, and Nara's brothers know how to play too. Nala, can you manage Lan country well? Are you confident? Lin Ao touched Nara's hair and smiled faintly. When Nara heard Lin Ao's words, her eyes widened in an instant and she was unable to react for a moment. Lin Ao, what you mean is? Nara's heart beat faster and she looked at Lin Ao nervously. I want you to become the new Emperor of Lan country. You will have the final say in this country from now on. Do you have the confidence? After receiving Lin Ao's affirmative answer, Nara's eyes lit up in an instant, and she excitedly pinched Lin Ao's arm. She had no doubt that what Lin Ao said was a lie and that Lin Ao had the ability to do it. I can. Nora blurted out this answer without hesitation. She firmly believed that she could do it. She no longer wanted to be a puppet manipulated by the royal family like she was today. Lin Ao, thank you. Initially, I fully expected to get some assistance from you. I hoped you could help me escape this cage-like situation. Nara looked at Lin Ao with extremely gentle eyes. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly but did not interrupt Nara. I never thought you would actually give me the right to make the rules. I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that if I fall deeply in love with you, you'll leave me one day. Nora's words were extremely sincere, and everything she said came from her heart. At first, she did intend to use Lin Ao to win her own freedom, and the price she paid was only her own body. She could afford this price in exchange for freedom. However, she ultimately underestimated Lin Ao's ability, and Lin Ao helped her rise to fame and become the controller of Lan country in one fell swoop. Haha, Nara, you are truly honest and have a very accurate eye for people. Did you do what happened next on purpose after realizing my strength that night? Lin Ao gently pinched Nara's chin, and Nara blinked charmingly. Although I possess the strength of a true warrior, to you, I am still like an insignificant ant. Fortunately, I possess outstanding beauty and a graceful figure. Nara slowly undressed herself and confidently appeared in front of Lin Ao. Although I am a princess of a country, these are the only 2 things of value in me. It's really ridiculous. Nara slowly took Lin Ao's hand, allowing him to truly feel his only 2 advantages. Lin Ao did not stop her and let Nara do as she pleased. That night, I did take a gamble, because I felt that your strength was even more intimidating than Xuanwu's. Nara narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying the warmth coming from Lin Ao's palm. It seems my bet was right, but I'm definitely not the kind of woman who can take anyone's chance. If your beauty and strength can't conquer me that night, I will most likely choose to end my life. Nara opened her eyes slightly, looked at Lin Ao's appearance, and a charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Be more rough. After she finished speaking, she bit her red lips and narrowed her eyes again. You made the right bet on Nora, so what are you saying now? Lin Ao gently stroked her to comfort her while looking at her with interest. Because I'm an intelligent woman, what do you think, Lin Ao? Lin Ao looked at her and smiled. She was indeed a smart woman. She was also gambling tonight, gambling on Lin Ao's attitude after all the disguises were revealed. You are indeed a smart woman. Congratulations, you made the right bet again. Lin Ao carried her back to bed. Nora suddenly hugged Lin Ao tightly. Then let me please you to my heart's content. Chapter 348. It's up to you. After a fierce storm, everything in the princess's mansion finally returned to its former tranquility. Nara lay softly on Lin Ao, her face full of laziness. Lin Ao, what if I hope to leave with you? Nora's voice was as soft as cotton and seemed weak. Lin Ao lowered his head and looked at Nora, revealing a slight smile. It's up to you. I won't influence any of your choices. When Nara heard Lin Ao's answer, an indescribable complex emotion flashed across her eyes. She raised her head and stared at Lin Ao with a hint of anger. What kind of answer is that? Am I really that dispensable in your heart? Lin Ao gently stroked Nara's hair, but did not respond. I understand that our acquaintance is still short, and that this acquaintance is also intertwined with many other connections. However, this evening I have come to a conclusion, Lin Ao. I no longer want to be trapped in this place. I long to explore other places. I hope to be surrounded by people who cherish me, and I cherish them in return. Nora's expression revealed a deep longing. In my world, I just let you make a choice. It was out of respect, so that you can have your own will and choose what you want to do. This situation is also called freedom. Lin Ao smiled faintly. He didn't actually have any deep feelings for Nara. At most, he was happy because of her outstanding appearance, but now she had become Lin Ao's. Then he will give her the greatest degree of freedom, allowing her to make the choice she desires in her heart, whether it is to become an emperor or to choose to follow Lin Ao. The saying that love grows over time actually makes a lot of sense. I have made up my mind to make a change. I don't want to stay in this place alone. There is no one I love here, and no one who loves me. My mother has passed away long ago. I don't have the slightest attachment to this place. Nora recalled her extremely gentle mother. It was the only warm memory she had left, but unfortunately it had disappeared long ago. She has always tried to act like a well-behaved and sensible child, hiding her true thoughts deeply in her heart, just to be able to survive in the royal family, make herself valuable, and thus have a chance to survive. Okay, I promise you. Lin Ao nodded solemnly, and Nara looked at him tenderly and gave him a kiss affectionately. Just as the atmosphere between the two of them reached its peak again, Nora relaxed to the extreme. There had never been a day like today, and the word, carefree, could accurately describe it. The next morning, Lin Ao woke up slowly. Nara was already dressed and went to the kitchen to prepare some breakfast for Lin Ao. You can do this. I thought princesses like you would just have everything handed to you. Lin Ao teased Nara jokingly. Nara smiled slightly and placed a bowl of fragrant porridge in front of Lin Ao. I must learn many things so that I can please my father and gain his protection in the palace. What Nora said seemed ordinary, but from her words, Lin Ao could clearly sense that she had not been very happy over the years. When I learned that General Mu from the Chu state was coming to propose marriage, I was indeed very happy at first. I felt that I could escape the cage of this land state. But I never expected that General Mu he. Nara told Lin Ao some of her past events very frankly, but Lin Ao did not feel any resentment towards her because of these things. On the contrary, he thought that Nora at this moment was her truest self. Does your father want you to pay your respects to him today? To General Mu. Lin Ao tasted Nara's cooking and found it was really good. Well, the imperial sister that my father arranged for me should also be created. There was a glint of ruthlessness in Nora's eyes. Maid, I forgot to ask, how did your imperial sister come about? Lin Ao became curious. From what Nara said, that meant there was no such person at all, so they had to find someone else to replace him. The question was, where could they find someone who looked somewhat similar to Nara? This kind of beauty is rare in this world. People who can achieve this beauty are basically unique and famous in their area. It's a method of changing one's appearance, created using some evil magic from Land Country. After hearing Nara's answer, Lin Ao understood, plastic surgery. This is a patent of the Koreans. I didn't expect it to be available here too. And the information can be changed at will by father, and General Mu won't be able to find out anything. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. The Emperor of Land Kingdom was really trying his best and even resorted to such means. And today, my father has arranged for me to bring that fake sister to meet General Mu. Do you want to come along and take a look? Nara smiled and looked at Lin Ao. She no longer had to be as worried and humble as before, because she already had enough support. Yeah, sure. I really want to see the love story between the android and General Naki. Lin Ao wiped his mouth, snapped his fingers, and disappeared from Nara's sight. Nara looked at the empty space in surprise. Was this the method Lin Ao used before? Nara closed her eyes and released her power to the entire princess's mansion. She could clearly feel the breath of the maids, including every blade of grass and every tree, but there was no sign of Lin Ao's breath. Don't try. You won't even notice me. A voice appeared in Nara's mind. It was Lin Ao. Nora smiled and nodded slightly. After a while, a maid came in, followed by a young man and a veiled woman. Nora did not stand up to greet him, but calmly picked up the porridge on the table and started drinking it. A cold look flashed across the man's eyes, but he didn't get angry on the spot. Instead, he took the woman directly into Nara's room and closed the door. You should understand what the Emperor has commanded. Her name is Hera, your sister, and she loves traveling. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at Nora. Why did her attitude become so strange today? Yeah, I understand. Nora's voice was cold, and she didn't look directly at either of them. Nala, don't blame me for not telling you. If you go over there with this attitude and irritate General Mew, you won't have a good ending. The man narrowed his eyes, taking it as Nora's silent protest. Chapter 349 I'm going to deal with an old guy first. Haha, don't worry, I know what to do. Nora wiped her mouth gently, a faint smile spreading across her face. However, this seemingly ordinary smile made the eldest prince and the veiled woman feel a chill down their spines. The eldest prince looked at Nara's smile and couldn't help feeling angry. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Nora hard. Seeing this, Lin Ao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloped the eldest prince, causing his movements to suddenly stop. Nora calmly took a step back. The eldest prince's slap missed, and his heartbeat accelerated rapidly. At that moment, he felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Is this just an illusion? Nora still looked at her royal brother with a smile. Why is your majesty so angry? What has Nara done to displease your majesty? The eldest prince shook his head, trying to come back to his senses, and then withdrew his hand. Nara, I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything out of line, don't even think about living. The people of our land nation will be plunged into war because of your actions. Nara listened to what the eldest prince said and looked at him with a teasing look, thinking to herself, how could such a thing be escalated to such a level? Take off your veil. After the eldest prince finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Hera beside him. Hera took off the veil as instructed, and Nara looked over. As expected, this woman really looks somewhat similar to herself. It seems that Land Country has really invested a lot of money this time. Hera just smiled slightly, and the charm displayed in this smile made Lin Ao certain that Yi Chen would be fascinated by her. The face of this artificial beauty looks a little stiff. Although her appearance is slightly inferior to Nora's, she definitely has the charm that makes Yi Chen obsessed with her. Sister Hera. Nora's lips showed a hint of teasing. Sister Nora. La smiled slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes, and she looked at the real Princess Nara in front of her with contempt. Nora approached Hera quietly, and of course she felt the contempt in Hera's eyes. Nora reached out and touched Hera's delicate artificial face. Hera raised her eyebrows and glanced at Nora in front of her with a frivolous look. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard, and Nora calmly withdrew her hand, while Hera covered her face with her hands. She and the eldest prince beside her were both staring at Nora with an expression of disbelief. Do you think that just by changing your face you can become a member of the royal family? Just by changing your name you can become my sister? Nora looked at Hera with indifference. Hera couldn't help trembling slightly under her cold gaze. You. Bang! Nora swung out another strong slap, hitting Hera on the other side of the face again. Just then, just as the eldest prince was about to take action, the murderous intent that had terrified him once again enveloped him. He looked around stiffly, but found no one else around. Could it be Nora? Could it be that she had unleashed such a powerful murderous intent upon me? The eldest prince turned his gaze to Nara, and happened to meet Nara's playful gaze. The eldest prince was suddenly shocked. Could it really be her? Could it be that her strength has actually improved? How dare she reveal such a strong murderous intent towards her royal brother? The more he thought about it, the angrier and more annoyed the eldest prince became. Nara, are you crazy? How dare a cow? The eldest prince shouted loudly, trying to give himself courage and dispel the fear in his heart. However, just as he was about to take action, the murderous intent seemed to become tangible. His entire body instantly became unable to move, and breathing began to become difficult. He couldn't help swallowing and took 2 steps back. He dared not act rashly again. This matter was really too weird. Hera, who was standing by, saw that the eldest prince did not take any action, so she could only suppress the anger burning in her heart. Facing Nora's 2 slaps, she clenched her hands into fists tightly in her sleeves, her nails digging deeply into her palms, but she was completely unaware. She took a deep breath and tried her best to maintain her calmness on the surface. She had already made up her mind that once she gained Yi Chen's favor, she would torture Nara immediately and torture her severely. "Follow me." Nora smiled faintly and walked towards the door. The eldest prince and Hera followed her with gloomy faces. How come the identities of the 2 people suddenly changed? Along the way, Hera was not idle either. The closer she got to Yi Chen's mansion, the safer she felt, and she was sure that Nara would not dare to do anything to her. She would mock Nora with cold words from time to time. "Oh, princess, you look so miserable, it really makes me feel sorry for you. When I think about your future, as your sister, I feel even more distressed." Tisk tisk. Nora seemed not to hear Hera's sarcasm, and looked straight ahead with a firm gaze. She brought Hera and the eldest prince to the door of Yi Chen's mansion, and Hera became even more aggressive. "My poor sister, soon you will be able to personally feel your sister's care for you, he. Nora raised her head slightly, and a trace of pity for Hera suddenly flashed in her eyes. It must be said that this woman was really too stupid, to the extent that people couldn't help but feel pity for her. Lin Ao was watching the scene in front of him with great interest, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The eldest prince came to the door in a proper manner and knocked on Yi Chen's door. After a while, a maid slowly walked out and opened the door. Moreover, this was a woman dressed rather lightly. Nora's eyes showed disdain, but she did not despise the woman in front of her. After all, in this era, which woman could resist those powerful rules and power? Instead, she looked at the courtyard with disdain. Hera also showed a look of disgust, but it was not directed at Yi Chen in the yard, but at the woman who opened the door. She actually began to feel jealous in her heart. After Yi Chen had her, these women really had no need to exist. She gently stroked her face, a smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. She has completely regarded herself as the hostess of this place. Nora also noticed Hera's eyes and smug expression. She couldn't help but look at Hera with a grin and said, "Why don't you think about what you were like before?" Nora's words instantly froze Hera's smile on her face. "Nala, just wait, I'll show you what I can do." Hera's eyes were red. She stared at Nora with a ferocious smile on her face and followed the maid into the room. Since Yi Chen had warned Nara not to get within 10 meters of the house, Nara could only wait outside the door. "Wait a minute, my friend. I'm going to deal with an old guy first, and then I'll deal with General Mu." Lin Ao's voice sounded in Nora's mind. Nora nodded gently, and she slowly walked to a pavilion and sat down. The maid beside her brought fruit and tea, and Nora looked very contented. Chapter 350, Life. It didn't take long for Lin Ao to arrive at the restaurant where Long Aotian was staying. After calling the madam, I learned that he had not gotten up yet. After finding out which room Long Aotian lived in, Lin Ao walked in that direction alone. He opened the door quietly, and a shocking scene instantly appeared before Lin Ao's eyes. In this luxuriously decorated room, there were 4 or 5 people lying naked on a huge bed. How could Lin Ao miss such a perfect opportunity? He quickly took out his camera and carefully selected a perfect angle to record the scene flawlessly. Long shot, close-up shot, every angle was photographed one by one. Lin Ao felt that the photos were still not satisfying enough, so he simply started recording a video with his mobile phone. He did not do so until he was satisfied. Then he put the phone away, left the room, closed the door, and knocked on it. Bang, bang, bang. "Aotian, something bad has happened. Feng Chiwu is coming." Lin Ao shouted loudly towards the door, and immediately a chaotic crackling sound came from the room. After a long time, the noise finally quieted down completely. The door was slowly opened. Long Aotian was dressed neatly and looked sleepy. He stretched himself and yawned continuously. "Hey brother Lin, Chiwu, you're here." Long Aotian rubbed his eyes. His superb acting skills were simply breathtaking. Lin Ao couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up in his heart. He looked into the room and found that all the women inside had disappeared, and even the bed sheets were hidden somewhere. That's amazing. Look at how little you can do. Open your eyes and take a good look at where Feng Qiwu is. Lin Ao glared at Long Aotian unhappily. If he really came, just based on the noise he made just now, anyone would be able to sense that something was wrong in the room. Is Feng Qiwu a fool? When Long Aotian heard Lin Ao's words, he immediately opened his eyes. He looked around carefully and found that only Lin Ao was standing outside the door. His tense nerves relaxed instantly and he let out a long breath. Oh my. Brother Lin, you know that scaring others can kill them. Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao with resentment. You're so brave, and you're trying to imitate others to have fun. By the way, where are those girls in there? Don't tell me you didn't do anything last night, huh? Lin Ao pretended to be clueless and looked at Long Aotian with a smirk on his face. Long Aotian slapped his forehead suddenly and quickly ran back to the room. He saw him looking from under the bed, in the wardrobe, on the beams, and outside the window where he was hanging wrapped in a sheet. Long Aotian carefully placed the unconscious women back on the bed, then raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. You're really amazing. You know you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, right? The corners of Lin Ao's mouth twitched involuntarily several times, and he couldn't help but speak. Brother Lin, can you please stop complaining? The shadow I'm feeling right now is simply enormous. Long Aotian sat down on the ground and continued. I feel like I'm suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. While Long Aotian was gently stroking his pounding chest, he looked at Lin Ao, who was smiling, with an increasingly resentful expression. Okay, I called you here today for something important. You're going to fight with someone. Lin Ao stopped teasing Long Aotian and hurriedly got down to business. Fight. When Long Aotian heard this, he immediately came over with an excited look on his face. All the so-called shadows in his heart and the resentment on his face disappeared without a trace in the instant these two words appeared. Yeah, we agreed to come over and take care of Yi Chen and Mingwu. Let's go take care of Mingwu first. Lin Ao distributed some of the devices given by Li Jing to Long Aotian, and then directly attached the confinement card to him, draining his power with all his strength. He. Brother Lin, can I have a fight with him first? Long Aotian was extremely excited at this moment. Lin Ao thought for a moment and felt that it was not impossible to do so. Since he could prevent Mingwu from passing the message on, it would not be a bad idea to let Aotian and Mingwu have a good fight. Okay, I'll hold you accountable. Lin Ao nodded in agreement. A raging fire instantly ignited in Long Aotian's eyes. He pulled Lin Ao and flew straight towards the Land Kingdom Palace. Slow down. We haven't even found his location yet. There's no point in rushing over. Lin Ao hurriedly grabbed Long Aotian. At this moment, they were standing in the air. Lin Ao used his own strength, and his eyes were full of shining divine light. The world before his eyes was no longer what ordinary people could see. There were various colored gas threads floating slowly in the air around him. Lin Ao stretched out his hand, recalling the unique aura of Mingwu in his mind. A small circular water surface appeared in front of him, and a red silk thread slowly rose from the water surface. This magical scene could not be seen by Long Aotian. Lin Ao was seen moving non-stop as if he was a neurotic. Lin Ao's fingers lightly touched the silk thread, and he seemed to be quickly shuttling through a tunnel. The scene of the Land Kingdom Palace suddenly appeared in front of him. He saw Mingwu holding a compass in a relatively remote courtyard, fiddling with something. Lin Ao smiled faintly and said to himself, found it. Lin Ao obtained this skill only after he was promoted to the divine martial realm. As long as he had come into contact with someone, he could track that person's location. Let's go. Let's go. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he walked to the front to lead the way, and Long Aotian quickly followed. Strange. It's really strange. The calculations I made these past few days seemed to be correct, but at the same time, they all seemed wrong. What went wrong? At this time, Mingwu looked at the compass and the notebook with records, and frowned tightly. He felt vaguely uneasy, but the results of the hexagrams and calculations were often 50-50, which was a very sparse and ordinary result, with nothing happening. However, these hexagrams are completely different from his current mood, which makes Mingwu feel a little uneasy. He believed in the results of his calculations and also believed in his sixth sense. That's why it seemed so tangled. Moreover, there was no news of the person he wanted to find before, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. No, it's absolutely wrong. I have to count it again. This time I'll count it as myself. Ming Wui plucked a few strands of his hair and formed them into a white chess piece. Chapter 351 Lin Ao and that idiot. All the power of destiny suddenly burst out, and the bright red threads of destiny intertwined with each other, eventually weaving into a huge chessboard. On this chessboard, a large number of black chess pieces and an equally large number of white chess pieces slowly evolved. He decisively threw the white chess piece made of his own hair into the chessboard. In an instant, the chessboard seemed to be activated instantly, and all the chess pieces began to move in an orderly manner. Mingwu stared at every change on the chessboard with concentration and seriousness. A rough fate. A prison trap. When the demonstration was only halfway through, Mingwu widened his eyes and stared at the information obtained. His face was filled with disbelief, and he muttered to himself, "My fate is so difficult. Isn't it Yi Chen? What's the reason for the cage dilemma? This shouldn't happen to the Fate clone. If it does, it should be Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I really want to thank you." At this time, the chess pieces on the board are still evolving, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Mingwu became more and more uneasy. He couldn't help swallowing and watched the changes in front of him nervously. A bloody disaster. When Mingwu saw this piece of calculated information, he jumped up instantly and shouted in disbelief. "I'm in a bloody disaster. Are you kidding me?" Then a different look appeared on Mingwu's face, and he shouted. "Then I want to see how to break the deadlock." Mingwu further increased the output of the power of destiny, and the entire chessboard was flooded with dazzling red light, and the chess pieces seemed to be tortured to the point of smoking. Mingwu's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and suddenly, the white chess piece shattered. Mingwu grabbed a handful of hair without hesitation, formed a new chess piece, and threw it onto the chessboard. "I absolutely don't believe this." At this moment, Mingwu no longer had any so-called fear, and he was determined to carve out a unique path for himself on this chessboard by using the strategy of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. He once again fell completely into a state of madness. Every time a chess piece broke, he would quickly grab his hair and start over again. If Yi Chen was watching this scene, he would probably choose to forgive Mingwu. It turns out that Mingwu was not just like this to him, he was also so cruel to himself. Mingwu was already deeply immersed in this repeated calculation, and above his house, two young men were standing, looking at him with strange expressions. "Brother Lin, this is one of the Destiny clones, the one called Mingwu." Long Aotian looked at the crazy old man below, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. Then he looked at Lin Ao and pointed at his head. Is he a lunatic? Is his brain abnormal? Is this the same kind as Nezha? No wonder Nezha. Long Aotian was talking non-stop, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Lin Ao secretly sighed in his heart that it was a pity that he didn't even finish what he was saying, otherwise he could have recorded another wonderful speech. Are you underestimating the enemy? The abilities of each clone are mysterious and unpredictable. What I've seen Mingwu display is only this. Who knows if he will develop another unique skill. If a fight really breaks out, you must not let your guard down. Lin Ao solemnly warned Long Aotian. Just like Nezha, she can control the muscles all over her body, change her body size at will, and even transform into a Gundam. Who can tell what other abilities Mingwu has besides being good at fortune-telling? Okay, I understand. Can I go down now? I'm really worried that if I'm too slow, he'll vomit blood and die from all this. Long Aotian stared at Mingwu, who was becoming more and more crazy below. He was really worried that this little old man would vomit 3 liters of blood and lose his life because of his behavior. Lin Ao nodded, and he immediately circulated the life energy in his body. A force quickly spread out from his body, covering the entire yard. Mingwu was calculating when the chessboard in his hand suddenly exploded. He also felt the power that made him a little afraid, but in his madness, what he cared about most at this moment was the shattered chessboard. Who is it? Who is it? Mingwu's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked back at the source of the power in the air. I saw Lin Ao and Long Aotian standing there. You ruined my calculations. You ruined my exquisite calculations. Get down here. Mingwu's eyes were full of ferocity. He stared at Lin Ao and Long Aotian in the air. He really seemed to be crazy. Go ahead, it's your turn. Lin Ao pushed Long Aotian, who was standing beside him. You old bastard. I did it, so what? Long Aotian was not polite anymore. All his strength began to spread throughout his body and he flew straight towards Mingwu. Seeing this, Mingwu shouted angrily and quickly formed seals with his hands. A red energy gathered in front of him, forming a solid shield. Long Aotian hit the shield like a cannonball, making a loud bang and rippling the surrounding air. However, Long Aotian's power was extremely overbearing, and the shield only lasted for a moment before it shattered. Mingwu's eyes were bloodshot and he retreated quickly. At the same time, his hands continuously emitted red rays of light, attacking Long Aotian. Long Aotian was not afraid at all, he shouted loudly. Good job. The light on his body became more and more dazzling, blocking out all the black light. Then, he suddenly punched out, and the powerful fist wind carried endless power, heading straight for Mingwu. It's you who destroyed it. Mingwu became more and more crazy. He danced with his hands, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him surged wildly, forming a huge vortex that swept towards Long Aotian. Long Aotian sneered, and his fierce punch collided with the vortex. For a moment, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. It seems that both of them are at the Xuanwu realm. Lin Ao had already prepared fruits and vegetables and was watching the show from above. When the smoke and dust cleared, Mingwu's house had been razed to the ground by the two of them. Mingwu and Long Aotian stood in the middle of the field and looked at each other. At this time, Mingwu seemed to have regained his sanity after the huge impact just now. Only then did he begin to look seriously at Long Aotian in front of him and Lin Ao in the sky. After he saw the two people's appearance clearly, he looked incredulous. Lin Ao, and that idiot. Chapter 352, Mingwu's special ability. Hey old man, what do you mean? What do you mean by Lin Ao and that idiot? Long Aotian lost control of his emotions in an instant and exploded. His angry eyes stared at Mingwu. At this moment, Mingwu only had Lin Ao in his sight. How on earth did you get all the way here? Mingwu couldn't help but ask a question, and then he slapped his head. Oh, so it was destiny that brought you here, right? And if it weren't for him, how could you possibly appear in this world? Mingwu kept talking to himself and didn't even wait for Lin Ao to answer. In other words, the results I obtained from my deduction last time were correct, and you were deliberately messing with it and disrupting my vision, right? The more Mingwu thought about it, the more it made sense to him, and the more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. His expression gradually seemed to become a little crazy again. In other words, my previous deductions were correct, so this isn't my fault at all, ha 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 ha. I see, ah ha 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 ha. Mingwu just burst into laughter like a neurotic maniac. Lin Ao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times, wondering what on earth was wrong with this guy. He hadn't even said a word yet, and this guy was already getting excited over there. But Long Aotian could no longer bear it. He first called him a fool, and now he was just ignoring him. Long Aotian quickly went behind Mingwu, aimed at his head, and punched him without hesitation. With this punch, Long Aotian concentrated all his strength into his fist. He instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. However, just when Long Aotian was fully confident that he was about to succeed, Mingwu's head narrowly avoided Long Aotian's fist at an extremely strange and bizarre angle. Long Aotian couldn't help but feel surprised, and he immediately changed the direction of his punch. However, Mingwu seemed to have accurately predicted Long Aotian's next move. He squatted down in an instant and successfully avoided Long Aotian's attack again. At this moment, Long Aotian felt that something was wrong. From the power confrontation with Mingwu just now, he could clearly perceive that Mingwu should be slightly inferior to him in terms of strength. Whether in terms of speed or strength, Mingwu is obviously weaker than him. Long Aotian missed his first attack, so he changed directions and continued to attack. A powerful force lingered around his body, and an invisible pressure suddenly attacked Mingwu. Lin Ao, as a chess piece, you should be aware of being a chess piece. You have no way of resisting that master. Mingwu kept changing his shape, and holes exploded one after another on the ground. These were all attacks launched by Long Aotian. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. He could see everything clearly from the sky. Mingwu seemed to be controlled by a mysterious plug-in. He could cleverly avoid every attack from Long Aotian at the smallest angle. Bang! There was a deafening roar, and a huge hole was blown up again at the place where Mingwu had just left. Fuck. Brother Lin. This old guy seems to be something special. He doesn't seem to regard me as a thing now. Is he a bit of a nobody by doing this? Long Aotian simply stopped, stood there, and fell into deep thinking. Lin Ao glanced at Long Aotian speechlessly. He was right when he said you were a fool and you still wanted to. In fact, Lin Ao was also in deep thought, because Mingwu's avoidance was a bit strange. I thought that this might be another special ability that Mingwu possessed. Lin Ao frowned slightly and decided to give it a try. He stared at Mingwu closely, flicked his finger quietly, and a tiny force was bounced into the ground by Lin Ao. The power was very obscure. It moved under his brother and shot rapidly towards a certain part of his life. When he was about 50 meters away from Mingwu, Mingwu's eyes and mouth twitched a few times. He looked at his crotch, then quickly covered it and dodged quickly. You little bastard, you're sneaking up on me. And you're attacking me right here. Aren't you too insidious and despicable? Mingwu couldn't help but burst into cursing. Long Aotian looked at him blankly, then glanced at Lin Ao. Brother Lin, what you did is really unkind. How could you launch a sneak attack? This is a fight between him and me, and you did this. Long Aotian started to loudly accuse Lin Ao in the air, but before he could finish his words, his figure disappeared again in an instant. The corners of Mingwu's mouth twitched again, and he thought to himself, Lin Ao is not honest, and you are even more despicable. Bang bang bang. A series of deafening explosions continued, and Mingwu rushed left and right, jumped up and down in the venue. There was smoke and dust all around, and Mingwu was surrounded by gray smoke and dust, making it impossible to see the scene ahead. But he simply closed his eyes and kept making various evasive movements. After a while, he finally stopped and stood still. Brother Lin, I just tried it. There's something wrong with this old thing. Long Aotian appeared again not far from Mingwu. He raised his hand with a very determined look, even a little proud. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian speechlessly. Good guy, it was obviously your sneak attack that failed, but now it seems like you are testing whether there is any problem with Mingwu. Didn't we know from the beginning that he had a problem? Why don't you tell me what's wrong with him? You little bastard, you're such a piece of shit. I'm telling you, don't even think about touching me from now on. Mingwu's eyes were filled with gloom. He didn't expect Lin Ao and Long Aotian to be so unsportsmanlike. Suddenly, his face turned horrified and he immediately jumped away from where he was. A loud explosion rang out from where he was just now. A huge hole was left on the ground, with blue smoke rising from it. The corners of Mingwu's mouth twitched. This was too cruel. He looked up at Lin Ao in the air, only to see Lin Ao looking in another direction and whistling. Okay, it turns out that people of the same kind don't marry well. Both of them are the sixth. Fortunately, the ability I have is not what I am afraid of, this kind of guy. Old man, you really have a way. But let me make it clear in advance, I'm a man and I like women. I'm not interested in imitating you. There was an emotion called disgust in Long Aotian's eyes. Do you still think everyone is Brother Lin? Can I touch you if I want? Chapter 353 My good friend Xiao Wuwu. After repeated attempts, Lin Ao had a general idea of Mingwu's abilities. It must have evolved from his ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune. With the help of this ability, he can avoid all attacks that may cause harm to himself. Lin Ao's eyes gradually narrowed into a slit. When faced with a situation that might cause harm to his body, he could automatically avoid it. Is that right? If this is true, then it is not impossible to crack. Lin Ao lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Long Aotian below could no longer bear it and launched a series of attacks towards Mingwu. Mingwu was just strolling leisurely in the courtyard, and he could easily dodge every attack from Long Aotian. His eyes never left Lin Ao from beginning to end. In Mingwu's eyes, Lin Ao was the biggest threat. While Mingwu was dodging, his mind moved, and several obscure red threads rushed into the air. He wanted to tell others the news that Lin Ao had come to this world. But just as the threads left Mingwu's hands, a small device on Lin Ao's body reacted. A red vortex appeared in front of the device, directly sucking in several signal threads. The device on Aotian was the same as Lin Ao's. The rest seemed to be directly blocked by the special energy waves emitted by this device. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of surprise. Oh, you're so anxious to tell others about it. Fortunately, Li Jing had carefully prepared the shielding and intercepting devices. He probably modified them by using the communication method of their previous Destiny clones. Losing Li Jing is indeed a huge loss for them. And Mingwu didn't just spread one piece of information, but dozens. This old man was indeed an old man, and his actions were relatively experienced. Mingwu frowned, and he also keenly realized that his message seemed unable to be sent. After dodging a few times, he moved away from Long Aotian. Then, he made an extremely complicated hand gesture, and the thread of fate wrapped around it, slowly weaving into a rocket. Ah, rocket! Lin Ao couldn't help but be stunned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Would you play like this, too? In the blink of an eye, the rocket in Mingwu's hand suddenly caught fire and shot directly into the air with a whoosh. Lin Ao just watched quietly, with no intention of stopping it. Because he completely trusted the inventions given to him by Li Jing, he wanted to see what else he could do with this little device. At this moment, the devices on Lin Ao and Long Aotian transformed into a cannon in front of them and fired directly at the rocket. The two tracking missiles caught up with the signal rocket at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in the air. A red firework bloomed instantly, and the scene was extremely spectacular and gorgeous. Lin Ao and Long Aotian were both stunned and couldn't help but sigh. Li Jing, you were really amazing. Not only Lin Ao and Long Aotian, but even Mingwu was stunned involuntarily. He stared at the huge red fireworks blooming brilliantly in the sky with his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. He slowly raised his hand and drew a trace of power from the cannon. Then, a compass appeared in his hand, and he carefully placed the energy in the middle. His eyes instantly turned pure red, and complex runes rolled in his eyes one after another. Not long after, he stopped moving. Ming-Si. I should have thought of this earlier. Ming-San and Ming-Si must have betrayed me. They must have been blackmailed. This is so despicable. Mingwu was originally trying to figure out who was responsible for these things. Judging from the method, it seemed somewhat familiar to him. Lin Ao, I never thought you could be so despicable and shameless as to enslave our Destiny clone. That lord will definitely not let you go. Just wait for your trial. Mingwu glared at Lin Ao fiercely, with raging anger burning in his eyes. Lin Ao curled his lips and disapproved, as if I was looking for trouble with fate, as if fate would really let me go. Lin Ao ignored Mingwu's angry roar. He waved his hand gently, signaling Long Aotian to come over. At this time, he had already thought of a way to deal with Mingwu. Long Aotian flew into the air with full of doubts and came to Lin Ao's side. What's the matter? Brother Lin, that old guy is a bit weird. Have you figured out how to deal with him? When Long Aotian saw the smile on Lin Ao's lips, he knew that he must have figured out Mingwu's abilities. Recalling the humiliation he had just suffered, Long Aotian felt a surge of excitement in his heart, and secretly vowed to take revenge on him later. Lin Ao, it's useless. Even if you intercept my information, if I die, they will still know. Let's have a good fight. Get down here. As Mingwu spoke, countless black and white chess pieces appeared behind him. They flew towards Lin Ao and Long Aotian in the air at an astonishing speed. During the flight, each chess piece transformed into various beasts, weapons, etc. Lin Ao pulled Long Aotian and quickly changed his position in the air, while Mingwu below smiled faintly. It was seen that some hidden killing moves were already hidden in the place where Lin Ao and Long Aotian were about to land, as if all of this had been carefully planned by him. Haha, you are really good at calculating. Lin Ao no longer dodged. He released all of his energy and directly offset all of Mingwu's attacks with his powerful strength. Boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions sounded, and even the protective shield set up by Lin Ao was shaken and produced ripples. It can be seen that Mingwu used a lot of strength in this attack. But for the powerful Lin Ao, these are just drizzle. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies, intrigues and deductions will become useless. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Ao and Long Aotian stood there unharmed. At this time, Long Aotian curled up the corner of his mouth. He stared straight at Mingwu below with a face full of love. Mingwu felt a slight chill on his back when he was looked at like this by Long Aotian. What happened to him? Lin Ao also looked at Mingwu with a smile. Just now, he and Long Aotian had finished talking about his guess. Mingwu looked at them with a serious expression. At this moment, Long Aotian disappeared beside Lin Ao. Mingwu immediately continued to activate his abilities. But he had no sense of danger at all. My good friend Xiao Wuwu. A strange voice appeared in Mingwu's ears. Ah! Mingwu was so frightened that he screamed. Chapter 354, Defense Broken. Mingwu turned around quickly with a look of horror on his face, and found in disbelief that the one who made that strange and unusual sound was actually Long Aotian. How on earth had he appeared behind him? And how could he have been so close to him without being noticed? This was simply unbelievable. Mingwu raged and swung his fist at Long Aoshin, but Long Aoshin dodged and disappeared without a trace in an instant. After Mingwu's attack missed, he did not choose to pursue, but patted his chest, his face full of lingering fear. Old friend, why do you dislike me so much? Mingwu's heart, which had just been put at ease, was lifted up again in an instant. Long Aoshin's voice sounded in his ears again, and at this moment his hand was already on Mingwu's shoulder. Mingwu was as stiff as a machine. He twisted his neck with difficulty, only to see Long Aoshin smiling with a warm smile like the spring breeze. How on earth did you do it? Why were you able to get close to me, and my calculations didn't allow me to successfully avoid you? Mingwu's voice sounded extremely mechanical. He had no expression on his face and looked straight at Long Aoshin with a calm gaze. He treated her like an old friend, but beneath his calm eyes were hidden surging waves, and huge waves were rising in Mingwu's heart. Long Aoshin looked at Mingwu with gentle eyes and an extremely bright smile. Because of love, my friend. After hearing Long Aoshin's answer, Mingwu's face, which was already full of wrinkles, now had several more deep wrinkles. I love you in percent. Mingwu turned around, and his originally expressionless face instantly became extremely terrifying. His face was full of bulging blue veins, and it was obvious that he was really disgusted to the extreme. Old man, you can't afford to play like this. Brother Lin's method is indeed correct. Let's have some fun from now on. Long Aoshin nimbly dodged Mingwu's attack by twisting his body, and the murderous intent that had just risen in his heart was instantly suppressed. The image in Long Aoshin's eyes began to change slowly, and the originally old face turned into Lin Ao's appearance. Hey, my old friend. Long Aoshin's murderous intent completely disappeared, and he became as gentle as when facing the real Lin Ao. He came to Mingwu's side in an instant and held his hand tightly. Mingwu immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. It's so annoying. Here it comes again, and I have no sense of crisis at all, and then I am caught by him. Mingwu gritted his teeth secretly gathering strength in his left hand, and an explosive and powerful force quickly concentrated in his fist, and he punched out fiercely. Brother Lin, you are so naughty. Long Aoshin smiled brilliantly, and at that moment, the Lin Ao in front of him turned into a life force. There was murderous intent in Long Aoshin's eyes. He suddenly swung his right fist and collided with Mingwu's fist. In terms of strength, Mingwu is no match for Long Aoshin. Lin Ao was so speechless that the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He told Long Aoshin that Mingwu has the ability to bring good luck and avoid disaster. If you harbor murderous or evil thoughts towards him, this ability of his will be triggered, and he will be able to completely avoid your attacks. Lin Ao then asked Long Aoshin to imagine him as his friend, or someone close to him. You haven't seen each other for a long time, and now you should walk up to him, shake hands and say hello to your friend. In fact, this was just a joke from Lin Ao. His real intention was to tell Long Aoshin to hide his murderous intentions, reduce Mingwu's sense of crisis to the lowest level, and wait until the critical moment to kill him with one blow. However, what was unexpected was that he actually took this absurd method seriously. This was something Lin Ao had not expected, but it was very consistent with Long Aoshin's character. It seemed that he was the only one who would use this method to deal with Mingwu's ability. But I have to say, this is really effective. But it was a bit disgusting. He actually imagined Mingwu as Lin Ao, and the sentence, because of love, made Lin Ao get goosebumps all over his body. Boom. Just as Lin Ao's thoughts were drifting, a loud noise suddenly came from below. Looking closely, during the fight between Mingwu and Long Aoshin, Mingwu was directly smashed to the ground by him, forming a deep pit. Old man, you're very good at hiding. Now let's see how you hide. Long Aoshin was in midair looking at Mingwu below. He stomped his right foot hard on the air. An explosion sounded, and then Long Aoshin turned into a shadow and flew towards Mingwu in the pit. Boom. A loud bang sounded again, and when the smoke and dust cleared, only Long Aoshin was left in the pit. Long Aoshin just curled his lips. It turned out that as long as he had murderous intentions, he could easily avoid it. Damn it. He looked up at Mingwu who had dodged to the side, and saw that he was still frightened. Long Aoshin smiled faintly, and then the face in front of him changed to Lin Ao's face again. Hey, my old friend, long time no see. Lin Ao slapped his forehead in midair and rolled his eyes. When Mingwu heard this familiar voice, his body trembled slightly. He was about to jump away to avoid what just happened. Unfortunately, it was too late. A familiar touch appeared on his left hand, and Long Aotian had already held his hand with a bright smile on his face. Hey old friend, do you miss me? Long Aotian smiled and swung his fist, punching Mingwu in the face. You psychopath. You percent. Mingwu was about to break down, and he cursed very dirty, so Long Aotian had to use his fist to block his mouth. Bang. Boom. You percent. This was the first time Mingwu was injured. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, followed by two, hu, and hu, sounds, and two teeth were spat out by Mingwu, and they happened to be his front teeth. Mingwu was completely panicked. His trump card was completely broken by Long Aotian. The message could not be passed on, and that stupid teammate did not hear the movement and come over. Mingwu wanted to give up, but he did it immediately. Without saying a word, he flew into the sky. Just wait for me. I'll make you pay. Mingwu glanced at Lin Ao and Long Aotian fiercely. Seeing Mingwu escape, Lin Ao and Long Aotian did not stop him, but just watched him slip away. Mingwu was relieved to see that they didn't make any moves, and he became bolder. Anyway, we can leave now, so we can just say a few words to vent our anger. That pig-headed idiot, if you have the guts, take me back. And that Lin Ao, you've been pretending to be an expert up there. Wait until I call the other clones and Chu Tian over, and you'll know the consequences of provoking Master Wu. Mingwu made an international friendly gesture to Lin Ao and Long Aotian with a proud look on his face. He turned around and used all his energy to escape. Bang! A result that he never expected directly broke his defense. Chapter 355, Pure Love Pursuit. Mingwu seemed to be stuck in the air, unable to move. An extremely strong transparent wall blocked him there without any room for maneuver. At this moment, Mingwu's head buzzed and an extremely strong alarm sounded. Beep 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 beep. Mingwu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his mind involuntarily recalled the sarcastic words he had just said to Lin Ao and Long Aotian. Mingwu's body became extremely stiff. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him. As expected, Lin Ao was looking at him with a playful look on his face, while Long Aotian had an anti-smile on his face, as if he had seen an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Just from this smile, Mingwu could clearly know that he would not be able to escape. After all, when he lost the effect of his own abilities, his combat effectiveness was far inferior to that of Long Aotian. Now he has even provoked Lin Ao, who was standing by and watching. It's really laughable. How can I run away like this? What are I running for? Well, how about we discuss everything? Mingwu saw Lin Ao and Long Aotian flying towards him slowly, but they did not respond to Mingwu's questions. Mingwu moved his position slightly. He put his hands behind his back, and a little bit of strength was like a drill, drilling straight into the barrier with all his might. Mingwu was seen smiling awkwardly, with puffs of green smoke coming out of his back. It was estimated that the area behind him was smoking because of his swinging. Lin Ao and Long Aotian just stared at him. They deliberately didn't say anything, which made Mingwu feel even greater psychological pressure. At this moment, Mingwu was covered in cold sweat. Oh no, this was really going to be terrible. Long Aotian slowly came to his side, revealing an extremely brilliant smile. His big white teeth made Mingwu feel extremely flustered. Hey, my dear old friend, is it because the weather is too hot? Look, your face is covered in sweat. Long Aotian walked to Mingwu's side very naturally and pulled his hand out from behind him. Huh. Long Aotian took a deep breath and instantly blew away the energy in his hand without a trace. Mingwu swallowed hard, and the familiar goosebumps covered his body again. Aotian, have a good chat with an old friend. Lin Ao looked at Mingwu with a playful expression, his aura always firmly locked on Mingwu. The powerful force emanating from Lin Ao made Mingwu's legs almost weak. Variable. You must be the biggest variable. Mingwu stared at Lin Ao intently. He must have received a hint about his fate, but before Mingwu could finish his words. Ah! Mingwu let out a shrill scream, and then he was suddenly pulled down by Long Aotian and rubbed hard on the ground. A series of smoke and dust suddenly rose from the ground, and the roars came one after another continuously. Lin Ao fell to the ground, a strong wind passed by him, and then a crack appeared on the ground in front of him. Woohoo! Long Aotian was seen standing on Mingwu, holding both of Mingwu's hands, with a crazy smile on his face, while Mingwu had a look of despair on his face, and was being used as a skateboard by him. "Ah, my dear friend, how does it feel to be ridden by me?" Long Aotian is proficient in land surfing techniques, ensuring that every part of Mingwu's true face can be evenly rubbed against the ground. After a while, Long Aotian finally had a great time. He braked suddenly and stopped in front of Lin Ao. At this time, Mingwu's clothes were already tattered, and despite his old face, his muscles were surprisingly strong. "Brother Lin, do you want to try it?" Long Aotian jumped off Mingwu, his smile was as wicked as it could be. At this moment, a trace of resentment flashed in Mingwu's eyes, and a red sharp blade appeared in his hand, stabbing straight towards Long Aotian's back. His speed was so fast that even if he fell, he would drag someone down with him, and that person must be Long Aotian. "Didn't you enjoy riding just now? Die!" Mingwu shouted loudly, and as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Long Aotian's back, a crazy smile appeared on his face. "You really treat me as if I don't exist." Lin Ao's cold voice sounded, and Lin Ao, who was originally in front of Long Aotian, now appeared in front of Mingwu, and the red sword turned into powder as his voice sounded. At this moment, Mingwu made the most important decision in his life. Adult Taikomi. Mingwu's sudden change made Lin Ao stunned. He was begging for mercy now. "Uh-huh." Lin Ao looked at Mingwu suspiciously. "Are you serious? Really? Really? Really?" Whatever Lin Ao asked, Mingwu answered immediately, as if he was really scared. "But you just tried to penetrate my brother from behind." Lin Ao pointed at Long Aotian who was standing beside him. Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao with emotion. "Brother Lin, you care about me so much. I'm so touched." Upon hearing this, Mingwu automatically continued to lie on the ground, raised his hands, and had no desire to live. "Oh, sure. Show some sincerity." Long Aotian jumped lightly and stood on Mingwu with ease. "Hurry!" Long Aotian shouted softly and ordered Wu to push off with his back foot, launching himself into a catapulting start. Wu take off. For a moment, the land surfing started up again, and Mingwu had completely accepted his fate. Here he is like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. After a long while, Long Aotian finally slipped back to Lin Ao's side. Mingwu lay weakly on the ground. Lin Ao took out a piece of clothing and threw it to him. He was really not interested in seeing what he would look like after turning over. "I admit defeat, but can you tell me how you made my ability ineffective?" Mingwu stood up holding his clothes. After being washed by Long Aotian on the ground, his face seemed to have been smoothed down by him. "Hee, I call it pure love pursuit. As long as I'm filled with love for you, your ability will be ineffective." Long Aotian raised his head proudly. Lin Ao chose to remain silent. He glanced at Long Aotian and said, "Whatever you say is the truth. You are the only one in the world who can truly utilize this method, and it is also right for you to name it." After hearing the answer, Mingwu almost vomited blood. This idiot is really so stupid that it's frightening. Lin Ao didn't waste any more words and directly stuck the card Li Jing gave him on Li Jing's body. For a moment, Mingwu felt that he could no longer feel his own strength. Then Lin Ao took out the huge special syringe. Mingwu fell to the ground holding his clothes. "You, what are you doing?" Hey. Ah. Chapter 356, Resistance is too weak. Ah. Puff. After a long time, Lin Ao pulled out the syringe with satisfaction. At this moment, Mingwu was extremely weak, like a lifeless dead dog. Lin Ao looked at the syringe filled with the power of destiny, and an extremely satisfied smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Then he pressed a small switch, and the syringe began to change shape, and then an extremely strong red light came on. It can be seen that the shape of the syringe begins to gradually compress and slowly become smaller. It eventually turned into a blood-red capsule that shone with dazzling red light. Lin Ao could clearly feel the tremendous power contained in it. He took it in his hand and tossed it, while looking at Mingwu lying on the ground. "Look at your sunken cheeks, the obvious dark circles under your eyes, and your lifeless eyes. Fellow Taoist, you are very weak." Hearing Long Aotian's joking words, Mingwu couldn't help but let the tears flow down his eyes. He thought to himself, "Look, who just stepped on me and slid on land? Who finally made me like this? You two are simply born to be together. Aotian, carry him up. We need to take him back to Hongguo to get Tianming's membership certificate." After Lin Ao finished speaking, a door appeared behind him. He sighed in his heart again, thinking that it was a wise decision not to kill Li Jing and Nezha. Mingwu was carried on Long Aotian's shoulders in a weak state. All his physical abilities were now sealed. He looked at Lin Ao weakly and said, "Stamp. Join the party, send it before destiny." "It's over." Mingwu completely lost consciousness and fainted. Lin Ao and Long Aotian stepped through the door, and in an instant, they appeared in the Hong Kingdom Palace, or to be more precise, they arrived at the palace's mansion. Tianming was sitting leisurely and calmly on the rocking chair in the outer courtyard. She raised her eyes slightly and saw Lin Ao, Long Aotian, and Mingwu on Long Aotian's shoulder. "It seems that your progress this time is very rapid." As soon as Tianming finished speaking, several huge hands made of gold appeared beside Long Aotian and quickly grabbed the life sword on his shoulders. "I've almost completely drained away his destiny power, but I've left some for you to imprint a soul mark on. His abilities are pretty good, as long as he doesn't run into Long Aotian again." Lin Ao briefly explained the general situation to Tianming, and then took out the capsule of destiny power extracted from Mingwu. Tianming took the capsule from Lin Ao's hand and looked at it carefully for several times. "Here, you can just absorb it first. Even if it causes some noise, they won't notice it." After she finished speaking, she returned the capsule to Lin Ao, and then turned her gaze to Long Aotian standing beside her. "You go out and wait for the moment." Long Aotian was puzzled, thinking to himself, is there something secret going on? Why did they insist on making me wait outside? Before he could ask the question in his mind, a huge golden palm suddenly grabbed him and flew out at a high speed. Afterwards, Tianming was enveloped by a brilliant light, and a slender and white jade leg slowly stepped out from the light. Lin Ao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and swallowed subconsciously. Apparently, she had become an adult again. "What are you looking at? I can only use my—" She had become an adult again. "What are you looking at? I can only use my full strength if I transform back into my true form." The adult version of Tianming is now